And we're back. And we're live on Twitch and YouTube. Hi, AC. Yes, if anyone can help out Pendulous Dragon with some herbal meds before they get paid, I know he would appreciate it. You know, or me. I you know, pay me, I'll pay Pendulous Dragon. You know, help us both out too. That'd be cool. No pressure. There are links. In the description. Oh, over on YouTube? You can't at me? I should probably say something. Greetings. Hey, there it is. Hey, old friend, Chuck Diesel. How you doing, Knight Rider? Good to see you. Welcome in. We got some YouTubers. Oh, AC, I hope not. I mean, bankruptcy is not the worst thing that's ever happened, but being unhoused is really, really, really hard. Yes, we are currently multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube. We're gonna try it out. I'm using some free background music, and I figure we'll maybe just do some news content with the background music and just skip the like songs, except for like there's some performances that I'm pretty sure won't get struck, like live or covers, you know, stuff that's not you know, major brands. But like the first thing that was queued up in my playlist today was like September by Earth, Wind and Fire, and I'm like, I can't play that on YouTube. Yeah. Go live! How's it going? Check me out on the YouTube. Buzzkill YouTube. It's fine. I mean, we did the whole morning get ready with me stream. I did stream for like 2.5 hours already. That's why I was like, let's try this real quick while the stream crashed. And that, you know, get the... see if we can do this. Yeah, there's part of Lance's show that only streams to Twitch, I think, and then he broadcasts to both. I don't know how he changes that. My software wouldn't let me do that. If I, you know, it's like once you're live, you're in. But I imagine he uses a different mechanism for his multi-streaming because he was on the like the Vosh network site, White Leaf site or whatever, but left after you know, weird yet expected things came out about Vosh. Gotta get over there. Yeah, come check us out. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the YouTube page. That always helps. Somehow we merged Twitch and YouTube chat. Yeah, so my Lance said he uses Streamlabs. Yeah, so I use Streamlabs, and like they just upgraded their interesting because I use the same software. I wonder how he does that. But yeah, they just upgraded the stream chat to where I can actually see all the... Hey Gabby, I can actually see all the chats at the same time. Froggy Mano, welcome in. Well, there were talks about it with the Transcend TTV crew. You know, some of us were like, yes, we should make this happen. Others were like, I don't know, I'm hesitant. And then with over the last month, like half the crew resigned. So it's a raid. Well, thank you. It's fake. It's from Amazon. Actually, no. This one I got off Shein. which I know, bad fast fashion. Oh shit, it is a raid. A raid? Welcome in, raiders.
Unelectable Airwaves raided your channel with 25 viewers.
Let's fucking go. Welcome in. Everyone in chat, check out Matt on Unelectable Airwaves. Also on YouTube, been putting up lots. What am I doing here? Also click this link. Be counted, that helps. Feels okay, man. Feels weird, man. Yeah, I'm trying to multi-stream thing today, so I don't know. I'm feeling weird too, man. Oh fuck. Matt or Unelectable Airwaves has a YouTube page as well as streams on Twitch every night. In those good commie crank hours. Definitely a place to hang out, especially if you work third shift or have insomnia. And you like interesting things. YouTube randos. They're not randos, actually. A lot of these are folks I know. So. Oh, you mean, wait, what do you, I don't know what you mean. You mean your streams? Oh, Night Rider, Gabby, you guys are so sweet. The screen is super busy. This is the Matrix. I mean, this is pretty normal for Twitch. We gotta keep the sensories flowing. It's very good for the ADHD and the autism. Make the screen busier. Check out the music at audio.com. Yeah. I will. I think, did I bookmark it? This is fine for now. This is like the chill lo-fi hip-hop station that Twitch said we could use. And like it also just plays from YouTube, so I'm pretty sure it's not copyright. That's the hardest part, is like getting the music on YouTube. Like I'm like, I can chill and chat and do the news and everything, but they won't let us do any music, so. The kinetic sand makes me uncomfortable. I notice in mixing a lot of sand, you don't see much of the any mixed up sand colors. Oh my gosh, Soul Life. We can, oh, I found a good substitute. What were we doing the other day that was fun? Sometimes, like, we've been switching out the candy with, like, games. Not me playing, but, like a retro game just running in the corner. Or, yesterday it was cats and trains, because I made this painting. Yesterday. But I was thinking art would be something I could do on both platforms too. Basically, Twitch is kind of screwing us and they're gonna raise their prices on subs again, and I'm just really worried that like I'm gonna not, like my revenue might take a big hit, and so I'm like, let me see what I can do with the multi-stream. Let's see if we can get people from YouTube. Let's see if we can get, maybe do Kick a couple days a week, see what happens. Yes, Scout Barks is an AI bot that looks at not necessarily your chat history, but like your user history, if anything you've ever like put in your stream or your like your bio for sure. Gorgeous work. I didn't know you were an artist. Yes, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll show you a couple other pieces I've made recently. Made this beautiful Palestine piece. And then I made this kind of fun sunset. Yeah, I honestly like haven't picked up art in like 10 years, and this has been like really nice to kind of get back into it. But yeah, I used to do art every single day. Chat history is a thing, yes. I used to talk to Scout, I'm never being nice to strangers again. Wow, soul. Oh man. Thank you. All right, y'all, let's do some news, shall we? We're gonna do the news with Adrienne. What media am I using? So the cat painting is all watercolor. They're actually like all different. This is all watercolor. You can kind of tell in like the details of the cats. And then this guy is made with like acrylic paint pens, which you can see give it like this like really cool texture. And then this is mostly ink and then a little bit of the paint pens for the olive leaves. Yeah. I've been borrowing, my sibling got some nice art supplies and they have been kind enough to share. Aw, doggo's name is Bentley. That's cute. Enjoy your walk, pendulous dragon. The nice lady over there. Let's see, this feral, dirty Mary Poppins paints portraits and spins liquid drums and bass like a pro. That's amazing. She's open for commissions and keeps the chat wild. Just don't let her catch you being respectable. It's 18 plus only. Twitch.tv/the nice lady over there. Cool. Yeah, I'll check her out. Let me go back to... I'm following. All right. British, so respectable. Patience. Also, YouTube, I'm gonna take a little minute to chill. Because you guys haven't been able to check out the merch store the same way that my Twitch audience has. I'm torn because AI like that, you can pause and rewind and play faster. because I like that. Oh, but I do. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like the community is really where it's at on Twitch. Like the way you can interact with people is a lot more like is a lot more personal, and you can build community a little bit easier. And like I feel like just the way the chat moves, it's just like more parasocial. Alright. Whoa, it got big. Okay, so this is the merch store. It's super cool. Like, Kick seems to me like it may get raided by the FBI at any moment. I mean, yeah. Oh, where did you post this, Soul? I'm curious. Yeah, I don't do the YouTube very often, so it was kind of nice to see some people showed up right away. I was like, oh, cool. Anyway, so intro to the merch store. On our front page, we've got our video highlights, and then some of the, they're all new products. But some of my favorites, these fucking leggings that I want. I want them. I think they will make your butt look great. Look at this booty. Like they're colorized and styled in a way that it should be really flattering. It should be a really flattering design the way I designed them. But these took me a lot of time. So I hope somebody buys them. Back to home. This hoodie, I gotta get one for my mom. I think I should rearrange the photos on that so it shows the back before it shows all of the front. That makes sense. Okay, let's check out some other stuff. Are y'all familiar with 𝘗𝘬𝘦𝘦? The revolutionary Palestinian PFLP fighter? Or who some have called a terrorist? I designed this. This is an infamous photo of her when she was part of the Palestinian resistance and helped assist in a hijacking. And I added a Palestinian flag in the background with some little Easter eggs. You know, she is a Marxist. Olive leaves in the green. Fist for revolution. I'm really excited about this. But, I mean, you kind of got to know who she is. So, some other stuff that you guys might find cool. Yoga pants. This top is really nice. Like, I would wear this. Oh, this is the shirt I designed for AC. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? And yeah, I think I like the heather gray better than the solid black or the, is it anthracite? Yeah, it was so cool. AC was saying that Letterhack had been meaning to design a shirt for him that said that, and I was like, I got you. 20 minutes later, hey, here's your shirt. And it's already arrived. It has already been delivered. That is amazing. So cool. You want to be a pink pony girl? We got crop tops, stickers, and a tank. Sophia style koozie. Stickers, patches, hoodies, more stickers, another patch. This is the shirt I slept in last night. I was gonna wear it on stream, but I drooled in my sleep and it got gross. So I had to change. Oh my god. Good morning, Carla. How are you doing? Everyone, please follow Carla's wild ride. What else did I want to show you guys? Twitch, part of the reason I'm doing this is because we're streaming on YouTube for the first time in like forever. So I want to be able to give YouTube a good glance at all the products I have. And like, because a lot of the merch that like I've been making, I'll be like, hey, I just made this new piece of merch, check it out. And then we go over like the backstory and everything. So there's a little bit of history in a lot of these things. You know, starting with some art pieces that I made in high school, just out of high school, turned into posters. Heinz finally got your sticker. Let's go. No pressure, Samiwa. That's amazing. I just hope you like what you got. And then we've got Disability Pride mug, Disability Pride sticker, our Scout emote, Palestine sticker, the logo, the Scout Palestine mug, Kit Fam Love sticker, Kit Fam Love hoodie, the Scout Palestine oversized hoodie, which I really like this hoodie. Because it's like, it's the biggest one that they sell. Thank you for saying that, Samiwa. I'm glad you really like the stuff you've gotten. I really like this design that I made. Like, hey guys, come look at all my stuff. And then I'm debating on whether I really needed zip-up hoodies. So I'm like, the hoodie I want is this one, the Right to Return zip-up hoodie in green, but I can't afford it right now. But that's the hoodie I want. I really like zip-up hoodies this time of year. Let's see. Sticker collection. All right. Yeah, that is my merch store. Have we dropped a link for the merch in YouTube chat yet? I think this will do both. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please check out the merch store. And once we get a few more sales, we'll be able to do the giveaways on the hype trains. But for right now, it's paused. Because I have no balance. So I can't like deduct from it until I make some more money off of it. So, you know, once we get some more sales, we will reenact the level 4 hype train merch giveaway. Maybe we'll find out something to do for YouTube too. You can find some good gems at Marshall's. I tried replacing a hoodie there. I got there and it was like 180 bucks on their website. Yeah. I just, I don't really have the ability to like go shopping anymore because of the neuropathy. It's really difficult to shop or like to stand, to shop, to browse. Like all of that is incredibly painful, and it's uncomfortable with a walker. It's uncomfortable in a wheelchair. Like online shopping has really helped, but you definitely can get some good deals at places like Marshall's or Ross or TJ Maxx. I have to let the cat out. Regulus, you're so rude. I'm working. Can you wait? No? Okay, I'll be right back, everybody. Never mind, he used his pump. He used his paws. Okay. Ooh, let the cat out. Twitch has better emotes, definitely. It's also just like I'm not monetized on YouTube, so like I can't make any money on YouTube unless people just directly donate. Carpe Packs! Welcome in! Okay. It is about that time. Yes, the 50% of all my revenue going to Jeff Bezos, it sucks. Like, you know, when people like my content enough that they are willing to actually pay for it, and then Amazon is like, well, we're gonna take half. Am I excited for Join-A-Side? That's funny. All right, y'all. All right, we're going to start off with some, highly important news. The most newsy. Hi, Catboy Ray. Welcome in.
You guys gonna do laps? You doing laps, Stacy? Oh, you some good girls.
Oh my. Oh, it's all... I gotta read. Initially thought to be a temporary name, but Nathan stuck. This cat formed an unbreakable bond with her parents. Wait for me, Dad. She follows her dad everywhere. Curious about the outdoor world. Nathan's parents started taking her to the beach. They began training her with a harness and a leash, letting Nathan explore the beach with her sibling, Winnie. She discovered the joy of sand, sun, and surprisingly, the water. Nathan now swims as freely and as often as she can. She's even tried paddleboarding. I am narrating. Nathan's story challenges the myth that all cats hate water. But swimming remains her most loved activity. I missed something because I was reading chat. Nathan also loves to join her parents on hikes. But Nathan isn't the only adventurous family member. Yeah, you gotta be really adventurous if you want to take your cats, like, with you to all these places that, like, I don't even want to go.
Come on, Wayne. Let's go.
Oh, are they Australian? It sounds Australian.
This way. Come on. Oh, you're so clever.
It's louder on YouTube? That's interesting. Let's go. Democracy win.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
So I'm pleased to say that President Biden will announce today an additional $250 million security assistance package for Ukraine. It will surge more capabilities to meet Ukraine's evolving requirements and will deliver them at the speed of war.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announces more U.S. aid for Ukraine days after a Russian airstrike killed at least 51 people in central Ukraine in one of the deadliest strikes since Russia launched its invasion. We'll go to Kyiv to speak with the former CNN correspondent 𝘗𝘬𝘦𝘦, who founded the humanitarian organization Inara. We'll also talk to her about Gaza, where she just spent 2 weeks.
How it is that the United States is allowing Israel to continue to besiege the Strip in such a way. And remember, it was on day one that Israel cut off electricity, water, and basically vowed to cut off, any form of assistance.
Then to Fred Trump III, Donald Trump's nephew. He says President Trump once told him as they sat in the Oval Office that disabled Americans should just die.
And he goes, those people, all those.
Yeah, so also in the West Bank, I'm sure we'll get into it, but I believe that they have withdrawn forces after 9 days of military operations where they detained, murdered individuals, and tore up roads, destroyed homes, destroyed businesses. Yeah, and then, as we're talking about, this, so moving on to this, I talk about disability rights and disability justice on the stream as often as I can, as often as we come across new things and new things to learn, and it's really been helpful to me. So hear eugenics like this, just blatant, no dog whistle, no, well, maybe society would be like the liberal rationalization of it still occurs, right? So it's like they're both bad. One is more insidious. I would almost rather my fascists tell me they're fascists to my face.
Expenses. Those people should just die. I'm Fred Trump. I'm the father of William Trump, a young man with complex disabilities. Donald has never asked and not once has ever met William, which is, frankly, he's missed out on a lot.
Fred Trump III is author of the new book, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got to Be This Way. He'll join us in studio. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The UN's warning more than 1 million people in central and southern Gaza received no food rations in August, adding to a beyond catastrophic situation in the war-torn Palestinian enclave. Gaza's health ministry, meanwhile...
Yeah, remember we watched that video from Warographics that was saying there isn't any widespread famine. People literally aren't receiving food. What do you call that?
Says Israel's hindering the delivery of polio vaccines as its military refuses to coordinate the entry of medical teams in southern Gaza. This all comes...
So, like, what? The disabled thing? He was Trump. That was Trump's brother saying that Trump said that to him in the Oval Office. And yeah, also it's like, oh, well, here's my new book. And I'm like, okay, fuck off. Like, it's an interesting headline, but I'm not going to talk about your book.
Amidst ongoing Israeli aerial and ground attacks. Death wars were reported in Gaza City and the Nuseirat refugee camp earlier today. In Khan Yunis, mourners grieve their murdered loved ones at Nasser Hospital, including this mother whose son was killed by an Israeli strike.
A cry of pain comes from the depths of my heart. I want the whole world to hear it. The sound of my pain
Trump's
burns
brother's
like fire
son.
from
Thank
within.
you.
My heart is heavy, full of pain.
As mass protests in Israel continue to demand a ceasefire and hostage release deal, Hamas has accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
I haven't checked that out yet, but I've just seen some memes.
Continuing to block a deal as he refuses to withdraw Israeli forces from Gaza's border with Egypt. The U.S. Justice Department earlier this week indicted Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar and 5 others with terrorism and other charges over the October 7th attack in Israel. Israeli forces are continuing their deadly raids in the occupied West Bank, including in Nablus, Balata, Bethlehem, Hebron, and Ramallah. In Jenin and Tulkarem, Israeli troops withdrew after a 10-day raid, which killed a reported 36 people and left a trail of destruction. This is 𝘗𝘍𝘬𝘭𝘦𝘴 from the Tulkarem refugee camp.
This was the worst night. Everyone left their homes, but I did not, because I am disabled. My nephews told me they are going to leave, and I told them I will not go anywhere. Whatever God's willing will happen. There was sounds of strikes here and behind the house. They raised everything. Look at it, the shooting and sound grenades. I was reading the Quran all night so that God will protect us. 78 years. I have never witnessed anything like this. From 1948 to 67 to all the intifadas and all that I have witnessed, but nothing was like this.
Earlier today, Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, called on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to include the defeat of Hamas and other groups in the occupied West Bank as part of Israel's war objectives. Ben-Gvir has repeatedly called for Israel to annex the West Bank. In Georgia, authorities arrested the father of the 14-year-old suspect who is admitted to killing 2 students and 2 teachers at Appalachia High School in the city of Winder on Wednesday.
He is charged with the following: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. Mr. Gray, these charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon.
Earlier in the day, President Biden called for parents of underage shooters to be held responsible for gun deaths and reiterated his call on Congress to ban assault weapons and tighten gun control laws.
It's like the same thing with the ceasefire. Like, if you wanted it, you could do it. If you wanted to stop mass shootings, you could. But you don't.
A shooter's father had reportedly purchased the AR-15 style rifle used in the massacre as a Christmas present for his 14-year-old son last year, months after the teenager was questioned by authorities over online shooting threats. Meanwhile, in Chicago, authorities have charged a suspect with first-degree murder over the shooting death of 4 passengers on Chicago's L train Monday. 3 of the victims were sleeping when they were killed.
God.
Kamala Harris is calling for a 28% capital gains tax rate for Americans who earn.
That is terrifying. Just be like taking a nap on the L and then end up getting shot. I wonder what the motive
Over
was behind
$1
that.
million a year. While it's an increase on the current capital gains tax of 20%, Harris's proposal is more than 10% less than the nearly 40% capital gains tax rate President Biden has proposed. The Democratic nominee unveiled her plans while on a campaign stop in New Hampshire. Harris also announced plans for a $50,000 tax benefit for new small businesses, a tenfold increase on the current deduction of $5,000 for startup expenses. The Justice Department has accused Moscow of backing a sweeping election interference scheme. On Wednesday, Attorney General Merrick Garland said his agency had seized 32 domains and indicted 2 Russian nationals for carrying out a $10 million online misinformation campaign to influence U.S. voters, he said. The Justice Department says the state-owned Russia Today, or RT television network, bankrolled the influence campaign. CNN reports the funds were used to operate Tenet Media, which has published 2,000 videos across YouTube and other social media sites since it launched late last year. Tenet's 6 far-right Trump-supporting commentators have millions of online followers. Anger is mounting over the murder of the Ugandan Olympic marathon runner Rebecca Cheptegei, who died Thursday in Kenya of organ failure, 4 days after her boyfriend doused her body in gasoline and set her on fire. Activists in Kenya are demanding authorities respond to the crisis of gender-based violence. Government data shows 40% of married women in Kenya have experienced intimate partner violence. In 2021, the Kenyan Olympic runner, Agnes Tirop, was stabbed to death by her partner, whose murder case is still ongoing. This is 𝘗𝘢𝘦𝘦, another professional runner and friend of Rebecca Cheptegei.
I can say we are still in shock and we are in pain, especially as athletes. And this thing happening in Kenya, this is the second time an athlete is being attacked. We remember the case of Agnes Tirop. Now it has come to Rebecca, so we are not happy.
In public health news, the Democratic Republic of Congo received its first delivery of Mpox vaccine doses on Thursday as cases continue to surge. The organization Gavi, a global vaccine alliance, said it hopes the virus can be contained with the rapid distribution of vaccines in order to prevent another global crisis on the scale of COVID-19.
Mpox, in particular, is actually happening in conflict areas. And access in conflict areas is not always guaranteed. Children are actually taking the highest hit because you have to look at the case fatality. The case fatality for children is much higher. So it goes without saying that children are actually then a high priority group.
Nicaragua's government has freed 135 political and religious prisoners accused of supporting anti-government protests following secret talks negotiated by the Biden administration. The prisoners were flown to Guatemala, where they'll have an opportunity to apply for U.S. residency. Since 2018, Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega has ordered the arrest of hundreds of political opponents, including many Catholic priests and bishops, while shutting down more than 5,000 civic organizations. The Biden administration's pressing Honduras to reverse its decision to end its long-running extradition treaty with the United States. Pressure on President Xiomara Castro has mounted since last weekend, when her brother-in-law, Carlos Zelaya, admitted to reporters he met in 2013 with the leader of a narco-trafficking operation who offered to support Castro's failed bid for the presidency that year. His admission came just days after the U.S. ambassador criticized Honduras's defense minister for meeting with his Venezuelan counterpart, who was indicted by the U.S. on drug trafficking charges in 2020. Last week, Honduran President Castro accused the U.S. and opposition groups of plotting a coup, like the U.S.-backed ouster of her husband, then-President Manuel Zelaya, in 2009.
I want to tell you, a plan against my government is being hatched. The people must know it.
To see our coverage of that coup, go to democracynow.org. Authorities in Haiti have expanded a state of emergency to the entire nation amidst worsening gang violence. On Wednesday, acting Prime Minister 𝘗𝘢𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵 said he distributed weapons to the Haitian army and the national police in order to retake territory controlled by gangs. The order came a day before U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's arrival in Haiti. On Thursday, Blinken met with 𝘗𝘢𝘭𝘭, where he praised the Kenyan-led international security mission in Haiti and urged Haitian officials to prepare for Haiti's first national election since 2016. Many Haitians have opposed the U.S.-backed mission, as past international interventions have contributed to political destabilization and humanitarian crises in Haiti.
Blinken is in the country to manage his interests and the interests of the United States, because the weapons with which the gangs operate come from the United States. He's not going to do anything for us. His visit is a joke.
Hunter Biden pleaded guilty to 9 federal tax charges Thursday, just hours before jury selection was set to begin in his trial. Though the surprise plea means he'll avoid a lengthy trial, Hunter Biden still faces up to 17 years in prison and fines of up to $1.3 million for crimes including tax evasion, filing fraudulent tax returns, and failing to pay $1.4 million in taxes from 2016 to 2019. Hunter Biden will be sentenced on December 16th by a Trump-appointed judge. Separately, Hunter Biden faces sentencing in November for convictions on 3 felony gun charges in Delaware. President Biden has repeatedly vowed not to pardon his son or commute possible prison sentences. Here in New York, federal agents have raided the homes of at least 4 top officials with the administration of Mayor Eric Adams. On Wednesday, agents reportedly seized phones and other devices from First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright, Deputy Mayor for Criminal Justice Philip Banks III, NYPD Commissioner Edward Caban, and Timothy Pearson, a former high-ranking police official and top advisor to Adams. It's unclear why the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York ordered the raids. So far, Mayor Adams has not been charged with a crime. Last November, federal agents seized phones and a laptop from Adams' home and raided the home of his campaign treasurer as part of an investigation into whether the campaign received illegal donations from Turkey. Mayor Adams is a former police officer. In other news from New York, 50 activists were arrested Thursday at the final action of the Summer of Heat series of protests at the Citibank headquarters. Faith leaders, scientists, climate and peace activists gathered again in a joint protest to demand Citibank stop funding fossil fuel projects and an end to the war on Gaza. This is Maureen Stubblefield of the Climate Reality Leadership Corps speaking to the NYPD as she was being arrested.
Citibank is the largest funder of new fossil fuel exploration and extraction in the world. That's why we're here. We're here for you and your children. We're here for our world.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Coming up, as Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announces more U.S. aid for Ukraine days after a Russian airstrike killed at least 51 people in central Ukraine in one of the deadliest strikes since Russia launched its invasion, we'll go to Kyiv. Stay with us.
every time I shed tears in the last past years when I passed through the hills.
Okay. We are in good shape.
What images return Hawaiian for the roots of the woods, that origin of all my strong and strange moods. I lost something in the hills. I lost something in the hills. I grew up in declivities. Others grow up in cities where first love.
That was lovely. Okay. Wish we could do a music break. Comradsky. Amy is so divisive. Like, she's so not, but like honestly is. Okay. We're gonna take a little bit of a garbage break.
I'm honestly like shocked to my core by who
Liz.
I've seen in our media environment completely flip. People who I genuinely like.
Yeah, we're trying it out today with cross streaming to YouTube to see how that works. And then maybe tomorrow we'll try to cross stream over on Kick and see how that works. Because Kick is a lot easier to make revenue on than it is on YouTube. So I know it's a scary place, but I'll be there with you. AC. All right. I'm sure a lot of you saw this. This is a clip from the Vanguard, and I know a lot of you watch the Vanguard, but I was streaming, so I missed it. And I also missed this Bad Faith podcast about AOC with Brianna Joy Gray and Savvy Sabs. Which, like, we covered it a little bit from... Who was it that we were watching? And they were like, oh, I don't know, AOC's right. And I'm like, except... Not really. Okay, so this is about Brianna Joy Gray calling out Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske for not being pro-third party enough, which I have been saying for years. Who owns Kick? Well, see, the problem with Kick, I think, is that it has associations with, like, slots and gambling. Like, it allows gambling. And so that's one reason that makes it problematic, but it also makes it a lot more profitable. Rumble. Oh, no.
And have respect for the work that they do. So I'm like really trying very hard to keep individual names out of it. But I think you know the group that I'm alluding to. I mean, there are people who fully endorse Jill Stein who are now talking about Kamala like being better than Biden and improving agendas, and all she has to do is signal in this way and that way. And I think you made
That's a complete misrepresentation of the left, and we can go ahead and throw this clip up here if we want to play it for the people. But what was your initial reaction to that clip that came out, Kevin?
Well, I think that it's interesting. You know, we've been talking a lot about Brianna Joy Gray, and we've been having kind of a strategic debate on this podcast. And I find it interesting that Brianna, you know, she finds herself in this at this crossroads of disagreement with a lot of her peers, as she is about to discuss, as she's about to mention. You're about to see that. But instead of having on any of those peers who disagree with her to actually discuss this, and I'm not even talking about us. I'm not even sure she's referencing us in this video. You guys can let us know.
Well, she says friends, and she probably would have said serfs and subjects if she was referring to us.
About to mention your
of the left, and we can go ahead and
sorry, I have to run this back.
I
apologize.
I mean, there are people who fully endorse Jill Stein who are now talking about Kamala being better than Biden and improving agendas, and all she has to do is signal in this way and that way. I think you made
that's a complete misrepresentation of the left.
You didn't even say anything. There's some missing context here. Because, he goes off about, I don't know what she was referencing in this clip and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you must have cut out the important part. Because I'm like, all I heard her saying is that there were people who have endorsed Jill Stein who are now saying that all Kamala has to do is do signaling. And it's disingenuous.
Left, and we can go ahead and throw this clip up here if we want to play it for the people. But what was your initial reaction to that clip that came out, Kevin?
Well, I think that it's interesting. We've been talking a lot about Brianna Joy Gray, and we've been having kind of a strategic debate on this podcast. And I find it interesting that Brianna, she finds herself at this crossroads of disagreement with a lot of her peers, as she is about to discuss, as she's about to mention. You're about to see that. But instead of having on any of those peers who disagree with her to actually discuss this, and I'm not even talking about us. I'm not even sure she's referencing us in this video. You guys can let us know.
Well, she says friends, and she probably would have said serfs and subjects if she was referring to us, plebeians, Philistines.
Yeah, so Arnalda, that's her point is valid. That there are people who were very much anti-Biden and fully endorse Jill Stein and are now just kind of coconut pilled. So and yeah, these are two white boys from Kansas City. So I mean, I don't like to bring, identity politics into everything. I want to listen to what they have to say, but I'm we're missing some context, so I'm confused.
Philistines, something a little less charitable. So I doubt it was actually in reference to us.
So again, you guys let us know who you think that Bria is talking about, because she doesn't actually have the guts to name who she's talking about. She won't actually mention by name her colleagues who she's so disappointed in. Obviously, we know she's disappointed in us. She said that on Twitter, but
we can excuse ourselves from her mentions and our esteems. Unfortunately, we're not going to excuse her from our mentions because we love to talk about this shit. We're not going anywhere.
Exactly. But I do think that, just from a integrity perspective as a commentator, and specifically Brianna, who we know is a really, really good debater. I would never take that away from Brianna.
She's
no matter what the disagreement in question is. Brianna is an excellent debater. In general, she's an excellent communicator, and I've enjoyed a lot of bad faith podcast debates. I think that's the best content that she produces. So I do find it really interesting. You're at this crossroads, you're having this disagreement with a lot of colleagues, people that you even call your friend in this clip. Instead of having any of those people on your show to talk about this, to hash it out, and we'll see, maybe it happens. I hope it happens. We'd love to react to it. But instead of doing that, you're going to have on a sycophant, someone who already 100% agrees with you on this issue, so that you can go back and forth saying exactly to each other for an hour and a half. I just, is this really intellectually engaging? Even if you were already on the third party left, if you're 100% consolidated in that opinion, you really think this is engaging commentary to sit here and listen to these two people go back and forth, affirming each other's opinions and saying, oh, wow, you're so right about that. You're so right. Come on, let's have a little bit of a contrast. Let's actually see, a battle of ideas. You know what I'm saying? I would actually enjoy that conversation. I'd actually like to see Brianna Joy Gray engage with someone like Crystal Ball or Kyle Kulinski. Again, I'm not even talking about ourselves. This isn't about, oh, we want to invite on the Bad Faith podcast. We want to debate Brianna and grow our platform.
That would never happen because her audience would melt down and start pissing and shitting simultaneously because Jimmy hates us. And that's exactly why she doesn't have somebody on that's improper to debate and talk to. And the reason that they don't have an actual conversation is because you're going to get backed into a corner. You can't have a debate about this because your strategy is to keep losing, but losing self-righteously. And they're so delusional. The third party movement right now, it's so delusional. That's why we need
maybe if people like you who have an audience talked about candidates in more than just two-party framing, we wouldn't be continuously losing.
to be the ones that served as a wake-up call, because we actually care about this movement, because we actually want to see third-party success in our lifetime. And you can't do it this way, because you're going to watch people laugh and mock the fact that the candidate that they support is bleeding credibility, even amongst people who ostensibly agree with them, right? They're going to talk about how everybody else is so shameful and wrong. They're not going to talk about how, oh my God, that's horrible for us, guys. Do you know what Gavin and I used to do when Bernie Sanders would do something that we knew was going to cost him a lot of support in the polls? We'd be like, dude,
that's
like,
so true.
Do you remember? This is a great example. There are two that come to mind, but the big one was one where I personally really agreed with him. I know Kyle agreed with him too, and Kyle made a video being like, Bernie, shut up. We're trying to win Iowa right now. And it was when they asked him if everybody, if he thought that prisoners should have a right to vote. And he said, yes, if you're in this country and you're,
he said felons. Yeah.
Oh, felons. Sorry. Felons. And then they asked him, but he also clarified that he thought that prisoners should have the right to vote, because they asked him.
You guys gonna do that?
I'm honestly
from the freaking bottom party movement, and you're watching the Jill Stein ticket right
for us, guys. Do you know what Gavin and I used to do when Bernie Sanders? We're trying to win Iowa right now. And it was when
sorry about that.
They asked him if everybody, if he thought that prisoners should have a right to vote. And he said, yes, if you're in this country and you're, he
said felons. Yeah.
Oh, felons. Sorry. Felons. And then they asked him, but he also clarified that he thought that prisoners should have the right to vote, because they asked him if he thought the Boston bomber should be able to vote. And he said, yes. And that was Bernie being an honest, authentic politician. But all of us in the background were like, hey man, I would have, if I'm your campaign manager, I'm telling you to skirt out of that one. Get out of there. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, we've set this up for a while. Let's hear from Brianna and Sabby, unless you have anything to add, Gavin.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. And again, I don't find this particularly intellectually engaging. And I think you're 100% right, Zach. If you actually care about the third party movement, and you're watching the Jill Stein ticket right now bleed support, even from commentators and channels that are theoretically sympathetic to the third party movement, the reaction would not be like, haha, see how much better we are than all these other people. Isn't this crazy how this club is increasingly niche,
Catboy
and
Ray.
everyone's heading for the exits, but we're still here. The bar closed 2 hours ago, but we're still hanging out in the basement, drinking from the freaking bottles of liquor under the cabinet. Like, isn't that awesome? Isn't this great? Can't believe everyone else went home. We're still having a freaking awesome party here. I can't believe these losers exited. That's the vibe it gives. And again, there's no constructive criticism. There's no attempt to analyze the situation, to do a post-mortem of the third party movement. There's no attempt to rebuild something that actually would be potentially successful in the future. No, it's all just, let's shame everyone else for leaving the bar 2 hours ago when it closed.
100%.
I'm honestly shocked to my core by who I've seen in our media environment completely flip.
What's crazy is she's not talking about Jimmy Dore, who these people constantly stroke off at every opportunity.
People who I genuinely like and have respect for the work that they do. So
I'm sorry.
Really
I am not I've been following Brianna Joy Gray for a while. She has not said anything positive about Jimmy Dore in a long time.
Individual names out of it, but I think the group that I'm alluding to.
Why not just say it? If everybody knows the group that you're alluding to and you're so confident and it's hysterical to you, why not just say it? Why not just call people out? Why not just have, whomever is
then it becomes
most
drama,
esteemed,
not a critique.
Obviously, we've been dismissed as humble subjects. We were once credible sources when we agreed with you, but now that we've had
isn't about you.
dissent. We've been banished. But that's fine. You can have somebody on with more clout than us, that's for sure, right? To have this argument with, but instead she's got no interest in that.
I mean, there are people who fully endorse Jill Stein who are now talking about Kamala like being better than Biden and improving agendas, and all she has to do is signal in this way and that way. I think you made a really important point, which is that we prided ourselves as leftists kind of in the Bernie.
Exactly what I mean. People, she has an issue with people talking about how Kamala Harris might be better than Joe Biden. Like, that's just obviously true in a variety of ways, right? Like, she is better than Joe Biden. There's a reason why a lot of people were trying to.
No, I'm sorry. If you are this coconut pilled and you can't see there is very little daylight between the policies of those two administrations, you're just drinking the fucking Kool-Aid and spreading propaganda.
Get Joe Biden off the Democratic ticket because he was one of the worst freaking American presidents of our lifetime. Yeah, I think it's something to be excited about that he's no longer the candidate. And with Kamala, she has a very mixed track record. We've been relentlessly critical of her, but there is the chance that she could be better on some issues, like Israel, for example, because Joe Biden is a committed Zionist. We know that he's not going to change his position. There is a chance that Kamala could go in a different direction because she's more savvy, she's more online, she cares more about her popularity, she cares more about polling, she's more receptive to pushback and pressure, etc. Are we not allowed to talk about these things? Like, I don't think it's doing propaganda for Kamala Harris to acknowledge that, yeah, I hope she's better than Joe Biden. I think there's a chance she could be.
There's also just the ginormous elephant in the room that if you're not so in a bubble and you just talk to regular Americans out on the street, they want somebody with a functional brain to be their president. They want somebody who they can look at and make a quick judgment that they're relatively sane and functional by the metrics that we've historically judged politicians, right? Anybody that becomes American president is a psychopath. Okay, sure, guy. But I'm just telling you, in relation to
just
our
don't consume political commentary if that's your opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you even interested in listening to people talk about these people if you just want to hear that they're psychopaths? Which, you're not wrong, but again, it's like, why are you even listening to political commentary?
It's like the guy that shows up to your football watch party and talks about how he thinks sports are dumb. It's like, okay, guy, well, the joke's on you because you came to my party, which is about watching the football game, right? You're not better than everybody. Right. You're just a dork.
And by the way, we can do this in other contexts too. Like in the Republican Party primary, I probably said that like Nikki Haley would be a better president than Donald Trump.
100%.
Does that make me a Nikki Haley supporter? Obviously not. I am so opposed to everything Nikki Haley stands for, but I can still be like, on abortion, she'd probably be better.
Probably. All of this seems like a lot of fucking cope. Oh, she'll probably be better on Israel. Like, but has she said she would enact an arms embargo? No. Has she said on day one, I am gonna add a constitutional amendment to make healthcare and abortion a human right? No. No.
You had a better answer than Trump did on the debate stage about abortion. She's not probably going to try to like stay in power illegally and steal an election if she loses. Like, you can list things about Nikki Haley that would, that would make you sound like, oh, are you excited about Nikki Haley? Are you cheerleading for Nikki Haley? Oh, no, obviously not. But I'm saying that she's better than Donald Trump. In the same way, yeah, I can acknowledge that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are better than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Harris Walz, infinitely more exciting ticket than Harris, Biden Harris. That's just objective fact from a progressive perspective.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you guys can't objectively analyze the situation, but that's what most people want. Most people want to understand how the cookie's going to crumble. But anyway, let's take in a little more of this.
Sphere of understanding to judge candidates on the basis of the money they take and the people they are beholden to. And to look at Kamala Harris with her multi-millions from AIPAC and a bunch of other big Zionist donors and not have any skepticism of this. The same way that there are these people on the right now, of course, who are looking at Tulsi Gabbard hugged up with Rabbi Shmuley, and RFK Jr. obviously hugged up with Rabbi Shmuley and making the case that that Trump is going to be good on this issue, are also crazy. But I don't have expectations of them. I have higher expectations of my friends on the left who purported to know better.
Well, you should have higher expectation of your audience, because all of the people that watch you are also, making the case that, oh, actually, you know what? Donald Trump would be better than Kamala because X, Y, and Z. And, he's actually more anti-war, and Kamala is a deranged Zionist and her husband's her AIPAC handler. Remember all that stuff?
Yeah, it's also a weird kind of excuse that she gives here why she's not going after the Jimmy Dore left. She's like, they're not my friends. Like the people that are supporting Trump now, like, oh, so I don't have to respond to those people, even though I constantly signal boost them.
That's what Jimmy used to always say.
Exactly, and it's like she was just.
Dislike this video. I'm getting mad. Like, I don't agree with AOC's take, and I don't agree with a lot of the liberals online saying that she's right and that third parties are predatory. Like, that is ridiculous. And then I believe, here, let me do their job for them, because they are not doing this well. I believe what happened is Brianna Gregory had on Zabby Sabs, and they discussed that was a bad faith argument. And then because of that, and, I'm gleaning that they mentioned, hey, there are pundits and media figures who should be platforming third-party candidates so we don't end up in the system. And these guys are like, oh, but you didn't call out Jimmy Dore. Like, who gives a fuck about Jimmy Dore? Move on. This is triggering. Being paternalized to by dipshits put me in fistfight mode. Oh my gosh. No. No fistfight. Oh yeah, she did tweet out recently Jimmy was right about something. I don't know. It's shitty. These comments are very disheartening. Well, this one's interesting. She's also probably calling out 𝘗𝘬𝘬. 𝘗𝘬𝘬's last couple videos have been very much about the importance of voting for Harris and how she's getting piled on for not being pro-Palestine enough. Never mind how 𝘗𝘬𝘬 was more than likely bullied off of Twitter by the Palestine or nothing set online. Bullshit. Edit. Because Palestine is an important issue, protests should not stop if Harris is elected. Activism for Palestine needs to persist. But other issues are just as important. No, they're I'm sorry, there's nothing that takes precedent over a genocide. When the genocide comes here, I would hope that everyone would drop shit and oh, well, immigrants and women's body autonomy and LGBTQ, and it's like, yeah, when the genocide happens, I hope that other people would help. So why are you just like, well, it's a genocide over there, we have to worry about our own shit? Very lib. Very lib. Okay, let's move on. Oh, okay, we're gonna stay mad. We're gonna stay mad for a minute and get into some TYT fear mongering. Yeah, TYT takedown. Let's go. Fuck the young turfs. I hate them. And then we'll do something good.
You're watching footage from last August featuring members of the Venezuelan gang Trend.
You want to donate? Donate.
De Aragua, breaking into an apartment unit in Aurora, Colorado. Now, a shooting later broke out in the building's parking lot. And there's also some video footage that shows armed men confronting a driver in the parking lot of the apartment complex. Let's put that up.
Just the way she fucking emphasizes everything. Like, the parking lot. There was a shooting. Like, her news speak is so, like, insidious and propagandist and harmful.
So if you look closely at the kind of upper right-hand side, you see a car parked and you see individuals approaching that vehicle armed with guns. Luckily, in this case, the footage doesn't show anyone getting hurt or getting shot. But apparently this particular apartment complex, according to some of the residents and former residents, has been riddled with all sorts of gang violence over the last year. But this incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not there is a problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings. And the local government can't seem to keep its facts straight or its story straight. So look, at first, I'm
gonna cherry pick a bunch of anecdotes that support my narrative and tell you guys that Venezuelan gangs are running the country.
Aurora, Colorado, admitted that there actually is a problem with Venezuelan gangs. Let's watch.
These gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants, and so they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through intimidation and then collected the rents.
Let's check out this Fox News propagandist and get our information from that. Because that's what TYT, the home of the mainstream progressives, does. Reggie, can't you just chill? I'm working.
Arrests have been made, but these operations are still ongoing.
After that, it appeared that the state and local leaders kind of went into panic mode because they started to claim that there's no problem at all. What do you mean? This is a figment of your imagination. In fact, the governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination. And Aurora's interim police chief said that the gangs had not taken over one of the complexes. Now, depending on what you're hearing different things. And whether or not this is a widespread problem in Aurora, Colorado remains to be seen. Let's be clear about that. But the issue of this Venezuelan gang carrying out violent acts and crimes in the area, there seems to be a lot of evidence of that, while the Democratic lawmakers and leaders in the state and local level want to pretend like it's not happening at all.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back,
Oh
come
my
back.
God.
Because before the video continues, we just
Fucking mid-roll jump scare ads. You are desperate. Desperate. 6 million subscribers, desperate for money.
just want to urge you to lend your
had caught word that hires the Perkins Coie law firm, and I've loaned a lot of money out. I want to. There's a law firm representing the lender to the landlord of that apartment complex. Okay, remember this.
Oh, gotta protect the landlords. Gotta protect the landlords. Gotta protect that private property that we own and extort to people. that they fucking need to survive. Gotta protect the landlords. Jesus.
This is the lender. The lender wants to know, hey, I've loaned a lot of money out. I want to know what's going on with this apartment complex. So the lender hires the Perkins Coie law firm, and they start to investigate claims of gang violence because the lender had caught word that there was an issue of gang violence at this apartment complex. The law firm says that it interviewed witnesses and reviewed video from the Whispering Pines, that's the name of the apartment complex, for its investigation. They then shared their report with Aurora, Colorado's top administrators on August 9th. Now, the video that we showed you earlier was taken later in August. So even before that incident occurred, there were already concerns about gang violence. There was already a law firm investigating it on behalf of the lender. And
so it sounds like it's being fucking investigated, Anna.
They submit their report on August 9th, and they also sent it to a local CBS News affiliate. And the report was further confirmed by the Aurora Police Department, which is now denying that there's a problem of Venezuelan gang violence at this apartment complex. So first, here's what the report found. The evidence we have reviewed indicates that gang members are engaging in flagrant trespass violations, assaults and battery, human trafficking and sexual abuse of minors, unlawful firearms possession, extortion, and other criminal activities, often targeting vulnerable Venezuelan and other immigrant populations. So the person who authored the report on behalf of the law firm, T. Marcus Funk, wrote, and he is a former U.S. attorney. So look, for the lefties who are watching this, who are concerned, oh my God, please, please, please don't report the truth because it's going to paint migrants in a negative light. The migrants are the ones who are victimized by this. So if you care about migrants, if you care about immigrants,
Anna, the point is that crime is fucking down. So reporting on this at all as a mainstream issue is hurting migrants. Because it's not fucking news. Crime is not news. Crime reports aren't news reports. And all it does is serve to fearmonger and further racialize and segregate our society.
You should not want them to live under these conditions. Let me go to more of the report where they write that the gang activity at Whispering Pines escalated in 2024, according to the document obtained by CBS News Colorado. In April of 2024, a housekeeper called the property manager, informing him that two individuals at the property went into an apartment, came out with large firearms, and were coming to kill him, the property manager. The individuals were apparently past due on rent. The property manager said, quote, that the two individuals were arrested as they were coming to kill him, end quote. The report says the men, who were armed with large...
Yeah, why do gangs form in the first place? Why do we have an influx of Venezuelan migrants? I wonder what happened in Venezuela. Is that an Anna emote? It's too little, I can't see it.
Large firearms were gang members. Now, the property manager went on to say that the gang members allegedly stabbed a Whispering Pines resident for refusing to pay rent to the gang.
How high is the rent? What are the wages? Can people afford to live there? Let's see. Komradsky says, so I found a guy named Edward Romero who lives in Colorado who used to be a U.S. ambassador to Spain during the Bush administration. So that's who they were quoting. Aren't they also in NYC with the gang people taking over the apartments? I don't know. I don't, like I was saying, crime isn't news. Fear mongering. A report on people going through struggles. Yeah, Soul Life, what happened was I unmodded you so I could mod you as a managing moderator. Crime is down, like, historically from, you know, not a historic low, but it's very much down from the Trump years. all crime.
Gang. Since then, the property has recorded footage of gang members knocking on doors without authorization or without any justification, attempting to collect rent from the tenants of Whispering Pines.
Sounds like they were trying to organize their community.
And then in June, the report says suspected gang members approached the property manager and offered to help the manager if he agreed to pay the gang 50% of everything the property management company collected in rent. Now, the investigators who wrote the report said gang members said that they were taking over vacant units at this apartment complex and would start collecting rent from the tenants. And they allegedly said, quote, "This is our business plan." One gang member told the housekeeper, if he, meaning the property manager, doesn't like it, we will fill him with bullets. The report says video footage shows 𝘗𝘓 de Agua gang members violently breaking into vacant apartments, kicking doors open, and also moving Venezuelan immigrants into the empty apartment units. And I'm about to get to confirmation of all of this by the Aurora Police Department in just a minute. But before I do, Cenk, I want to give you a chance to weigh in.
Yeah. So, guys, I don't know what the dispute's about. So the left wing is saying what? That they didn't take over the apartment buildings. They're there. They're obviously there. There's no question that they're there. And did they take over some apartments? There's no question that they took over some apartments.
What do you
so
mean?
They're saying
What do you mean took over? What does that mean? What does that mean to you? Like, okay, they threatened the property manager and they didn't pay their rent, and then they went and tried to collect rent from other tenants. Like, it sounds like they organized.
What, the lawyers are lying about the entire building being taken over. Remember, it's not the property owner. Now, a lot of people say, oh, the property owner is a bad guy. That doesn't prove anything. The property owners could be bad guys that don't take care of the rodents and the bed bugs.
All property owners are bad guys.
Etc. And a Venezuelan gang might have taken over the apartments. Those two facts are not at all logically connected. So
yes, they literally are, Cenk. What do you think the purpose is, or the inspiration, or the catalyst would be for any sort of people organizing and saying, we have to do something about this situation? Don't you think it would be the fact that it was a bad situation before? Catboy Ray, I'm gonna leave my current thoughts on Hassan out of this.
Oh, I don't see how that disproves that there's a gang there. So there's more evidence coming that Anna's got for you guys. I was very persuaded by local news. Unfortunately, we can't show the video from local news because of copyright issues. But number one, the legal report that Anna is referring to was super clear. And I don't know why people are surprised that gangs do extortion. Of course they do, right?
What do landlords do?
And then I was very persuaded by
saying gangs do extortion. What do landlords do?
Local resident, a Latina working class woman that we're going to show you in a minute, who told her story of it. So it's definitely real. The only question is it the whole building? Is it some?
Joker, I'm about to ban that emo if you don't stop.
Some of the building, and is it no big deal if it's just some of the building? So
TYT is Boomer Hassan. TYT is like liberal Fox. Like, I mean, but Hassan, okay, maybe, but Hassan is like Zennial TYT. Let's be real.
So we'll get into those questions in a little bit, but it's no question that it's a giant problem. Oh, and the other question we'll get into in a minute is who's responsible? Because that mayor, I think, is the most responsible. And he's making it seem like, oh no, Biden's the most responsible. We can get into that conversation. But brother, Biden doesn't run your city, you do. Send in the goddamn cops if you think there's.
No, we run our city, not the cops. Whatever happened to this? All cats are beautiful. What happened to forming outside social security networks that reform the idea of policing and not this oh, well, crime is bad, better call the cops. This is so elementary.
There's gangs taking over buildings.
Yeah, and it does appear, based on what one of the former residents is going to say, and you're going to hear from her, that the police didn't really want to deal with it. So we'll get to that in a moment. But in response to that law firm's report about the gang violence, basically the Aurora Police Department provided confirmation. In fact, they had their own reporting on this, and their own reporting fell in line with what this law firm was saying. So for instance, an officer reported responding to a call from a house cleaner at Whispering Pines. He said she told the police she was threatened that she needed to give up the keys to the vacant apartments at the Whispering Pine apartment so that a group of Venezuelans could move people into the Whispering Pine apartments. The officer reported, quote, suspects left, but not before warning her to comply or else they would kill her or her family. The Aurora officer wrote to fellow officers, I would highly recommend you guys take 2 to 3 friends with you when responding to any calls there. So clearly, the Aurora Police Department was spooked about responding to any calls at this apartment complex. When CBS asked the Aurora Police Department about this, especially considering how they have recently denied gang violence as a problem, here's what they said, quote, the information and claims in the letter underscore why Aurora Police Department and other law enforcement agencies formed a special task force to investigate violent crime impacting migrants and other communities in the Denver metro area. So which one is it? Is there a problem with Venezuelan gang violence in the area or isn't there? Because on one hand, they say this isn't a thing, figment of your imagination. On the other hand, they're like, no, totally. We created a special task force to deal with it. And by the way, just going back to something that Cenk referenced really quickly. So there are still tenants living in this apartment complex. Many of them are low income. Many of them are migrants. And so recently they held a protest to protest against the landlord, who does seem like a giant piece of you-know-what. They complain about bed bugs. They complain about rodents. They complain about the terrible conditions that they're living under.
No, AC, you're correct. It is all cats are beautiful.
And some of them are saying, no, the gang violence isn't the problem. The real problem is the landlord. But both things can be true, guys. The landlord being neglectful and not taking care of the building could actually attract more crime. That usually happens when gangs or criminals see a building kind of falling apart. They see it as an opportunity to come in and take over. And so I don't see that as, oh, well, it's one or the other. It could totally be both. And how do you account for all of these reports and all of this evidence that's pouring in regard to the issues that they're having, not just in this apartment complex, Cenk, but in the area in general? And look, there have also been some pretty interesting arrests ever since this story went viral. Let's go to this next graphic, where the Denver Post reports that police have identified 10 people linked to the Tren de Aragua gang who are operating in Aurora, and 6 of those people have been arrested and are in custody. Aurora police spokesperson 𝘗𝘢𝘦𝘦 told the Denver Post. Some are in custody in connection with a previously reported shooting on Nome Street in July. And so that shooting took place on July 28th. 2 people were shot. One other person was injured. Now, Moylan said that the officers have not yet arrested any gang members on charges related to collecting rent from residents at the Aurora properties. So these arrests are separate, but it also shows that there is a presence of this gang in Aurora and that police are trying to grapple with it. By the way, that interim police chief declined to comment on how many criminal acts connected to Tren de Aragua members are currently under investigation, citing the ongoing investigative work. He said the police department has been investigating the gang for a year and that the residents making complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings. Let me read that one more time.
Oh my God. Like, you're so shocked that this is a natural order of things that the gang's activity came from like migrants. Like, so what? Yeah, they probably know each other. They speak the same language. They're from the same area. They formed a coalition when they got here. I think they did great work. They shouldn't have, hurt innocent people, but everything else is fine in my book. Blue, yes, I have blue options.
So people can hear it loud and clear. The interim police chief said that the residents making complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings. Why are we allowing them to be victimized by this? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, so look, again, you're gonna hear from one of the residents in a second, and it's compelling. But I think almost everyone involved in this story is full of crap. So the governor, Jared Polis, who I like for other reasons, but in this case, Anna's 100% right. There is no problem. That's why I did a task force months earlier. Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all. And then the mayor, Mike Kaufman, who's a Republican, Polis is a Democrat. This is a problem because of the border. Brother, the border's what, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away from you? What? Do you run the city or don't you? Like, let's say that a terrible gang came in, crossed the border, which actually they largely fly in, and they drove all the way to Colorado and they came to Aurora, Colorado. So you're gonna do nothing about it because, oh, Biden should have done something earlier, so I'm just gonna let them do it.
Or busing. Remember, Denver was one of the places where Greg Abbott was busing migrants into. So I don't know I don't know how these individuals arrived to that area, but that's just something you should keep in mind because that was something that was happening.
Yeah. So Mike Hoffman, look, I'm the most mad at him because he's the one that's going, there's a big problem, and I'm not doing anything about it. So which one is it? Then I guess you're a loser, total utter loser who should definitely be fired in the next election. Who says, oh, there's giant gangs taking over buildings, and I'm not gonna send in the cops. I'm not gonna send in anyone. All I'm gonna do is blame Biden for political reasons. Okay, well, you seem like a real profile in courage and not at all full of crap. Obviously you're full of crap. If you think it's a giant problem, do something. Otherwise you should obviously be fired. Now, right wing, left wing. So the right wing says, oh, because there's a criminal migrant gang, we should ban all immigrants. Well, that doesn't make any sense. And overall, when you look at the crime rates, we've been over this many, many times. I hate to break it to you guys, but native-born Americans, twice as violent, twice as many crimes as undocumented immigrants, and 4 times as many crimes as documented immigrants. So if we're gonna kick people out of the country based on how much crime they commit, we'd have to kick out the native-born Americans. And now right-wingers are going, hold on, dude. It's not my logic, it's your logic. If you're saying based on crime, native-born people are the biggest criminals. So if that breaks your heart, wait a minute. You say that about immigrants. So when I say it factually about you, why does it bother you? Oh, if it bothers you, you think it might bother them, especially when you're lying about it, about them? Now, on the other hand, the left wing, why do you guys want to deny that any crime exists in the world? Like, how do you think that gives you credibility? And like, how does it help anyone? I mean, you claim to care about migrants, then why don't you care about the migrants that are in those buildings? In fact, I think the cops aren't going in, the mayor didn't do anything because they thought, what difference does it make? It's migrants, it's their people, let them deal with it. No, we don't do that in America. We're all one here. We're citizens. We're US citizens, okay? You go protect those people. And left-wingers, I just don't get it. I don't get it. If you're pushing back against the demagoguing of immigrants, I just did that. That's how you do that, okay? But if you say, in order to push back against that, I'm just gonna pretend that no immigrant has ever committed a crime and that those gangs aren't here and they haven't taken over anything, you sound ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the problem is that everything has devolved into extreme partisanship. And one of the most common comments I've gotten on Twitter about this, just simply noting what the facts are, is, oh, it's really sad to see that you're now on the other team. No, I need everyone to understand someone. I'm not on anyone's team, okay? I want to know what the truth is. And I'm really not interested in lying to my audience in order to protect one team or the other. So let's hear from Cindy, who until very recently was living in the apartment complex, was begging the cops for help, and they were not helping her. Let's take a look at Cindy, again, former resident of the Whispering Pines apartment complex, city council member, helped her move out recently. Now she says that she's been dealing with so much violence in the building that she bought 6 cameras to provide evidence of what's been going on. And the videos that went viral were her videos. It was because of her cameras. Now here she is speaking about her experiences.
I believe it was your doorbell camera video that we have been watching for the last few days of what appear to be gang members, heavily armed, trying to get into the apartment across the hallway from yours. What did you see there, and how bad did it get in that building?
On this particular date, it was really bad, but it is not by any means an isolated occurrence. Unfortunately, I have months, almost a year and a half worth of footage from 6 separate cameras. Earlier that morning, I had seen several individuals carrying assault weapons down to the next floor of the building adjoining mine. And I had reported it to the police. So all day we were nervous and on high alert anyway, because they told us that they really couldn't do anything unless something happened. And we were just waiting all day for it to happen. We knew it was coming.
Wait a minute, you've got people running around the apartment complex with long rifles and pistols. You call the police and the police say they couldn't do anything about it?
They said they weren't coming.
Yeah, that is outrageous. By the way, some streamers have decided to smear the city council member who helped this woman, who's low income, move out of her home into a safe place to live. And they smear her, the city council member, as racist because she is concerned about this crime that's going on. Okay. Now, Cindy also provided evidence of, bullet holes around the building, a bullet hole in her vehicle. So there's one example. This was in the building. And then here she is standing with a reporter by her Nissan. And if you look at the next photo, you'll get a closer look at a bullet hole that her car obviously has as a result of the shootings and the violence in the area. So look, you can't fix a problem or solve a problem if you're in denial of a problem. And clearly there is a problem here. And it's difficult to know the extent to which this criminal gang is operating in the area because it seems like there's this real effort to pretend like it's not even happening. And I have a huge problem with that because I think that migrants who are here should be able to live in peace. They should be safe. American citizens should live in peace. They should feel safe. And the idea that we should just allow this type of criminal activity to happen unchecked is ridiculous to me.
Yeah, so I find both the leftist streamers and the cops infuriating here. They just won't go to protect those people.
Did I get called out?
And the leftist streamers, you're looking for racial issues and you're blaming the commissioner who's actually trying to do something. How about the cops who won't protect the Latino and Latina immigrants that are there, that are begging for help? So cops, do your goddamn jobs. Your job is to serve and to protect. We have a culture of cowardice in our police departments in this country.
Had to change.
Where they're taught, oh, don't take a risk with your life. Your life is so much more important than the citizens. Don't take a risk, don't take a risk. Oh, they took over an apartment or an apartment building or half the apartment building, whatever it is. It's a bunch of migrants that live there. Who cares? And now leftist streamers, you're not supposed to do the same thing. So here, Octosquiddy's a member on Twitch asked a good question. Jake and Anna, please tell us who the left is that you keep referring to and never defining. I'd really like to know as a self-ascribed leftist. No problem, because that we do that sometimes on the show. You don't know what we're referring to. Do we mean the whole left wing? Absolutely not.
They mean me.
The majority of the left wing is perfectly reasonable on this.
Are they? You and I might have a disagreement here, Cenk.
Yeah, we have a massive disagreement. You give those tiny little leftist streamers way too much
They're
credit.
not tiny little leftist streamers, Cenk. Hassan called the city council member racist for helping this woman move out of that. but like that's not a small streamer. That's a huge streamer. That's not a small person.
Okay, I mean,
do you
look,
get what I'm saying?
I mean, what are we going to get into this now? We're going to be like Trump with crowd sizes.
No, but okay,
but hold on, Anna. Hold on.
Do Democrats come out and push back against that narrative, Cenk? The mainstream
God.
Democratic Party,
Mommy
do
and
they
Daddy
come
are fighting
forward
again.
and push back against that narrative? Because you have the Democratic governor denying all of this. So I don't know who on the left wants to do something about it.
Anna, look, you have to be specific. Okay, I'm so glad Octo Squid.
Anna, literally, everyone on the left wants to address immigration and safety. We just don't necessarily call it crime because we understand that crime comes from white supremacist power structures. And we want to dismantle those, not uphold those. We want to address these problems in a different way. That doesn't mean we want to do nothing. We want to do a lot. It starts with abolishing the police.
Squiddy's asked that question because we have to be specific about who we're talking about. So if you're saying, oh, well, you know, Hassan or some other leftist streamer is big, so that counts. Well, TYT Network is much, much larger. So, okay, we win. We represent the left. So we can play this game all day long, all day long. Come at me, 400 million views per month.
Dog shit content.
So we definitely represent the left more than any streamer, no matter how popular they are, pretending to speak for the left, never showing any polling, never showing any facts, never showing anything about how they represent left-wing voters in this country. And if you tell me Democratic politicians are doing the wrong thing, that's called Tuesday. Democratic politicians and Republican politicians almost always do the wrong thing here. So we have a collaboration here from the Republican mayor, the Democratic governor, Democratic president, the local cops. They're all like, I don't want this problem. Who cares? A bunch of working class Latinos are having a problem. Who cares? Just ignore it, right? So don't talk to me about the Democratic Party. What I'm talking about is the great majority of left-wing voters are, of course, normal, real Americans who don't want crime. That's so obvious. Only the craziest leftist streamers are like, oh, there's no crime, there's no crime, there's no crime at all, there's no crime. If you ever mention crime, oh, you're a
No, but why don't you be honest about it? Like, they're talking about people like me. Like, obviously I'm tiny.
Hello there.
You know, I'm just a small bean, but they're talking about people like us. Like, I don't know every other streamer's views on justice reform, but on the criminal system in the country. But like, yeah, sorry, we don't buy into neoliberalism anymore. Like, we're done with that. We have moved past neoliberalism and supporting it. Like, you gotta get with the times, bro. Like, and if you're gonna make reports about crime, which again aren't newsworthy, why don't you report it accurately? And that statistically crime is down, and these are a lot of highlighted stories meant to demonize immigrants and brown people. Again, like, it's the same fucking playbook, and TYT just buys into it like hook, line, and sinker. If you don't want crime, then address why it happens. Thank you, lesbian hot sauce. Exactly. I mean, I'll own the fact that like they not that any of them like pay attention to my shit, but like my rhetoric would be the type of thing that they would think is very extreme and be like, oh my God, there are these extreme leftist streamers who you know, are trying to destroy the Democratic Party. And I'm like, yes, we are. We do want to destroy the Democratic Party. And all of them. Like, surprise, surprise, the world is not just made up of two ideologies, conservatives and liberals. Like, it's not a fucking crime. Hey, not a crime to have a different point of view, Cenk. Extreme leftist streamers with blue hair. Oh no, that should be the title of this. If we kind of got interrupted and there was a bit of chaos going on, but I was thinking like, I was like, hey, I can make this a react video, but yeah, like a extreme leftist with blue hair criticizes TYT, denies crime exists. It'd be a funny title. All right, two ideologies who in the USA are very close to each other in terms of both policy, even closer in terms of effect. 100% no riot. Like the two ideologies that are the most mainstream are so fucking identical when it comes to their outcomes that like that's why people who are on the outside of that will check out of politics, which is unfortunate because there are other facets to politics and ways that we can create change. Good morning, Cammie. Do I have a red wig? Like, no. I just have the, like, kind of dark auburn one. That could be a thing. Maybe. It might look kind of Ronald McDonald-like, though, or Little Mermaid as opposed to communist. The communist thing to do would be, like, shave my head or something. Yeah, the pink one looks probably the most bright red. And then there's the darker red. What's good, Cammie? How are you? We are multi-streaming today. We got YouTube going and Twitch. And we are talking some shit. Yeah, Sinister Hand. Like there are people who are conservatives, right? Neocons, who make their entire politics about hating liberals. Like, that's all they care about is hating liberals. And, like, you are the liberal that you hate. I hate to break it to you, but you are the liberal. My wife shaves her head. You don't want to do that? Okay, I won't. How do you stream with YouTube as well? So, I'm using Streamlabs Ultra. But you can also do, what? Streamlabs has a way to do it. But you have to pay for it. But if you do sign up for it, let me know because I can get an affiliate link. Get a skull cap. That's funny. Just consumed my first edible. Yeah, Restream. That was, I couldn't think of what it was. I was like, there's another thing that like works pretty well and is pretty easy and free. And I think that's what John Ross uses is Restream. Let's go, Soul Life. I'm excited for you. Yes, Restream is a is it a plugin or a software? I don't know. I used it in the early days and decided I didn't like it. I went with Streamlabs, and like last year sometime, I think it was in January when I had a little extra cash, I was like, we'll do the Ultra, and it really improved the stream quality. So, but it's pricey, so you gotta make it worth your while, which is part of why I'm trying to branch out to do the multi-streaming thing, doing YouTube today, maybe doing Kick tomorrow, haven't decided. And some exciting things coming up, chat. We do have a Chapel Roan cosplay coming up. How fucking exciting is that? Restream is $20 a month. Oh wow, that's like the same. That's like almost the same as Streamlabs. So Streamlabs would be like an alternative to your OBS system. It's a broadcasting source, but I really like it. Is it easy to get monetized with Kick? It's a lot easier than to get monetized on YouTube. You need like 70, I think you only need 75 followers before you can start getting subscriptions, or at least that's what it was. To YouTube, I can bring people. I'm trying, but the other problem is I really like to break up my stream with music breaks, and I can't do that on YouTube. So we might have to do some days without YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is really, really hard to get monetized on. Damn, you had 6,500 subscribers? I have less than 200 subscribers on my YouTube. So hey, everyone, subscribe. Subscribe to the YouTubes, it's free. Hi, Jules. Welcome in. Hey, there you go. EaselCat's got you on a nice Restream plugin for OBS. Hot sauce. Click the link. Subscribe to the tubes. Subscribe to the tubes. Okay. I think this is done. Watch them finish up yelling at the leftists. Yell at me, Daddy. I didn't say that.
You're a right-winger. You're a right-winger. It's a ludicrous. You show the bullet holes. You show the guys taking over the apartment buildings. You show the residents. You show a giant report about how they have in fact taken over apartments and done extortion, etc. And they're like, no. There's never any crime, and crime is awesome, and there's nothing wrong with crime, and you guys shouldn't be worried about it. You know what percentage of actual human beings believe that? Like maximum 2%. 98% of left-wing voters do.
I hate how he just makes up stats.
Do not want Venezuelan criminal gangs or American criminal gangs taking over the apartments of working class people who are just trying to survive in this country. So let's be accurate about who we're criticizing.
Hello.
But it definitely isn't the left-wing voters.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's the voters either. I think it's people with microphones. I think that it's to some level elected lawmakers as well, both on a local, state, and federal level. But I agree with you on the voters. Of course, people don't want to live like this.
If you enjoyed this video, that's because of our members. They make us independent, they make us strong, and they make us honest. Become a member today by hitting the join button below.
No, I will not. Oh God, that music is so triggering.
War is a murder, good men don't die, children don't starve, and all the women survive. War is a murder, that's what they say, and you're fighting the devil. Murder's okay. War is a murder.
Hi, FG.
There ain't a veteran with a good night's sleep. Let's talk about dead people. I mean a dead people. The dead don't feel honor, they don't feel that brave, they don't feel avenged, they're lucky if they got graves. Call your dead mother, ask her when she died. It's a deathly silence on the other line. The dead don't talk, but their children don't forget. So in 20 short years you could live to regret that. War is a murder, there's money at stake. Yeah, even Kushner agrees it's good at real estate. War is a murder, ask Netanyahu. He's got a psalm for that, he's got a bomb for you.
Everest, good to see you.
It's a nation state sanctioned righteous hate. Let's talk about dead people. I mean a dead people. War is a murder, it's the vengeance of God. If you can't see the bodies, they don't blow when they rot. And the flies don't swarm, and the children don't cry. If 400
Oh, thank you, Christina. I was like, what's this link? It's my link.
So in a short 20 years, will you vacation the strip? Try not and think about the dead and have a nice trip. War isn't murder, let's all give thanks. I saw it all in a movie, give it up for Tom Hanks. War isn't murder, they don't ship out the poor, and the bullets they fire ain't part of the cure. War isn't murder, land is a right, but the banks call dibs, it's something you can't fight. Let's talk about dead people. I mean dead people. The dead don't feel honor, they don't feel that brave, they don't feel avenged, they're lucky if they got graves. Call your dead mother, ask her when she died. It's a deathly silence on the other line. The dead don't talk, but the children don't forget. So in 20 short years you could live to regret that.
And we're back. Okay, yes, thank you. We've got links pinned. Dono links going in chats. Remember, you can, even though you can't support me monetarily on YouTube, you can donate directly through the Streamlabs link that is in the description. Also, check out the merch store. I made amazing clothing that I'm super proud of, and I really hope you guys will check it out and buy some. Okay. So, we're going to get into some shit. Let's actually, I'm skipping around a lot today. Yeah, let's get through. Let's focus on Israel and Palestine for a little bit.
Something very sick and evil is happening in Israel's.
Trigger warning, content warning. There is massive systemic abuse, rape, torture of all manner being done on innocent civilians in Gaza, in Palestine right now. So it's, I'm sure, you know, everyone has seen the news about it, and like there's literally the footage of the inmate being assaulted by a gang. I'm trying to think of how I can say this on YouTube. And then when the story was released, you had members of their government arguing that it was legitimate. You have podcasters there in Israel saying, yes, we should do it more. Like, there's something really, really sick and evil happening in this society. News time. Oh, you know what? We should add the watching command to the YouTube. So the YouTubers can get playlists and links. That was Jesse Wells. He's done a couple other really good tunes. Like love this one.
If you worked a little harder, then you'd have a lot more. So the blame and the shame's on you.
Welcome in.
For being so damn poor. It ain't the price gouging, and it ain't the inflation. It ain't everyone above you trying to make a buck from you in school and the whole congregation. I had that reduced lunch, I had the benefit cards. Never occurred to me to blame my family for life being so damn hard. I should have paid attention back when I was in school. Then I could figure up the tax. I would know a lot of facts. I missed the class where they taught the rules. I was memorizing capitals, I was in the spelling bee. I must have skipped the part where they taught the art of private equity. I was selling chocolate bars, I had a disorder. I was cutting up a frog, got lost in the fog, learning how to play recorder. If you only worked a little harder. If you worked a little harder. If you worked a little harder. If you worked a little harder, then you'd have a lot more. So the shame and the blame's on you for being so damn poor. It ain't the banks, and it ain't the taxes. It ain't the payday loans and high rent homes and predatory fees and practices. Wave your dumb flag, whatever it means. But you should ask yourself, when it comes to health, are the poor really all that free? If you worked a little harder, if you worked a little harder, if you worked a little harder, you'd have a lot more. So the blame and the shame's on you for being so damn poor, yeah.
All right. Nice little music break. Emote wall is not showing. It is on my end, so it might be you. It might be your BTTV. Sinister hand. All right, nice little music break before we get into some really heavy shit. Again, I'm gonna, trigger warning, content warning. They're going to be talking about what is happening in the Israeli detention centers, which I just described. A lot of horrible things. So take care of your mental health, everyone. If you need a break, feel free to step away, but we will be talking about Palestine for a little while. Okay.
Something very sick and evil is happening in Israel's jails, and almost nobody is talking about it. Israel is running, and let's be absolutely explicit about this, a system of torture camps. Welcome to hell is not an exaggeration. 9 Israeli reservists sodomized by inserting metal objects up the anus of the prisoner and causing terrible internal injuries.
This is leaked CCTV video of what Israeli military police allege is a detainee being sodomized as he's hidden from the view of security cameras by riot shields.
They were arrested, taken away to a detention center where there was an enormous outcry. And there was actually an invasion of the detention center, including politicians, in support of the Israeli soldiers.
שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר. אנחנו לא יכולים להמשיך כרגיל.
להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי?
כן,
אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות.
הכל!
In Israel, the reaction is it right to sodomize prisoners? This conversation went on breakfast television. It's sort of their equivalent in Israel of GMTV.
מבצעים עבירה, חשודים בעבירה של אינוס, בעצור כפות. זה לא מעניין אותך?
בגדול, עוד פעם, זה מעניין לי את העכוז מה עשו לאיש חמאס הזה. אני כל הזמן זוכר, קודם כל, הדבר היחיד שמבחינתי הוא בעיה פה, זה שזו לא איזושהי מדיניות מוסדרת של המדינה להתעלל בעצירים. כי בגדול, זה גם, קודם כל מגיע להם, וזה אחלה נקמה שאנחנו צריכים לתת להם. ודבר שני, אולי זה גם ישמש אותנו קצת יותר כהרתעה.
So you have Israeli TV pundits discussing the merits of allowing Palestinian prisoners to be raped. Many members of the cabinet are justifying it. Take the example of the Israeli energy minister, Eli Cohen. Reservists who do holy work and guard the despicable Hamas. Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is the security minister, went even further.
Take your hands off our reservists, like it is in the prison service, so it is in the IDF. Our fighters deserve full support.
This tells you that something has gone wrong, but it also tells you that something's gone wrong with us. Have we heard a word of condemnation from the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer? I haven't heard it. Nothing from Rishi Sunak, who promised Netanyahu his unequivocal support. Nothing from the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Andrew Mitchell. Nothing from Britain's Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, who famously said, on no evidence at all, that Hamas had raped babies.
And we must recognise that Israel is facing a huge existential crisis. 1,300 people dead, murdered, babies raped.
And yet he has not yet said one word of condemnation of the treatment of Palestinians in these, what can only be called torture camps run by the Israeli state. And I think that means that we accept them. Imagine how we'd be reacting if this was emerging about Putin treating Ukrainian prisoners. You can imagine the frenzy of outrage. You don't get it when it's committed by our ally, Israel. And I think that shows that we have done the same as the Israelis. We cannot see Palestinians as human beings. To behave in this bestial way towards Palestinians is not regarded by the British media as disgusting and foul and inhumane. It's just, to use that code word, it's been normalized not just in Israel, but in Britain as well. Imagine we learnt of British people tomorrow morning picked up the papers and discovered that prison officers had been systematically sodomizing inmates in His Majesty's prisons. It would be a national outcry. There would be a sense of utter horror. You know, you get the Sunday Times investigation team would be in there. The Sun would be having a screaming headline sort of denouncing the way that it was being handled. The Prime Minister would have to come on and justify or denounce it. There'll be questions in the House of Commons. You can imagine the near total silence by the Western media. Most Western papers.
Oh no!
Western papers actually invented stories about what was happening on October the 7th. Papers which went along with the fabrications by Israeli sources, 40 beheaded babies, mass rapes, etc. on October the 7th. But at the same time, they downplayed or scarcely reported these horrifying reports of sheer barbarity committed by Israel against Palestinian prisoners. I am puzzled that there's been so little Western reporting of this. You've had the United Nations report, which says that quite a number of these prisoners have died because they're beaten to death or just left to die. B'Tselem, which is the leading Israeli human rights group, published a devastating report based on the interviews with 50 or more prisoners, which make completely unbearable reading.
ينادوا عليه كله تعبوس كندرتي.
اللي مكسور ايده، اللي مكسور انفه، اللي رجله
تم تكسيره في معنى الكلمة.
الجندي برجله دفعني فوقعت على وجهي،
فطلع نصيبنا في ضربة قوية في الأذن أفقدتني السمع تماما.
كان فيها سجين استشهد برضه. خالد الشويش الله يرحمه، لدرجة انه الدودة بيطلع من جسمه وما في اي نوع من العلاج.
اخ ابو احمد انا تعرضت للاغتصاب، بمعنى انهم قاموا بوضع
باجريه، سامع خبط في اجريه يقول له قوم قوم يا حيوان، قوم يا كلب. فهموا انه هو مش قايم، مش راح يقوم، واخذوه اجوا جابوه في كيس اسود.
If you are a Palestinian.
Yeah, but Brandon, we're not funding Putin. We're funding Ukraine and Israel. We are funding this with our tax dollars, signing off on it every single fucking day. There's a very big difference in our relationship with Israel that makes the Palestine issue more important.
Prisoner in one of these jails. Very likely you haven't been charged with any criminal or other offence.
قتلت اخوتي، قصفت دارنا، اي اساس بتقول اي وين الاسرى؟ وانا ايش بعرف وين الاسرى؟ ساقني في اماكن حساسه، كان يضربني في اماكن حساسه، ساقني فيها كذا مره، عابت ما انا يعني لا كنت يعني اصيح زي الاطفال.
You're going to be randomly beaten, tortured. You may be sodomized, normally by metal objects. Internal organs have been smashed up, and as a result.
طمل طبعا، وانت مطمل بتبقى بقول هدول بيبقوا شباب وبنات. الطرف في الطيز بتنحط، بس لا هو الطرفه طرفه هيك خملها زي هيك، القد حديد، لما تفتحها زي هيك ويحط لك اياها جوا بخلي مخك يطلع.
There are 9,500 Palestinians held in Israeli jails, approximately 200 of whom are children.
I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque 𝘗𝘬 in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believed they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity.
This is nothing new. It's been going on for a very long time, probably to the origins of the Israeli state, and then with venomous intensity ever since October the 7th. In July, I was in Jerusalem and saw this awful tape of a man, Muazzazi's, coming out of the Negev jail in South Israel. And he was clearly unable to walk unaided. His right arm was stuck out in front of him, looked broken. I asked our bureau chief in Jerusalem if we could go and interview him, and she did. She sorted that out, and we went together. He'd never been charged with anything. I think this is very important. Nobody had accused him of a crime. He has a pregnant wife and 4 children. They came in, they smashed everything up, took him away, and basically he went through 9 months of beatings.
ينهال عليك بأجهزة التفتيش التي يفتش به الجسد، ينهال عليك بالضرب على الأعضاء التناسلية، بالضرب المبرح وأنت عارية، ينهال على الأسير وهو عاري بهروات حديدية وبأجهزة التفتيش على الأعضاء التناسلية ضربا.
In a nearby cell, somebody was beaten to death and left to die.
استشهد في غرفة 6 اسمه ثائر أبو عصب، قتلة تلك الوحدة، وحدة الكيتر، بعد ما قتلوه بالضرب على رأسه بالهروات الحديدية، مكث في الغرفة ساعة كاملة، لم يخرجوه من الغرفة.
He said, the prison is still in my head. He was so traumatized by this experience. The other thing he said was that every other prisoner is getting the same treatment. The beatings, the torture, the starvation, the barbarity. You're not treated like human beings. He said, this is like Guantanamo or Abu Ghraib. This is what we're talking about, is Israel's Abu Ghraib moment. What we're talking about here is war crimes, very grave war crimes, the torture and abuse of prisoners. Why the ICC, despite the mountain of evidence which now exists, has been unable to look for arrest warrants against the people directing this barbarity is utterly baffling and completely wrong. By failing to act in the face of so much evidence, the International Criminal Court is itself sanctioning this gross abuse, this inhumanity which is going on all the time now in Israeli prisons. The evidence of what is happening in Israeli jails, or should we call them torture camps, shows that Israel has passed through some awful, invisible barrier and is now a very sick society. The silence of mainstream media and most senior Western politicians, I'm afraid, shows that we too have entered into the same nightmare moral universe as Israel's Security Minister 𝘗𝘬𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵 and Prime Minister Netanyahu. However uncomfortable or difficult the story is, Double Down News will cover it. Unlike so much of the mainstream British media, if you can, please support Double Down News on Patreon.
Yeah, and
book,
of course the
Fate
US
of
prison
Abraham,
system
Why
is
the West is Wrong About Islam, speaks very directly
just as
to many
bad.
of these themes we've been discussing today.
Just as bad. And
joined now by Hassan Barari, professor of...
It is Fuck 12 Friday, so let's talk a little abolition. Part of the uprise in the prison industrial complex and came from the increase in education in a fucked up way. So when public schools started educating people, they were moving out of menial labor and into other forms of work. And then the menial labor needed to be done still. So that's why we have a prison industrial complex that literally uses slave labor. You know, so it's like, oh, we're just going to start. And then you have the school to prison pipeline where they basically decide, are you fit for society or not? And they will put you in a prison pipeline at a very early age. But yeah, when people started moving away from doing, you know, getting education and focusing on thought renaissance, you know, like it took a lot of hard labor jobs that nobody wants to pay for, because we live in this society that demands instant gratification. Fuck 12 Friday.
Of International Affairs at Qatar University. Thanks very much for being with us
Thanks
here.
for having me.
I just want to get your reaction, first of all, to Anthony Blinken's statement there. 90% of this deal has already been agreed. What do you make of the last 10%? That it's obviously very difficult. We heard a little bit there about the Philadelphia corridor as one of the main issues. How difficult is it going to be to get the last 10% done?
Well, Tom, it's, as they say, same old, same old. I mean, I've been listening to Blinken for like a couple of months talking about bridging the gap and a few differences here and there that he could iron out. But, you know, we ended up with Netanyahu's firm position in two press conferences when he made it perfectly clear that Israel would never withdraw from this corridor. And he even called it the gateway to Iran. I mean, he is trying to give it a meaning or a security kind of pretext in order to justify a presence of the Israeli military there. Netanyahu, I think, has a broader game, a bigger game, even a deeper one than what Blinken is thinking of. So I think it's not about now the detail, the 90% that he's talking about. It's about the fact that the Palestinians are being under occupation and Israel should withdraw. Now, here, the bottom line for the Palestinians is the Philadelphia corridor. And Netanyahu is just telling them, don't even dream of that. And this is, you know, this is where it counts.
Do you think it's fair to say that for Netanyahu to accept any deal, that it would essentially mean the collapse of his coalition government, and therefore that could be the end of his political career?
This is the conventional wisdom in Israel and all around the world, that if Netanyahu agrees to a deal, then right-wing like Smotrich, Ben Gvir would walk out of his government, and then it's going to fall apart. And we had the precedence of that when Netanyahu signed the White River Memorandum in 1998, and then he lost his power. So this is one thing, but there's something else. He has an option. He has some alternative. He can even fire them and bring Yair Lapid. And Yair Lapid was telling him clearly that he would agree for a ceasefire and give the government what they call the safety network. And this is very important for him. But also there's something more important, I think, while Netanyahu has an option, an alternative, the right-wing members don't have one, because if they leave, they're going to lose. And polls are showing that they're not even going to make it in the next election. So I think Netanyahu can play it smartly, but Netanyahu is manipulating the situation to prolong the war, to perpetuate it, and perpetuate the misery of the Palestinians, hoping that he would get off the hook when it comes to the judicial aspect of his political survival.
A lot has been made about the pressure that Netanyahu is under, both domestically and internationally, but at this point in time, it doesn't really seem like it's anywhere near enough to actually force his hand and cut a ceasefire deal, does it? Why do you think that is?
Well, there's one thing here that, for a ceasefire to materialize, I think we need to see more American pressure. And just recently, I hear some leakage from American officials saying that, if Netanyahu won't accept their version of a deal, they will come up with a unilateral one with Hamas, because there are some four Americans captive in Gaza, and they want to exchange them, have like a swap with some Palestinian prisoners in the United States. So Biden is committed to his own people as well. But here we see that Netanyahu is even jeopardizing American lives for his own political game. I think this implicit threat by the American administration, if it followed up by action, I think this would probably change the calculus of Netanyahu.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. But thank you so much for your insight into all of this. Fascinating, as always. Hassan Barari there.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk specifically now about Gaza, where you just were for 2 weeks. The UN is warning the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains, quote, beyond catastrophic, as more than 1 million Palestinians in Gaza did not receive any food rations in August amidst Israel's relentless assault. This coming as Gaza's health ministry says Israel's hindering the delivery of polio vaccines as it refuses to coordinate the entry of medical teams to parts of southern Gaza. This is Karim Yassin, a 10-year-old Palestinian boy in Deir al-Balah, Gaza.
We want to play with our friends, go to school, eat and drink, but this vaccination is of no use. It's only useful against polio, but the war has destroyed us. It has destroyed our houses. I wish I can play with my friends, go to school. I wish to eat and drink like I used to before.
And this is a Palestinian mother, 𝘗𝘢𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵, who recently got her children vaccinated at Yafa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, where she's also volunteering for the polio vaccination campaign.
We are displaced from Deir al-Balah. I gave my children the polio vaccine to protect them from disease, but I can't protect them from strikes and from death unless you help us, just as you helped us and delivered the medications to us to protect our children. So please stand with us to stop the war so that our children can live peacefully and to continue their studies.
Arwa Damon, can you talk about the crisis in Gaza where you just spent 2 weeks?
I mean, let's start by talking about how it is that polio reemerged in Gaza after 25 years. And it really boils down to the fact that Israel has decimated every single aspect of any sort of infrastructure within the Gaza Strip, from sewage to water to electricity to you name it. And what has happened in Gaza right now is that you have a situation where piles and piles of trash are everywhere. Open sewage is running in the streets. Hygiene is just about impossible, made even more impossible, Amy, because we have not been able to get into southern or central Gaza hygiene or even just bars of soap in months right now. And so polio is seeing right now this vaccination effort, but let's talk about the other diseases. Let's talk about the fact that in Nasser Hospital alone, the head of the pediatrics department said that 2 children per week were dying of hepatitis A, also largely due to the lack of hygiene. Let's talk about the fact that meningitis that can potentially be deadly is spreading, or this horrific skin disease called impetigo that basically is these blisters that start to form and then they pus open and ooze and bleed, and then eventually as they're healing crust up, but are horrifically itchy. And the more severe cases, children need to be hospitalized for that. And if they're not hospitalized, it can lead to, potential kidney failure, which can also lead to death. Let's talk about the fact that when you're driving through Gaza and people recognize that you're a humanitarian organization, children run up to the car and gesture like this, that they want soap. A bar of soap is something that we are not able to provide to the Gazan population.
It makes no sense.
The lack of
Why are they
hygiene
allowed to have
and the
soap?
fact that if we were able to provide Gazans with a bar of soap, studies show that that would reduce communicable diseases by about 40%. It means that Gazans are suffering exponentially more now than they need to be. And very little aid is getting in. If you look at the number of humanitarian trucks that, have gotten in August and July and June, it's roughly 60 to 70 total.
So if you can talk about when it comes to this polio vaccine, the kids have to get 2 doses of it. I mean, how do they come out of places where they are hiding, where they've been displaced 1, 2, 3, 8, 9 times? How do they feel safe enough to go to places where they get this polio vaccine and then have to go back? And what does it mean that Israel says it'll bomb this area, but not this today? And then tomorrow they will bomb this area, and then you can go over there with that they bombed the other day.
I mean, you talk to Gazans and they really feel as if they're sort of part of this very macabre, dark, twisted game where they're just getting shuffled around trying to stay ahead of the bombing, but then still risking it. Now, when it comes specifically to the polio vaccine, there are theoretically these pauses that have been set up in specific areas. And then within those specific areas where these pauses are meant to be lasting for, a day or 2 or 3 or however long it is deemed to take, there are numerous points as well as mobile points that people are able to go to actually receive the polio vaccine itself. But it is extraordinarily challenging. It is very, very difficult, even under the best of conditions, to undertake a vaccination campaign, this wide and this broad. And frankly, I hope I'm wrong, and I hope the doctor that I was speaking to is wrong, but, he was saying that he doesn't really believe that it is going to be all that successful, and that the fact that Israel is allowing this to proceed is just a smokescreen so that it can sort of continue to push forward this narrative of, but we're allowing humanitarian assistance. Look, we allowed the polio vaccine to happen, and not really address the sort of bigger picture issues when it comes to the reality that humanitarian assistance is barely trickling into Gaza, that the levels of aid that we're able to provide to the people have diminished significantly, and that the number of people in need has grown drastically, and that people are being crushed into the smaller and smaller space. I mean, the conditions there, Amy, are inhumane. People there aren't living. They're barely surviving. And there are alternative routes that Israel can provide for aid organizations to be able to get assistance to the people. I'll give you one example. So we were talking about the lack of hygiene kits and soap in the southern and central part of Gaza. Now, the southern and central part of Gaza is, for example, receiving fresh vegetables on the commercial market. What this means is that most people can't afford them, but we as aid organizations can purchase them, albeit prices are quite astronomical, and deliver fresh food parcels to the people. Now, in the north of Gaza, there is no vegetables on the commercial market, but ironically, hygiene kits are getting into the north. What we are not permitted to do is move vegetables from the south to the north where they're needed, or hygiene kits from the north to the south. And this is just one sort of example of the various different hurdles and obstacles that are deliberately being placed in our way.
Before we go, Arwa, I wanted to ask you personally about your own life experience and how it's informed what you've done from being an international reporter at CNN to founding Inara. Your mother Syrian, your father American. You grew up in places like Morocco and Turkey. Just 2 days after October 7th, you wrote a piece for New Lines magazine titled, "As Gaza Braces for a Ground Invasion, the Circle of Violence Continues." You write in it, "We need to understand the past, the traumas of the past, traumas that have been passed on to generation, both on the Israeli and on the Palestinian side. We need to understand those intense emotions that can embed themselves and change our DNA. Paralyzing fear, the desperate need to belong, the longing for home and safety, the desire for a dignified life. We also need to understand how those emotions have been historically manipulated, twisted, and how from the start of the failings of the key power brokers, incidentally, neither Palestinian nor Israeli, have led to where we are today." Your final thoughts, Arwa Damon.
You know, I'm a big believer in the need to understand a person or even, a country's emotional trajectory, because we need to understand how and why it is that people act and think a certain way if we want to alter the path that we're on. And I think obviously, in my journalistic career, I tried to focus on that by storytelling and by sharing, the human story that exists beyond the bombs and the bullets. And in the humanitarian space, I mean, look, I still tell a lot of stories, but I also believe that it's very important for us to do what we can for those in need, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it can also help alter the balance of their own psyche. When you see a child who has been so deeply traumatized, you look at that little kid and their eyes are deadened. That spark of life doesn't exist. But when you begin to provide them with medical and mental assistance, when you begin to support them and their family, you see that spark begin to reemerge. And I think that is something that we should not negate, and that we should really be focusing our efforts and our capacities on trying to bring, because the more that we abandon populations, the more violent our world is going to become.
Arwa Damon, we want to thank you for being with us. Award-winning journalist, founder of Inara, a nonprofit currently providing medical and mental health care to children in.
Wow, what an intense role. Like the psychological damage that has been done to, several generations is unfathomable, and we will see repercussions of this. All right. Next. All right. Electronic Intifada. Britain claiming they're stopping weapon shipments. It's the same thing the U.S. did. They put a pause on one shipment of weapons, although in this case, I think it was like 30 or something, more than just one. But they're refusing to put an arms embargo on. It's the same old, Israel has a right to defend itself, and we are determined to help them. And it's like, well, who are they defending themselves from? Is it the people that they occupy? Because the people that they occupy have a legal and moral right to armed resistance.
So the biggest Palestine story to come out of Britain this week was, of course, the government's.
Thank you, Gabby. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of my content is hard, heavy, but worth it. And if we can find the right platform, we'll do more music breaks or something. I gotta find a way to break up the news with some levity that I can't. And now I'm trying to be good. All right.
announcement that it would be suspending a small number of arms licenses to Israel. But in fact, this was a token measure, and it was announced on Monday by the Foreign Minister David Lammy, and it amounts to only 8.5% of British arms licenses to Israel. Considering Israel's openly declared intent to carry out a genocide in Gaza since the 7th of October, and the probable death toll of some 200,000 people bombed, shot, burned and starved to death by the Zionist regime since then, Lammy's speech in Parliament announcing the measures was nothing less than outrageous soft-peddling. In the speech, which you can read here on the Foreign Office website, he bizarrely said that there was a risk that the now suspended arms licenses might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of international humanitarian law. Lammy explained that out of the 350 arms licenses that Britain grants to allow exports to Israel's genocidal regime, only around 30 would be suspended. The Guardian reported that British military exports to Israel amounted to about the equivalent of $55 million in 2023. The Foreign Minister explicitly clarified that the biggest component of Britain's support for the Israeli genocide in Gaza would carry on as normal, and that is the 79 British companies that supply parts for the F-35 bomber jets currently being used to help annihilate Gaza. The arms trade expert and professor at the University of Sussex, Anna Stavrianakis, you can see her tweet here on the screen, said that Britain was still complicit with Israel's genocidal war in Gaza after these suspensions. And remember, these are only temporary suspensions of even this pitifully small number of arms licenses. And this is in no way an arms embargo. Several British governments in...
This is the exact same posturing that the United States did. And even then, like, Netanyahu complained about it. And the right complained about it. And it's like the same fucking posturing to appease those of us who want to stop this genocide. If F-35s, I thought those were US only. I don't know enough about weaponry to know. But yeah, I mean, the United States is providing arms and intelligence. It means we have people on the ground. We're using all of our intelligence apparatuses to assist Israel. So like, the CIA is all up in this shit. It could stop right now.
In the past have carried out similar tokenistic exercises only to reverse them at a later date when campaigning has died down. And in fact, this measure that David Lammy took was far less than other governments have taken in the past, even including some conservative governments. In his speech, David Lammy was at pains to point out that, quote, "This is not an arms embargo," he said it explicitly, and that the measure would not, quote, "have a material impact on Israel's security." Lammy clarified that he still strongly supports Israel, even called himself a Zionist in the speech, and he parroted typical Israeli regime talking points about its non-existent right to exist and defend itself. The subtext of the speech was very clear. David Lammy and the rest of the British regime are still strongly supporting Israel's genocide in the Gaza Strip, an exterminationist campaign which is now threatening to engulf the West Bank too. Like most of the rest of the British government's key ministers, David Lammy is a supporter of Labour Friends of Israel and is in the pocket of the UK's Israel lobby. That fact, along with the British government's subservience to Washington DC, is why this government are highly unlikely to ever enact a real arms embargo on Israel. One of Lammy's first visits abroad after he was appointed to his post on the 5th of July this year was to occupy Palestine to meet with Israel's genocidal leaders. He met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, you can see him here, as well as Israel's supposedly centrist President Isaac Herzog, who is a man who's so racist that he made clear in October last year that the, quote, entire nation of Palestinians was the target of the genocidal campaign in Gaza. Let's remind ourselves of that clip, if you could play that one tomorrow.
Operating militarily according to rules of international law, period. Unequivocally. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. They could have risen up, they could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. But we're at war. We are at war. We're at war we are defending our homes. We're protecting our homes. That's the truth. And then when a nation protects its home, it fights. And we will fight until we'll break their backbone.
So, yeah, that was Israel's President, Isaac Herzog, who, like other Israeli ministers, has made explicitly clear that the entire Palestinian population is the target of the bombing campaign, of the genocide in Gaza, and not only the Palestinian fighters. The only reason that the Labour government has enacted even this token measure, something which is more of a smokescreen for British complicity in genocide than anything else, is to stave off the medium to long-term threat to Labour's electoral prospects from its left. Now remember, of course, that in July's election, Labour lost 4 of its seats to new independent lawmakers who campaigned mostly on the issue of ending the genocide in Gaza, and it also came within a head's breadth of losing 2 other seats. Added to the expelled former Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn, who won his seat back as an independent, that makes up a small block of 5 in Parliament who are challenging Labour from its left. And you can see this letter here on the screen to the parliamentary speaker this week, which was released by this group, Corbyn and the other 4 independent MPs. Adnan Hussein, Ayub Khan, 𝘗𝘢𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵 and Shaukat Adam, they announced this week they'd formed this new parliamentary grouping named the Independent Alliance. In a statement, Corbyn and the other 4 called for a total arms embargo and said that it was, quote, beyond shameful that it had taken the lives of tens of thousands of Palestinians for the government to admit to even a risk of British arms being used in the course of Israel carrying out war crimes. At the same time that the British regime was ensuring it would continue to support Israel's genocide, it sent another clear message that it would continue to do American, Israeli and Israel lobby bidding. Britain's shadowy political police force, the so-called anti-terror squad, unleashed a new wave of repression against Palestine solidarity activists and journalists over the last few weeks. The journalist and streamer Richard Medhurst, as well as the high-profile activist and Twitter poster Sarah Wilkinson, were both interrogated by this so-called anti-terror police. Both had their phones and other digital equipment seized. Medhurst was seized travelling into the country in the airport, while Wilkinson's home was ransacked completely. She was only released after draconian bail conditions were imposed on her. Wilkinson's experience was particularly insidious, and she recounted it in an interview this past weekend on the Crispin Flintoff show. Here's a small clip, if we could just play that.
Well, I think we were woken up about 7:10, and the street was full of
you have a tab
police vehicles,
open,
black vans, police cars, police arrest vehicles. I don't know, about 16 or 17.
Yeah, smoke time,
mostly
smoke time.
plain.
Smoke motherfucking time. I don't hear anything.
Clothed. I suppose they're the anti-terror squad, some uniformed. And I thought, well, they're going to break down the door, so I may as well open the door. There's no point. I could see that they were going to break down the door, so I opened it. And then they just literally barged in. I asked for a warrant. They said they had one, but they weren't going to reveal it. So I asked again to see the warrant, and he said, I don't have to show it to you. And then they were in the house, and I was kind of frog marched upstairs. I wasn't allowed to get dressed. I wasn't allowed to take my medications for my Crohn's. Basically, I wasn't allowed to do anything apart from once I was upstairs. I said, well, can I at least take my dressing gown off? And they slapped these handcuffs on.
Like,
so I
are you kidding me?
The handcuffs were so tight that it cut the circulation off to my hands and fingers, and they were very, very painful. They weren't going to release them or unscrew them in any way. And then, they sort of pushed my son against the wall, and I was sort of frog marched out into a van. And during the time that I was away, these balaclava-clad men, I mean, a lot of them unmarked, literally ransacked the house, took every piece of computer equipment, every phone.
I figured that might fuck with you guys.
You can watch the whole 45-minute interview. It's quite a long interview, but it's worth watching in full over on Crispin Flintoff's YouTube channel. And she goes on to explain that these draconian bail conditions were imposed.
How's it going over there on the YouTube side? Nice voice clip from Struggle 4. Yes.
Adrienne, I've been silenced!
Marcus is my favorite. I don't know. Favorite's a tough word, but I like Marcus a lot. Can't pick a favorite stream, but yeah.
Preventing her from using even a phone.
We're good. I'm good. Cool. It's a small group of y'all in there, so I'm glad you're being cozy and keeping each other company. You know, and enjoy the ad-free viewing experience available on YouTube.
Or any kind of computer or digital equipment. Similar repressive raids were carried out in December, as I reported for the Electronic Intifada back then, against the prominent Palestine Solidarity activists Mick Napier from the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign and Tony Greenstein, who, as well as being a prominent activist, is of course an occasional Electronic Intifada contributor and an author of a book about Zionism during the Holocaust. Greenstein's electronic devices were also confiscated, and he was banned by bail conditions from posting on X, formerly Twitter. However, Tony is now happily posting again on the platform after his lawyers successfully challenged that particular bail condition in court, so we can only hope that Sarah Wilkinson has good lawyers. Wilkinson's, she's going to need them because her bail conditions were far more stringent and seemed to prohibit her from even using a phone at all, from taking part in modern society whatsoever. We're so reliant on phones now and internet access just for doing everyday things. Furthermore, according to her full account as given on the Crispin Flintoff show, the police didn't single out any particular tweet that she had made that was supposedly that they had accused of being against the law, illegal, but rather what was presented to her lawyer when she was interrogated was effectively a whole year of her posts on the platform. The General Secretary of Britain's National Union of Journalists this week, together with the General Secretary of the International Federation of Journalists, wrote to Matt Dukes, the head of counter-terror policing, scare quotes, to ask for an urgent meeting about the situation. And in that letter they said, quote, the police's actions risks a chilling effect on journalists fearing arrests for carrying out their work. In the letter they said that the arrest of Richard Medhurst last month had shocked both journalists based in the UK and those around the world, and that, quote, actions by police in an apparent crackdown on genuine journalistic activity cause significant concern over efforts to stifle press freedom. This wave of repression is especially targeted at activists directly involved in stopping Israeli arms firms in Britain, especially Palestine Action. And we'll have 𝘍𝘬𝘦𝘦, all being well, from Palestine Action here on the stream in a couple of weeks' time. The British regime is clearly engaged in a series of sweeping and calculated repressive measures to suppress the increasingly popular movement to stop Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I think it's time we got some answers as to why. What's your take on this story, Ali, if we can bring the others on now?
Well, thank you for that, Asa. I know there's been a lot of questions about the British move, the suspension of the arms licenses, and we're going to talk about that more. But on this repression, I mean, it's very clear across the so-called democratic West, this repression is taking place. Of course, it's been happening in Germany. I mean, first and foremost against Palestinians and allies in Germany, but as I've said, you know, the German government even tried to ban me from speaking to an audience in Germany via Zoom. I mean, that's how intense the repression is. And they, of course, tried to shut down two conferences that I was supposed to speak at in Germany. Just examples. In France, the same things are happening. It's happening to a lesser extent in Belgium. It happened to our colleague David Cronin a few months ago when he was supposed to speak at a conference in the Netherlands. He came on the live stream and spoke about that. So, and in the United States, of course, as we've said, it's slightly different because we have the First Amendment and the government cannot be as blatant as in the UK and Germany, where there's no legal protections for free speech whatsoever, contrary to what people might think. It just doesn't exist. There's nothing like the First Amendment. So in the US, the repression is done through universities, through social media companies, through more indirect means. But I think it's a sign of panic. And I don't know Sarah Wilkinson personally, but I do know that she does have a large platform on Twitter. And so she reaches a lot of people, and she pierces, as do others who, in independent media, on social media, she pierces the information bubble created by official government media like the BBC, which takes its orders directly from the Foreign Office and directly from the government and reflects government policy, just like any other state media in any so-called third world country, even though the BBC pretends to be independent. So this is really, in a way, the British government enforcing its monopoly on speech. And that's what, protecting the BBC's monopoly to propagandize the population and to lie to them about this genocide.
Yeah, and again, it's a way to try to create this chilling effect. Whether it's here in the U.S. or in the U.K. or elsewhere in Europe, to try and intimidate people from being critical of Israel's genocide in Gaza and the politicians that support, encourage, and cheerlead it. So yeah, we're gonna. I'm looking forward to speaking with Ghada of Palestine Action next week here on the live stream.
But in 2 weeks. Yeah.
In 2 weeks. Weeks. That's right. I wanted also to bring up the point about the UK arms exports that you explained, Asa, because that's had an effect here on this side of the Atlantic as well.
Hello and welcome to Useful Idiots. I'm one of your hosts, Katie Halper.
I'm the second host, Aaron Matte. Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. It's great to have you with us for another week. The school year has begun, and let's see how many students are going to be muzzled this fall for speaking up for Palestine. That's kind of one of the big questions over this school year.
Yeah, muzzled, arrested, physically attacked. Who knows?
Yeah.
So many choices for our repressive state apparatus to choose from.
And to throw in just more intrigue to the American school system, you also have to deal with regular school shootings, as we just saw in Georgia.
Oh, right.
So,
Yep.
what a wild time. Anyway, welcome to fall. Welcome to Useful Idiots for another week. Our website is usefulidiotspodcast.com. Go there, support the show, and get bonus content.
Yep. And for Democrats Suck, let's take a look at Jake Sullivan. We have been obviously justifiably speaking a lot about Israel, Palestine, the genocide going on there, the United States complicity in it. But the United States is also complicit in other wars, and that includes the great proxy war between Russia and the United States, basically, that is being carried out in the war between Russia and Ukraine. Let's take a look at what Jake Sullivan had to say about what is happening in that region right now.
Yes, Keith Bradshaw for the New York Times. Have you made any progress with China in discussing what might be a possible resolution for the war in Ukraine? Thank you.
I can't say that we did make progress on that issue. The PRC has been very public in its view that the war should end through diplomacy.
Well,
they've laid out.
AC, I'm gonna try to do the YouTube thing more. But you guys still support me any way that you can, because might be. I don't know how I'm gonna do it yet.
What a strange view.
The songs.
I know.
For the PRC to lay out there. The war should end through diplomacy.
Yeah, the People's Republic of China is really weird.
Yeah. So rather than have two sides kill each other and grind each other down and sacrifice, hundreds of thousands more.
That is Aaron Maté, one of Gabor Mate's sons. The other one, Daniel, is on a podcast called Bad Hasbara. They are both amazing. I watched a really cool conversation with the three of them talking about, and we've actually watched it twice on stream because it was that good. But it came out, I think, in the winter, so the genocide had been escalating for a while at that point, and so but they were, talking about like generational trauma and impacts of trauma, because that's what 𝘗𝘢𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵 focus is. There's another one? Damn.
More people.
Oh, by the way, I do have this sped up. This is at like 1.25, just so y'all know.
They should talk, aka engage in diplomacy. And for Jake Sullivan, that's like some strange foreign concept. Like that's like saying that,
they're not really Ben Shapiro's.
Doctors have been very clear in their view that people should drink water, to survive. Right. We all have different approaches to the world, and the U.S. approach includes being hostile to the concept of diplomacy. It's refreshing to see an admission.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking, actually. It is refreshingly honest to say, no, we're not making progress because obstacles like China attempting diplomacy are getting in the way of progress.
The Chinese have been very clear in their view that they don't want to see nuclear war.
Yeah.
We have a different opinion, but we respect our differences, and we understand that China has a different approach to the world. And that's what this world is all about, is, living with people who don't share our views that diplomacy is bad and nuclear war is bad.
For different folks, yeah. China must be thrilled that that he's unintentionally praising them.
Unilaterally and in separate communication with the Brazilians. We had the opportunity to exchange views on the war against Ukraine over the course of the last 3 days. We didn't reach any particular plan with respect to diplomacy, in large part because the United States very rigorously adheres to the simple maxim of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. So ultimately, it will be up to Ukraine to decide how it wants to proceed with diplomacy and negotiations.
Oh, what a truth teller Jake Sullivan is. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. They will not impose diplomacy on Ukraine. We know that the Biden administration really believes in Ukrainian sovereignty, which is why they got in the way of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine that could have, of course, ended this war and saved thousands of lives.
Yeah, look, Jake Sullivan omits, and he's helped out in this by the U.S. media, which never talks about the fact that Russia and Ukraine negotiated a peace deal more than 2 years ago, back in April 2022. The premise was basically Ukraine would declare neutrality, which, contrary to people thinking that's some radical demand, that was actually enshrined in Ukraine's founding state constitution. So Russia was simply asking that Ukraine revert to its founding documents. And in exchange for that, Russia would withdraw to its pre-invasion lines, and there'd be some sort of arrangement worked out for Crimea and the Donbass, right? We all know what happened. The U.S. blocked that, or the U.S. opposed that. But even publicly, they said, like, they undermined Jake Sullivan's talking point that nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Because, for example, Ukraine, back at this time when this deal was being negotiated, they asked the U.S. and other states for security guarantees to, like, underpin this agreement with Russia. And this was the U.S. and NATO's response, as captured by a headline at the time in the Washington Post. NATO says Ukraine to decide on peace deal with Russia within limits. Okay, so what NATO was saying, and by NATO they mean the U.S., that there were limits on what the U.S. would allow Ukraine to decide to make peace, and those limits included that the U.S. was not going to basically let Ukraine make peace with Russia. So Jake Sullivan says nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, but that headline at the time was much more accurate because they're saying actually Ukraine can decide within limits, and basically those limits included not being allowed to make peace with Russia.
Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine within limits is actually the policy.
That's exactly what it was. And we all forget that. Around that same time, in late March of 2022, NATO even got a hold of the draft peace treaty that was being negotiated between Ukraine and Russia. And there was a meeting in Brussels, which Joe Biden attended. And this is according to the New York Times. It came out recently. The president of Poland, Andrzej Duda, he held up a text of the proposed treaty. And he said, would any of you sign this? He was outraged that this treaty was being negotiated. And nobody in the room said yes. So they were basically saying that on Ukraine's behalf, they were going to reject the peace treaty that Ukraine was then negotiating. So this idea of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine is it's a complete lie, because quietly behind the scenes, they all rejected the peace deal that Ukraine negotiated. And they've been helped along in their rejectionism because U.S. media just never reports this stuff, or at least doesn't highlight it very loudly. And of course, if we get the truth, it comes out as recently happened with the New York Times more than 2 years later.
But it's not like there's any urgency to this. It's not like it could have saved lives.
Yeah, no, and the latest news is from Ukraine. So, Ukraine tried to leverage its invasion into Kursk, into Russia's Kursk region, by showing Biden, like, hey, look what we're doing to Putin. We're really humiliating him. Now, can we get your permission to use U.S. missiles for long-range strikes into Russia?
Right.
And as has always been the case, first the Biden administration said no, right? We saw that before with ATACMS and cluster bombs and F-16s. And then Biden's like, you know what? Maybe things have changed a little bit. We'll reconsider. And now, according to Reuters just reported this week that actually, lo and behold, the Biden administration is likely going to give Ukraine this permission. So that's the latest step on the escalation ladder that we're onto now. And everyone's just kind of like, no big deal.
So it's so great that the U.S. isn't diplomatically oriented the way China is.
No. Those Chinese, they don't understand that diplomacy is
the enemy.
Yeah, war. So basically, like nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine means no diplomacy with Ukraine, only war with Ukraine. That's, I think, what that means in real life.
Right.
So thank you, Jake Sullivan, for laying it out.
Thank you for your partial honesty.
Okay, for Republicans suck, let's turn to J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee for Republicans. Not giving Trump, I think, the boost he expected out of J.D. Vance. I'm not sure what he thought in bringing in a senator who was like barely been elected to office, and doesn't have huge name recognition, and has some views I agree with when it comes to, for example, being critical of the proxy war in Ukraine. But domestically, man, not much, I think, to love. And he was asked about what can be done to curb the cost of daycare in the U.S. And this was his response.
Can we do about lowering the cost of daycare? Hayden, obviously a working family, and it's very hard for working families to get by. How will we lower the cost of daycare?
It's such an important question, Charlie. And I think one of the things that we can do is make it easier for family models to choose, or for families to choose whatever model they want, right? So one of the ways that you might be able to relieve a little bit of pressure on people who are paying so much for daycare is make it so that maybe like grandma or grandpa wants to help out a little bit more, or maybe there's an aunt or uncle that wants to help out a little bit more. If that happens, you relieve some of the pressure on all the resources that we're spending in daycare.
All right, so I didn't know this. So there's so many relatives who want to look after kids, but somehow the government is standing in the way. So if only grandma and grandpa knew from J.D. Vance that they have permission, I guess, to look after the kid, right, then problem solved. Then we don't have to worry about daycare costs at all. Just let's bring in grandma and grandpa, or an uncle and aunt.
Yeah, I mean, people have never thought about this until J.D. Vance suggested it. He really thinks outside the box. Obviously, people, if grandma and grandpa and aunt and uncle aren't already helping out, it's because they didn't hear this idea from J.D. Vance.
There we go. Now, in fairness to J.D. Vance, in the clip, he goes on to say also we can increase access for people so they don't have to have such educational burdens, like such a high threshold of education to be able to look after kids. That's his other idea. So basically make it easier for people who want to be professionals in the daycare realm to do it rather than have such a high education burden. But how about, I don't know, doing something like universal pre-K, which is what happened in New York. And, but I guess that's too communist for them. It's hard when you don't want to spend any money on social welfare programs, the box you put yourself in.
Right.
It's very difficult.
Really ties your hands.
Yeah. Does anybody say that does anybody in New York say that universal pre-K has been a bad thing? It's got nothing but rave reviews that I've seen. I'd love to hear the argument against it if there is one. It seems like these programs work, where what you do is you invest state resources in services that help people and ease the burden on working people. And so they don't have to worry about getting an extra job or whatever else. I mean, that seems to be the method that works. But if you're a Republican and you're allergic to social services, that's not an option.
Well, let's turn to Isn't That Weird? And I think that instead of setting this up, let's just turn to the videotape.
A professional soccer game was suspended in Norway when fans threw fish cakes and other objects onto the field to protest the use of a video assistant referee, or VAR. The Norwegian Eliteserien game between Rosenborg BK and Lillestrøm was initially stopped mere minutes after kickoff due to the fish cakes raining down on the field. Play eventually resumed, but fans from both sides continued to throw fish cakes and started adding tennis balls and smoke bombs into the mix. The game was officially suspended after just 32 minutes of play, with the score tied at 0-0. Some fans at the game were seen holding a banner which read, "We will never give up, VAR will go away."
That is some impassioned activism right there. Never going to give up, because video assisted refereeing is, I guess, really problematic for sports fans. And I just want to give these people a shout out for not just going with fish cakes, but ramping it up to other weapons, stink bombs, for instance.
I mean, this recalls for me, Chomsky's observation that sports diverts people's genuine need to be a part of a community and to be active and trying to improve their community. And it exploits that need by diverting it into completely useless endeavors, like being obsessed with sports outcomes and the way rather than being concerned about how the society is rigged against working people, they're obviously concerned about how the sports rules are rigged against their favorite team, which has no obvious impact on their life. They are passionate about it.
Bread and circus.
Yeah, but they are passionate about it. I don't understand like what their beef is with VAR. I guess they feel as if it leads to delays in the game and wrong calls, but
well, actually, Wilson, let's play a couple more seconds of that video because they actually explain it.
Critics of VAR, which the league adopted in 2023, say the system leads to referees taking too much time to make decisions, bringing games to long halts in the meantime. The game is expected to be rescheduled.
It sounds like these fans have an attention problem where they just can't sit still with their own thoughts for a few extra minutes while the referee is making the decision. So what I would say is a solution is the players on the field need to throw Ritalin and other ADD medications back into the crowd.
Yeah, I was going to say they should try some mindfulness exercise.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So, or throw mindfulness.
The audience.
Yeah. Throw mindfulness tapes and audiobooks into the crowd as well. I'm not advocating drug distribution.
Right. Yeah. No. He retracts. Aaron retracts that.
Yeah. Mindfulness is a much safer approach.
Yeah. But I mean, it's let him eat cake, let him eat fish cake. That worked well too. So yeah. So what do we got for Isn't That Terrible, Aaron?
For Isn't That Terrible? The Russians are at it again. We have a new allegation of Russian interference. And I will say this, I've been very critical of Russiagate. I think it was a complete scam, the whole collusion, Trump-Russia thing. That was obviously a ridiculous conspiracy theory that was shown to be a hoax. Also, the Russian interference aspect of that also was, I think, a massive scam as well. But this time, actually, I do think they've caught the Russians doing something. And it's both terrible and funny. Here's the headline. U.S. government accused an unnamed Tennessee-based company of being funded by Russian operatives as part of an influence operation. The company is called Watch Tenet Now, or just Tenet, and it's linked to right-wing commentators such as Tim Pool, and Benny Johnson, also Dave Rubin. And look, if the allegations in the indictment are correct, it actually does look like Russia, the state broadcaster RT, did engage in a covert influence operation where basically they paid something like $10 million to this Tennessee company called Tenet, which is set up by a couple of right-wing pundits, and disguised themselves as being like Americans when really the money was coming from Russia. And they paid this company millions of dollars to produce content from people like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson. If the indictment is correct, I'm going to assume that it is. So it actually does look like Russia, for once, did engage in an influence operation. And of course, this has everybody who bought into Russiagate screaming vindication. The Russians are at it. A few problems, though. First of all, let's look at some of the content that this channel Tenet put out, featuring people like Dave Rubin. This is a few examples collected by Mike Tracy. FatCon Seattle, celebrate obesity with like-minded embodied people. Dave Rubin. So Dave Rubin's making fun of
healthy at any size type of mentality.
Exactly. So that's one example. Is there anything you respect about Democrats with Dave Rubin? Okay. Education indoctrination. Former leftist condemns woke curriculum. And by the way, look at the view counts on these. Like, this is 8 months old, only 1,000 views. Like, for Dave Rubin, who's supposed to be a big influencer on the right, not much there. Like 1,000 views. Anyway, so
that's kind of like encouraging. I'm actually very heartened by that, by his low view numbers. Good. Yeah.
So similar to previous, Russia-based influence operations or troll accounts, this doesn't seem to have been very successful. And again, the content really has nothing to do with the core Russiagate claims that this is all about helping Trump and sowing chaos. It just sounds like Russia, for some reason, decided to buy off some right-wing commentators and hope that would give them an audience that they could leverage for, but it just doesn't seem to be very successful. And again, $10 million.
I'd ask for my money back if I were Russia.
It's a lot of money they pay these people. Now, it's true that some of these people, like Tim Pool, has, from like a right-wing perspective, been skeptical of Ukraine funding, but it's like, it's not coming from a very, there's not much of a critique there of the national security state and of using Ukraine for a disastrous proxy war and for undermining all the peace opportunities that existed. It's more just from why are we spending our money on this? America first. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I want to say that there are multiple levels of terrible in this. Isn't that terrible? Obviously, it's terrible what's happening, what the United States is doing, but it's a meta terrible, because I would say Tim Pool and Dave Rubin are also terrible.
Yeah, well, Dave Rubin, especially, I know as being just a unhinged anti-Palestinian bigot. And he's insulted me before on Twitter. He's insulted you, I think, too. I mean, so no love here for Dave Rubin.
Right. But we're principled.
Tim Pool's show, remember when I got...
You did go on it.
Remember when I was, I had my train encounter with Chris Coons? Well, that was on my way to go do the Tim Pool show at his compound in suburban Maryland, I think. And I did that, and, we kind of agreed. I mean, basically, we agreed that Russiagate was a scam. But then the rest of the show was him, he was talking about how, homeless people basically unhoused people just want to be unhoused, and there's nothing we can do to help them. That was basically his argument.
Absolutely.
I was like, all right. What's funny, it's like, first of all, what I find so funny here is okay, someone comes to you with an offer of millions of dollars for you to produce a couple of videos a week, and you don't do any. Obviously, they didn't do any real scrutiny of who these people were trying to pay them, because that's a lot of money to produce just a couple of videos about like woke just woke bashing, all the typical right wing stuff. So that's funny, and it's also funny like what, to the extent Russia was involved in this, and it does look like this comes from RT, Russia state television. Like, what did Russia hope to gain out of this by spending so much money? And if you're a Russian, is this how you want your like tax money to be used, to like pay some like right wing influencers a lot of money to like make videos about like making fun of like woke culture? It just seems like it's just funny. And like, did Russia also not? Did the Russians involved in this not think that they're going to not get caught? I mean, it's a really hard thing to pull off. And Russia's done this before. Like, they've tried to put out these media outlets, pretend as if they're independent. There's an outlet called Redfish a few years ago that was like on Twitter and social media, and Russia basically tried to conceal that RT was behind it. But of course, like you can't hide stuff like that. So was the aim? I don't know. Did they really think they could get away with it? And also, it's like you have to wonder: was the aim to like discredit these right wing influencers? Because it does make them look really stupid. You know, I don't know. It's hard to figure out.
This would be interesting if this were like a left-wing Russian plot.
All I do know is that because some Russians were caught doing this, those who pushed Russiagate for years, and again, Russiagate was not just this allegation that like Russia has like covert influence operations on social media. It was that Russia engaged in a sprawling conspiracy to elect Donald Trump the president and was directly conspiring with Trump and his campaign through blackmail and financial leverage and all these things. It was like the biggest conspiracy theory, the dumbest conspiracy theory, I think, ever in the US, and everybody bought into it. And now those who pushed that are claiming because of this one indictment, it's completely vindicated. So here, for example, is Joe Scarborough of Morning Joe.
To the same people that get out, a lot of them, that get out and talk about the Russian hoax. Oh, there's a Russian. Oh, there's no, come on, what are you talking about? There's no connection between, this and Russia. Russia's not trying to, always apologizing for.
So notice how Joe there doesn't specify what position he's critiquing. He's making fun of people who, just to paraphrase him, he says, who say there's no connection between Trump and this. He doesn't say with any specificity what is the connection is. And because he knows actually the connection was between Trump and Russia, which was the core conspiracy theory he pushed.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but we do have a little
But now he's not saying
on
between Russia and Trump, because he knows that it actually is a moronic conspiracy theory.
Right.
He's pretending as if this indictment vindicates everything that he's now not trying to specify, because he knows actually it's a scam.
Reminds me of when I was in high school and a history teacher encouraged me to not say just this. Like, I had to say this what? The evidence shows this. This what? What's the this? There's no this there. There's no there there. Joe Scarborough, there's no there, this, there.
Yeah. Your high school teacher was inadvertently ruining your chances of becoming an MSNBC host, because if you are on MSNBC now, you don't want to acknowledge that you pushed a conspiracy theory that Trump was controlled by Vladimir Putin for 6 years.
True.
Let's hear a little bit more.
Russia, always apologizing for Putin, always claiming that Vladimir Putin is not the bad guy, that Zelensky's actually the bad guy, like the historian who said, oh, Churchill's the bad guy in World War II, not Adolf Hitler. Like this has been going on for years. The kids call it gaslighting. And now we found out at least a few of these who are just straight on working for the Russian government, again, either knowingly or unknowingly.
Well, in fact, according to the indictment, it was unknowingly.
Well, Pendulous Dragon, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you're here.
Unknowing of the fact that they were being duped by Russians. And again, while some of them do have overlapping views with Russia, the majority of the content here was about like just typical right-wing media stuff, like making fun of woke people. And again, even if every word in the allegation is true, I'm sorry, Joe, it doesn't validate your insane conspiracy theories for years and years and years that Russia was brainwashing millions of Americans to vote for Donald Trump and to be skeptical of fueling a proxy war in Ukraine. This is just one indictment that entails a few right-wing influencers and about $10 million, which is a drop in the bucket compared to what, for example, AIPAC spends every year to influence U.S. elections and actually sees results. Because rather than just like getting some right-wingers to produce some content, AIPAC is able to spend enough money to oust elected members of Congress. That's actual influence, and that's never something you'll hear complained about on MSNBC.
Right. We invite you to cover that, Joe. Please do. That would be great.
And those have been your 4 basic food groups.
Today's guest is 𝘗𝘬𝘦, who is the international advocacy lead for B'Tselem, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories. And I wanted to start off, before we get to the interview, I just wanted to show a tweet that was written by B'Tselem that I think speaks to the moment right now. Israel is killing the hostages in Gaza one by one. The 6 Israeli hostages whose bodies were recovered from Gaza this morning could have been saved if the Israeli government had heeded the pleas of their families and the Israeli public to reach a ceasefire and an exchange deal. The Israeli government places no value on human life, whether of its Gazan subjects or its own citizens. And here is 𝘗𝘬𝘦. thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
So you guys at B'Tselem have done such important work documenting human rights violations on the ground. There's so much to cover, unfortunately, because there are human rights violations all over Palestine right now. Wanted to start off, though, with asking you about what is happening right now in the West Bank.
Okay, in terms of the situation in the West Bank at the moment, it seems that Israel is pretty much transferring its different tactics and modus operandi from Gaza to the West Bank. We are in the midst now of the largest military operation that Israel has conducted in many years now in the northern West Bank, ostensibly to deal with terror. But what it is doing on the ground is destroying infrastructure. It's going into the Jenin, the 𝘗𝘓𝘬 refugee camps, and essentially, basically like pulling out the roads, just creating like utter disruption. Homes are being demolished. People have left. Israel is assessing that thousands of residents of the Jenin refugee camp have left their homes. There's a creation of this new wave of internal refugees within the West Bank. Needless to say, this also involves the killing of many Palestinians. Israel claims they are militants. Research that we need to do into this to assess and to look into the circumstances. It does appear that many of the people killed have been armed, and there were some people who were also killed within an exchange of gunfire. But there was also an 84-year-old person killed, a person with learning disabilities, and generally the destruction that has been happening and been inflicted by the Israeli security forces is something that people are describing as the Gazification of the West Bank. This is what the Israeli army is doing. But then the other branch of the Israeli government, Israeli settlers, are using their own form of intense violence to hound Palestinian herding communities out of their homes. And this morning we heard that another small community in the northern Jordan Valley has succumbed to this type of settler harassment and violence and threats and decided to leave their homes because for the past weeks they've been dealing with this intense harassment with no protection from the Israeli authorities. And this, maybe I should just say, this community in the northern Jordan Valley is adding to about 19 entire Palestinian herder communities that have been forcibly transferred from their homes since the war began, since October 7th.
Well, you at B'Tselem put out a video that's extremely disturbing. Rape in the Name of God is the title of it. And this shows a group of settlers harassing Palestinians in the South Hebron Hills. And as we're going to hear, one of the settlers mentions the Sde Teman Center, which is, of course, where Palestinian prisoners were tortured and raped by Israeli guards. So let's take a look at this video.
Next time someone touches him, my cows. Why your cows came here? Why, because this is my land. This is my house. I was given it by God and Abraham and Isaac, Yaakov. Shame. Hey, shut the fuck up. This is my house. This is okay. That's your house. Okay, you crazy witch to go to fuck the house. Let's go. Where? Let's go right now. Sure, what do you want? No, I want to dance with you, man. Dance with me. I want to dance with you.
This is so fucked up.
You look sweet. You are my bitch. And you look sweet. You know?
Yeah, I saw 𝘗𝘓𝘬𝘦 was live yesterday.
I would be happy to sit with you. I will be happy. You know Sde Teman? Sde Teman?
So fucked. Like they know what's happening and they're bragging about it and using it as a threat.
I mean, the fact that this was recorded.
Yeah, there's a few things about this. The first is just the utter sense of impunity that these Israeli settlers clearly have, and for a good reason, because they do actually, it's not just a sense of impunity, they have impunity. Nothing is going to be done to them under the current government, the current regime. Not that much was done in previous governments, but under the Ben-Gvir police takeover, the Israeli police have clarified they're simply not going to do anything to stop settlers from this harassment, this intimidation. So that's the first thing I think you can see in this video. The second thing I think that is probably a bit more complicated to understand unless you've been on the ground is that there is this big mixture between just very aggressive, I would say, according to my personal assessment, sadistic kind of activities, actions, urges, hateful urges. It's all mixed up with this whole Jewish supremacy kind of guided and very religious and very messianic perspective. And I'm not saying that this is in any way belittling the political, the systematic, and the very much the government sponsored aspects of settler violence. But there's also this additional, just terrible, violent and very pleased and joyful sort of violence that is now happening, and that is really just blighting the lives of these Palestinian communities. This is one example that is especially egregious because of all of these, also this horrific sexual harassment and these very sexually aggressive and violent undertones. But these are things that we're hearing again and again from settlers on the ground. The objectives in the West Bank are taking over as much land as possible, pushing Palestinians away from the rural areas in order that they can then be taken over and exploited by Israeli settlements, by Israel. That's been the objective for decades. But the horrors of October 7th, and also the lack of any sort of focus on the West Bank, the lack of interest of most Israelis, and also probably of the international community, the lack of bandwidth, I also think, are enabling Israel and the settlers working hand in glove to really further this objective and to
you
push
subbed to the
forward
Patreon.
irreversible
Welcome to Only
changes
Kids.
that are harming both Palestinians as a collective, but also these individual.
I'm going to try to
Palestinian
upload some more content.
We also
for
have
that,
video of
soon.
Netanyahu, who appeared
I hope you
on
enjoy what's there.
television and showed a map. And this map totally erases the West Bank. Let's take a look at this image. He's not even hiding this literal ethnic cleansing. Can you comment on the significance
what if
of
you
his,
watch
showing
on
this
YouTube?
on television?
I have to say that
Instead
on
of on
Israeli
Twitch.
television, if you look at mainstream Israeli images, you wouldn't be particularly surprised by this image. You know, it's been in the recent, prominence that the phrase "from the river to the sea" has gotten, supposedly as expressing anti-Semitism and expressing
I know,
a
it's
kind
not the
of
same.
desire to wipe out Israel and the danger, the alleged danger of this desire. But whereas in actual fact, what is happening now between the river to the sea is full Israeli control over all of the land, with Israel having created these very distinct kind of like areas based on the different criteria, and certainly has created distinct also categories of Palestinians. All of them inferior to myself as an Israeli Jew in terms of the access to rights. But each Palestinian also has this distinct area. But Israel and the Israeli regime controls the entire area. So in a way, from the river to the sea is the reality that we're existing under right now, except that it's a reality of apartheid. It's a reality of Jewish supremacy. Israeli mainstream discourses, and this can be viewed again and again in many different, maps. There was just this week, a new map issued by the Israeli Ministry of Education that did something very similar also. There's like a tiny erasure. There's a certain very, very small, unclear dotted line that connotes the West Bank. But primarily, you see Palestinian enclaves in a sea of Israeli territory, right? And that's also the way Israel's current Israeli government's perception of the future and any sort of possibility of any sort of sovereignty between the river and the sea is phrased, is actually put in writing in the founding document of the current Israeli government, right? There is no room for any sovereignty other than Jewish sovereignty between the river and the sea. I'm paraphrasing, I'm not quoting exactly. This is how Israelis are brought up to think. And then when most Israelis don't really think of the West Bank as occupied, don't really view the occupied territories as being occupied, it's for a good reason, because there is a vast governmental investment in denying this sort of information from Israelis, for example, in the education system. That's not to say that the information is not available, but the wiping out, the blurring of the green line is a very long term policy of the Israeli government. It's expressed in a lot of our kind of daily conversations here in Israel. So I'm not surprised that Netanyahu has erased the West Bank. From the perspective of Netanyahu, the West Bank is under full Israeli control, except that there's kind of like this counter argument, which is that actually the Palestinian Authority have some form of self-rule in these tiny enclaves. And that is essentially another one of the Israeli kind of like arguments that are used to justify our full control over everywhere. But because the mere existence of the Palestinian Authority is utilized as a kind of a counter-argument to demonstrate essentially that Palestinians are not occupied, right? That they're actually living in some sort of independence, which is, of course, an absolute lie.
Yeah, I mean, the Palestinian Authority has accomplished what? There are some VIPs that get special treatment. They don't have to go through checkpoints like in the Palestinian Authority. And they do employ a lot of people. So there are a lot of people in the West Bank who rely on the PA for their jobs. But aside from that, in terms of protecting anybody, for example, from the latest Israeli assaults on places like Jenin, Palestinian Authority is nowhere to be found. And there's a lot of frustration against them in the West Bank because of it. What do you think Israel's goal is in the West Bank? Is it similar to Gaza, to push out as many people as possible? Like, are they expecting, or are they trying to encourage another exodus of Palestinians?
I don't know that there's one concrete, coherent goal. I think there are many goals. And if you speak to people like Smotrich, who very usefully for us wrote down the exact objective that he has in his plan, which is to remove all Palestinians from anywhere between the river and the sea. But if you're talking to more mainstream people in the Israeli settler movement or the Israeli right, when you think about their plans, it's not 100% coherent. And I often think that plans are often, and this is my analysis, of course, the plans are based on what is realistically achievable at any given moment. 2 years ago, if you'd have spoken to settler leaders, they would not dream in their wildest dreams that they'd be able to forcibly remove so many Palestinian herding communities from their land so quickly and easily. I think before 2016, you would have probably not been able, the assessment of what is, before Trump's election, the assessment of what is realistic was probably different. So, and when you listen, for example, to Orit Struk recently, I'm not sure you followed her statement about feeling like she lives in a miraculous time, right? She's a government minister, the minister of essentially settlement. It's very clear that she did not expect this quote-unquote miracle to happen very soon. This, by the way, is a miracle when, tens of thousands of Israeli citizens, I'm not even talking about Gazans, have been evacuated from their homes, when thousands of Israelis have been injured and 1,200 Israelis killed on October 7th. That is a miraculous period for the Israeli messianic far right, because it enables all of this settlement expansion. It enables so many things in the West Bank. I mean, I'll give you one example. Last year, the olive harvest fell, or the annual olive harvest starts at about 15th of October. So really days after October 7th and the beginning of the war, there was also the beginning of the olive harvest. And almost all Palestinians in the West Bank were not able to harvest some of their crops. The assessment is that 50% of the crops were not harvested last year. And that was because of, due to the very concerted and coordinated campaign by settlers and the army to stop people from reaching their olive groves in order to harvest. This is something, this is them utilizing an opportunity to a devastating effect. I don't see, by the way, how we're arriving at any sort of new dynamic this year. And remember, in just over a month, people are going to try and reach and access their olive trees again throughout the West Bank, with the same issues still plaguing them. Settlers organized in these paramilitary groups with the blessing of the Israeli army, many of them carrying weapons provided by the army, many of them part of these rapid response units. A lot of Israelis have also received guns and weapons from Ben Gvir. So all of these things still happening on the ground. And I would say that they will go as far as they can. Many of them are fantasizing openly, none of this is secret, about removing all of the Palestinians over the river to Jordan. But I'm not saying that this is on the cards. What I am saying is that the current reality that we're dealing with in the West Bank is getting closer and closer. It's looking closer and closer, what we've been seeing in Gaza. And if you had told me a year ago that Israel will be able to empty the northern Gaza Strip from almost all of its inhabitants, to demolish almost all of the infrastructure in that area, we probably wouldn't have believed it ourselves. So we need to be very cautious, and we have to also accept that the international community has been absolutely, has simply.
Well, they're very different things, Modbong. I get more of the revenue from Patreon, but my Patreon is for a slightly different audience, if that makes sense. So that's totally up to you. If that's something you want to support me doing, you can join the Patreon. And I do get more of the revenue that way. I will say though, anyone for, just PSA, if you're gonna support somebody on Patreon, don't use the Apple Store app, the iOS app, because they will take 30% of the support of the person's cut. So like find a computer, use your browser, do something, but don't use Patreon with Apple because they will take the creator's cut. It does. Thank you. I can only afford one, so I wonder which one to make more from. Thank you. Yeah, so I do make more from the Patreon, but if you're not interested in that kind of content, like, you don't have to do it. Come here to get real politic, go there to get frisky politic. Yeah. Friggin' Apple. What's up, Soul Life? Try okay. Exclamation point, okay. I might have deleted it because it had an emote in it. Oh yeah, it had the sussy fox. There. Might stick with Twitch while the September is on and then try Patreon. Yeah, that's not a bad idea because the subs on Twitch are gonna go up, and if you can only afford one a month, you can like still give me like more support via Patreon for a cheaper price. But then you will have ads on Twitch. But if we're doing the YouTube thing, you could watch on YouTube ad free. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I appreciate the support, Modebong. I really, really do.
Not stepped up to their role in thwarting these kinds of Israeli actions.
And I'm going to ask you more about the international community in a second, but returning to the issue of sexual violence and rape, I want to ask you about the report that B'Tselem put out last month, Welcome to Hell. And could you explain why it's called Welcome to Hell and also summarize the findings of the report?
Yeah, it's called Welcome to Hell because this is what a jailer, an Israeli prison service worker, told one of our witnesses when they entered the jail, the prison. The report essentially looks at the testimonies of Palestinian prisoners who have been either detained after October 7th or detained before, but experienced the kinds of conditions post-October 7th in the Israeli prison system. We're not talking about Steteman, right? In a way, paradoxically, we only spoke to people who Israel did not think of as very dangerous terrorists, quote unquote, because they were all released. We interviewed them after they were released, most without actually facing any sort of trial. Maybe they might have been administrative detainees, they might have been arrested, kept for days or weeks and then released. And some of them are actually people who served their sentences. But the majority were not tried, didn't face any proper real trial. And they gave the most gruesome accounts that are very consistent, even though they came from different prisons and different towns, and none of them have been in touch with one another in any systematic way. They gave accounts that demonstrate the systemic nature of what has been happening in the Israeli prison system. And the way we summed it up is that after October 7th, Israel turned the prison system in it that deals with Palestinians into a network of torture camps, because the treatment that these Palestinians have faced in that period amounts to torture in many of the cases, in some cases amounts to abuse, and it includes the whole range of these abusive practices like overt violence, intense violence, beatings, and also humiliations and terrible conditions, horrific, both kind of living conditions and also any sort of ability to maintain a sort of daily routine or any sort of hygiene has been destroyed. Starvation as a policy, literally, people are losing 10 and 20 kilo of their weight when they're released because they're not able to eat enough, and also just a denial of medical treatment, a denial of sleep, all of these horrific conditions. And the most important thing I would say is that none of this is the result of individual actions by any sort of individual prison guard. These are systemic actions inspired by Minister Ben-Gvir again.
Right, so this is not a couple of bad apples or rogue agents. This is systemic.
Absolutely. The sheer fact that so much of this has been described by so many Palestinians that have been released from prison, who, as I said, were in different detention centers in different periods and in different areas, and come and live in different areas, but described such similar policies is really crucial. The other really horrific thing is that Israel actually I wouldn't say admits to some of it, but boasts that some of this is correct. Now, I want to be clear. Israel hasn't said, oh, we're starving prisoners, or we're beating them up, or anything of that sort. But Minister Ben-Gvir has essentially boasted change or the deterioration in the prison conditions as an achievement, right? So obviously they're very careful about saying that everything is done within the framework of the law. We would disagree. We would say it's absolutely illegal and a violation of international law. But many of these things, like the cancelling of any possibility of Palestinians to hold any sort of personal items or buy additional food even from the prison canteen, all of these things have been stated openly by Israel, by official Israeli spokespeople.
And we know that the state Haman violence and rape has been actually deemed as legitimate by a member of the Knesset who said out loud in front of the entire Knesset that it was legitimate to insert sticks into someone's rectum.
I mean, look, it's really one of the most depressing and just hopeless periods in any sort of living memory. And I've lived there, all my life, or barring certain periods. I don't remember a worse period in Israel. So many horrific things and so many red lines or things that we would have been up in arms about even a year ago, as I said, that just, people are just becoming so normalized. One of them is the callous approach to such horrors, and all of this justified by the horrors perpetrated by Hamas. Instead of saying, these are absolute horrors, these are crimes that no one should be perpetrating, many Israelis are saying, oh, well, we'll do the same. It's justified because what was done to us. We cannot accept this. B'Tselem has been really just on the front lines, I think, of demanding an end to this just moral abyss, but certainly we're a tiny minority right now in Israeli society. Things are changing a little bit, I think. I think some people are beginning to wake up from this really, horrific, I think, just this orgy of hate and revenge that Israeli society was plunged into. But not all. You still hear the same sort of rhetoric that, it's unconscionable, and Israelis would immediately complain about it if it came from any other source in the world. It would be absolutely, denounced as the worst kinds of anti-Semitism. But it's deemed reasonable when it comes to Palestinians here.
The International Court of Justice recently handed down an advisory opinion on Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. And it was pretty unequivocal. It said, the state of Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful. Israel is under an obligation to bring to an end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as rapidly as possible. Israel is under an obligation to cease immediately all new settlement activities and to evacuate all settlers from the occupied Palestinian territory. Your thoughts on the significance of this ruling, and as a human rights group working in Israel, can you do something with this? Does this, bolster the case against Israel at all in any kind of legal forum, or is this just yet another ruling that the world will basically ignore?
Well, I think both could be correct. The case against I would say against the Israeli government, against the Israeli regime, or the Israeli human rights violations is absolutely bolstered by this. It's also, we have to be mindful that it's, even though it's the foremost legal instance on these issues in the world and should be viewed as a binding decision. It's not. It's an advisory opinion, and it's already been clarified to us by many governments that this is an advisory opinion. However, I do think there's two things there's many things, obviously, but there's two things maybe to mention right now. The first is that there are many international fora, and there are also many governments who do respect the ICJ as a really important part of the rules-based world order. I know it sounds like a cliche these days, but it's still something that we should continue to enhance and bolster, because it's in many ways it's the only protection that people have against tyranny, and especially against international human rights violations, like in a war, in an armed conflict. So there are different places where this will matter, and where governments can be confronted, and also different institutions like the United Nations institutions, and there should be an ongoing challenge to the status quo in these institutions. And the advisory opinion is very important on that level, because it ends a certain legal debate that has not really been a real legal debate. I mean, the illegality of the settlement was known to Israel since a few months after the beginning of the occupation, because there's an advisory opinion, or there's actually more like a legal opinion by Theodore Meron, who was then the legal advisor of the Israeli Ministry Ministry of Foreign Affairs. All of this is well known and established facts, saying that that settling in the occupied territories would violate Article 49 of the Geneva Convention. So Israel knew it in real time. It chose, and it still chooses to violate the law. But it is important to have this final stamp on the illegality of the settlement and the occupation regime, and also on apartheid in the West Bank in some parts of the ruling. But there's also another issue, which is, I think, the moral issue and also the political issue, which is that up until now there's been a very useful excuse for the international community to avoid action, and that excuse was grounded in a sort of, there's these ongoing legal debates about this issue, and we need to reach some sort of agreed decision. Well, here's your agreed decision. There is no room any longer for, kind of like foot dragging on this issue. Another question, or another kind of like counter argument that I've heard personally, and a lot of my colleagues, and I'm sure you've heard it as well over many years, is that, the issues should be resolved within a framework of a diplomatic process or in a peace deal. And I think it's become clear now that this advisory opinion at least puts an end to the notion that there is somehow, it's okay to continue this illegal, this very, very violent, cruel occupation, while at the same time talking and paying lip service, I would say, to some future diplomatic agreement that would lead to the establishment of a two-state solution and end the problems. That is just that argument can no longer, in my reading, right, in our position at B'Tselem, can no longer be used to stall effective action that will get Israel to comply with this advisory opinion. And of course, it's not an easy thing to do. Look at what's going on in Gaza. Israel has not complied with requests by the international community and not even with requests by the United States of America, our biggest funder and enabler. So, I'm not saying it's not describing this as anything that could be easy, but it just really reiterates the need to have real action that will actually get Israeli policymakers to change course, be it criminal accountability, like, for example, the ICC's or the ICC chief prosecutor's request for arrest warrants, but also diplomatic accountability, economic accountability. A whole range of different tools are now available to the international community, and they need to use them to get Israeli policymakers to change.
Yeah, it's interesting when you brought up the international community. One of the things that I wanted to point out is the way that the United States has obviously enabled Israel. And I'm going to quote one of the Palestinians who you guys interviewed for your Welcome to Hell report. They put cigarettes out in my mouth and on my body. They put clamps on my testicles that were attached to something heavy. It went on like that for a whole day. My testicles swelled up and my left ear bled. Then a journalist asked Matthew Miller of the State Department about the rapes and sexual violence committed against Palestinians. And his response was basically, Israel should investigate itself.
Going back to Israel, Israeli media today released a video showing Israeli soldiers raping a Palestinian detainee at Sidi Tamam detention camp. The footage was very disturbing. I know you have commented on the reports about this detention center before, but we now have a new evidence, which is video. Have you seen that video, and do you have anything to say on that, and also the reports of rape in Israeli prisons?
So we have seen the video, and reports of sexual abuse of detainees are horrific. They ought to be investigated fully by the government of Israel, by the IDF.
And B'Tselem actually responded to that, because I think it has become abundantly clear over the years, with every year again and again, and now I don't know whether we even need to explain it any longer, that Israel is not going to investigate itself. It's unwilling and unable, in the words of the Rome Statute. It's unwilling because there is simply no capacity, both in terms of the actual investigations, it's just not possible, but also in this current political climate. Can you even imagine Israeli investigators really holding accountable Israeli officials for anything? I mean, it's absurd. And I have to say that we need not just the United States, although the United States is the most important player in this, but we need other international actors, the European Union, its member states, like-minded countries in the West, to begin to acknowledge that the Israeli system isn't going to provide accountability, and that it's just this knee-jerk reaction of just saying, well, we need an investigation. But B'Tselem demonstrated again and again that these investigations are nothing but a very elaborate whitewash. I think we made that case very well, and it led us, at least in 2016, to stop referring cases to the investigative bodies, because we reached the conclusion that, as I said, that they function as a whitewash mechanism, not as a real mechanism to hold Israeli officials accountable. But I think now, when we have a government that is led by people who are openly, inciting to racism and inciting to violence, and also openly saying that they're never going to arrest or hold any Israeli soldier or border police officer or police officer accountable, then I think the case is clear. And then you have just so much
mass attack starts in
red tape
5,
pushed forward, for
4,
example,
3,
by the different
2, 1.
Kind of briefs that
Mass attack.
Provided to the ICC by different countries, including the United States, that isn't even part of the ICC, just in order to either get Israel off the hook or buy time until the decision of the pre-trial chamber about these arrest warrants. And this is unacceptable. There needs to be an understanding that you cannot have a system like the ICC, for example, which is only being applied to, to African dictators. It's just not acceptable. And I think when I say that our outrage on this issue is primarily to the West, that's because countries in the global South are actually angry and furious about this reality, where Israeli policymakers are receiving a totally different, set of conditions, or when it comes to the holding of this country, of Israel, accountable in the ICC. I think the credibility of the court and of all of the countries that are part of it is really at stake here. It's not just about Israeli policymakers, Gallant and Netanyahu.
You responded to a tweet by Kamala Harris the other day. I'm going to show the Kamala Harris tweet and then your response to that. Today, POTUS and I met with the U.S. hostage deal negotiation team. The murder of 𝘗𝘭𝘭𝘦 and 5 other hostages was a brutal, barbaric act by Hamas terrorists. As POTUS said, Hamas leaders will pay for these crimes. It's long past time for a ceasefire and hostage deal. We need to bring the hostages home and end the suffering in Gaza. And you responded, Netanyahu is working for a Trump victory and will not willingly give Biden-Harris the win of a ceasefire and hostage deal. The only way to achieve this objective is through enough U.S. pressure to force Netanyahu's hand. So can you elaborate on this tweet and what you're saying there?
And to hear the rest of the interview, please go to usefulidiotspodcast.com.
Well, another depressing interview about the world's worst crisis. It's very grim, but, in any sad situation, you have to look for rays of light, and certainly activists like Sarit doing the work on the ground to expose the Israel occupation. It's a very positive thing. And, I may have some points of disagreement about the nature of Israel and whether, what can you do with a state like this, which is just so consumed with supremacy and has nuclear weapons? I mean, can the state even be reformed? I hope it can, but it's very, very grim. But regardless, I'm very grateful to people like Sarit doing the work to expose the reality, because without them, so many of these crimes would just never be known.
Right.
So it's very, very important what B'Tselem does.
And definitely go to usefulidiotspodcast.com to see the full interview with Sarit, where she reacts to a very disturbing podcast.
All right. Sound bites? Oh, you think to smoke weed every day is copywritten? Because I'm like, most of my sound alerts I made and are fine, but some of them might, that's it. Oh, death to the pigs. That's fine. Whoa, something happened with the mass attack while I was gone, or the viewer attack. Did you guys attack the screen for 120 seconds because you were allowed to? Oh no. With the tomatoes and the bras and the shit. Yeah, the dead Prez clip, or it's the coup with Dead Prez, yeah. But it's so short, I don't think that would get a strike. It's a clip from a song. I saw it, but I had no idea how to do it. I didn't know what was going on. Yeah. Oh, thanks, 𝘗𝘬𝘦𝘦. How are you doing today? Welcome in. I was blonde, but we had a wig change redeem to blue. We are blue again. I missed the mass attack. I know. I'm sorry. What the heck? Pro streamer. But hey, look, you have a really cute bit badge. You cheered. Thank you for the biddies. Okay, Soul Life, that's cool. Cause like, I think I found that one on Blurb, so other people have used it before. I don't think I made that one. Viewer texting happened. I tossed Flirt and a tomato. Nice.
Adrienne, I've been silenced!
That's how I feel about YouTube not letting me play the shit I want to play. Hey, Bulldog Mama! Welcome in. Happy Friday. Remember, don't stop being that amazing you that you are. Hope you have a wonderful stream and day. Just wanted to let you know that I am here to say hi. Lurking and watching on a few Zoom calls for work. Well, you are a busy mama. Thank you for the support. Can we get a shout out? Thank you. I appreciate you. We are multi-streaming today for the first time in like a long ass time. So I'm also on the YouTubes, and so I can't do all the same stuff I normally do. So I'm you know, having an autism struggle. Also, I didn't get enough sleep. I was in the bathroom just now and I looked at the mirror and I'm like, I have legit dark circles under my eyes from them like being heavy. I'm like, that is bad. That's bad. I'm eventually gonna get a bunch of rest and then probably make some Patreon
I swear
content.
to God, you could drown a toddler in my panties right now.
Yeah. All right. What are we doing next? Okay, we're gonna try this. Yo, so fun. My nephew's name is Sterling. And then my like brother's sister from another family, like who I'm not related to, just had a niece and named her Mallory. So my brother's like niece and nephew are Mallory and Sterling. I mean, I can't say that he wasn't named after Sterling Archer. I don't know that that was like a real thing, but like I don't know that that's the entire reason they decided on the name, but I think that might have been an inspiration for it for sure. It's pretty funny. I mean, because like they're not that cool to be like, yes, we named our kid after Sterling Archer because we're badass, you know. But it'd be like, well, you know, it was just a nice name, and it's what the angels told me, or whatever the fuck. Yo, chat, if you're enjoying the content, if you like hanging out here, if you like me, if you want me to keep living, please support the stream with any way that you can. This isn't music. This is just a TikTok. This is a TikTok.
Business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record,
His name is Melvin. That's funny.
I don't wanna write a banger, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. It's land back from Philippines to Palestine. It's time to uprise till we're all free. Fuck individualism, this is collectivism. No more consumerism, tune into global rhythms. We make the revolution irresistible. Leaning on each other, holding them accountable. They turning humans into robot cops, slaves to empires, brains whitewashed. They put whiteness in religious laws.
I'm so worried that YouTube's gonna clap me.
Prison jobs, real loves and decolonization.
But 𝘗𝘓𝘦 is like a super small artist. You know, it's not like I'm playing Doja Cat.
Changing, using radical imagination together.
And this is a remix of a remix that somebody uploaded. So it's like not even the original remix. I feel like this version might be safe. And if I talk over it, how can we say that it's not transformative? I am adding to the music right now.
Rather kill than integrate, watching us disintegrate. But you cannot imitate our style in your face. Revolution illustrate, truth will disseminate. Laying back from Peru to Palestine, killing people for some oil land and some gasoline. I'm talking revolution. This is not an average dream when you fight against the system built on white supremacy.
Is that better? That's probably too loud.
I want to reflect the times. For the industry, new revolutionary minds. Colonize the forces. Start the business enterprise. 35,000 killed Palestinian genocide.
I'm like obsessed with this track. I play it almost every day. Chat knows.
No more division, unite the fight for what's just. We are the beat, well then it's time you hear us. Fuck your system.
Twitch actually went back and what's up, Wirebite? Twitch actually went back and decided they were gonna allow butt shaking emotes again. But like even before that came out, I just re-uploaded it with a different name and was like, maybe they'll let it slide. It's like the other two, I was like, I understand. Like the Smokin' one and the Vixen one were both against TOS, sure. But you can't tell me that that fox shaking its tail is against terms of service. Come the fuck on. Like, there was nothing sexual about that. It's a fucking cartoon fox. Yes, this is 𝘗𝘓𝘦. Yeah, like if it's a TikTok, that's why I'm like, it might work on a couple tracks. Mother Earth hating business. Oh, I'll come for the furries.
So it don't come as no surprise to me when they letting the babies bleed for the oil and the greed. Funded by the land of the free, we march and we plead. Defund our vest, detract is the people's decree. So we taking it to the streets from the river to sea. You can block TikTok, but we still gon' speak. Press roll out on pause, it's a priority for all my people from Sudan, Congo to Haiti, Ethiopia, Myanmar, Tibet, and all my students too. South Africa making moves like how the Houthis.
Thanks for the lurk, Human. Free Palestine. Oh, it's this. I was like,
Welcome,
what is
friends,
in...
to another Wolf Responds.
Oh, I wasn't planning on playing this next. I got distracted. But we'll do it.
This is the third of a three-part series about silence, elections, and economics.
And we'll get into
In the
some
first two,
other
I
shit.
spoke about how the two major parties and candidates, Trump and Harris, have been mostly silent about the most fundamental issues that economics can bring to the fore. The stunning instability of capitalism as it rocks us back and forth into dangerous and damaging inflations on the one hand, recessions on the other. And secondly, the damage of a horribly unequal society, and how neither party has anything like a program to really deal with it, as opposed to making little adjustments on the edges. In this third of these three, I want to talk about the horrible, deafening silence of Trump and Harris on the third great problem of our economy. And this has to do with how we organize the production of goods and services, the core issue of economics. How do we go about producing the food, the clothing, the shelter, the very instruments that you're using to watch this video? We organize them in the same way, whether it's a factory, an office, a store, all of them. A tiny group of people at the top make all the key decisions. The owner of the business, the board of directors, if it's a corporation. They make the decisions what to produce, how to produce it, where to produce it, and what to do with the product and the revenue at the end of the process. We allow a tiny group in that position. We don't elect them. We don't control them. What does that mean? It means that the workplace in our society is undemocratic. It's not like where we live. We vote on who the mayor is. We vote on who the congressperson is. We vote, etc., etc. We have at least some say over the people whose decisions affect us. But 5 days a week or more, we go to work, we step into a workplace where we don't have that authority. We don't have that power. We don't have democracy. We have autocracy. We have a tiny group of people who make the decisions we have to live with. Sure, we can quit. And you know what happens then? We go look for another job. And you know how that job is organized? In just the same way. There is no escape because that's a system. It's called capitalism. Employers and employees. We give it a different name because unlike slavery, the people at the bottom don't have the right to quit. They're slaves. Masters and slaves.
Astro
In
Brains,
feudalism,
welcome
remember,
in.
lords and serfs. In capitalism, employers, employees. Why do I stress it? Why is it so important? Well, let's go. Let's do the work.
Let's go.
If
Let's
there's a
go,
tiny
Dr.
group at the
Wolf.
top,
Let's
guess what they're
go.
likely to do? Grab most of the wealth being produced in the factory, the office, or the store for themselves. That's why we have endlessly worsening inequality, because we've organized our businesses in this undemocratic way. Kings used to live in opulent palaces while the peasants didn't. That
Welcome
was the
in,
way
honey,
they
free
arranged
Palestine.
it. Our
Nice
CEOs live in palaces we can't afford because they run the business. We just do the work. Come on. If you're serious about the economic system you live in, you face the particular way you've organized it. Because that's why we have the rest of the problems in our economy. We've organized it in this grotesquely undemocratic way. And what, pray tell, what do the two parties offer on that subject?
What a
Nothing.
boomer. His
What
phone
does
rings.
Trump say about that? Nothing. What does Harris say about that? Nothing. You'd have to have a new and different political party to say, wait a minute, we're in favor of changing. We want to democratize the enterprise. What an idea. What an interesting thing to debate. What a wonderful thing to have the right to vote for or against if you don't like it.
Yeah, definitely.
We don't have any of that. We don't live in a democracy, and don't let the people on either party's PR team tell you it's about preserving a democracy. You cannot preserve what you're too afraid to institute in your society, starting in the workplace where most adults spend most of their lives. If interventions like this strike you as valuable, hello there. 1, 2, or all 3 of this 3-part series of Wolf Response, please share these videos with friends, neighbors, co-workers, and so on. That's why we make them. And please be aware that if you can help us also financially, that too is a kind of partnership we would welcome and feel very thankful for. Thank you.
I wanted to talk about the grocery piece of this, and the that's an industry.
Awesome. It's on my chair. There we go. Anyway, more economic kind of stuff. More economic-y, politic-y stuff. Yeah, you know, like I was having to tell my mom, I'm like, even though like I was born in the millennial generation, like I'm like, I do remember the 90s. Like I do, you know, and plus we were poor in the 90s. So it wasn't like we got new shit. We were still about like, you know, 5 to 10 years behind on every piece of technology we owned. So I'm like, no, I remember the like the big ass old cell phones. I remember car phones. You remember car phones? My aunt had a car phone. Fucking weird. All right, more economic-y stuffs.
I mean, meat processors, right? That is in nearly a monopoly. What I saw Robert Reich write this a few months ago, that 4 companies control processing of 80% of beef, nearly 70% of pork, almost 60% of poultry. And so when we were talking earlier about, yes, the naturally incurring of inflation due to COVID, we now see that the grocers and these meat companies, right? They basically still have very high prices, but they're taking home record profits. You know, the CNBC is saying, "Oh, this is price fixing that she wants to do." Oh, really?
Knight Rider, you gotta have them hook me up with a raid sometime. I need that majority report boost.
Here, when she's tackling price gouging. But I mean, this is textbook gouging because you can see it in their earnings reports. They're making record profits, but prices are still high.
Right. So let's talk about the groceries for a bit. I mean, there was a great admission yesterday in the Kroger-Albertsons merger trial by a Kroger executive. This was an internal email that they showed during the trial today, admitting that they were gouging. That is, they were using a little bit of inflation as a pretext to raise their prices by more. And we saw this in spades, you know, going on in the early part of the inflation days, jumping up and down. But, you know, again, if we can't see it, if we're not even allowed to talk about the price gouging, right, we're never going to get at it. The FTC put out a study that found that large grocery stores were engaging in price gouging. And of course, the Council of Economic Advisors has found that this margin increases were contributing somewhat. They found other factors as well to overall inflation. So this notion, you read this quote from the economist at the top, you know, that the evidence suggests there's never been price gouging. It basically is like burying your head in the sand from all the evidence that's out there.
The Washington
And-
Post editorial board said the same thing too. I don't know if it's a coincidence that Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post and Whole Foods, but that's another matter.
Yeah, and I don't know how much influence individual
And
writers, but
Twitch.
Catherine Rampell, came out.
He
and
owns
said that,
me.
and I'm paraphrasing, but Kamala Harris's discussion of price gouging smacked of communism. She was basically feeding the narrative of communism, and she needed to quit talking about this. She also thought, I just want to, as an antitrust guy, I got to say that antitrust is not going to solve this problem of gouging, right? Antitrust is first primarily focused on price fixing across multiple firms. So when Kroger, gouges unilaterally, that's not something that antitrust can get at.
Merch reminder. Check out the merch store.
And antitrust can get at an individual firm who's setting prices when they use a restraint of trade to get that price higher. But if they're just exploiting opportunistically, a crisis, there's absolutely nothing that antitrust do, and there's no reason can do, and there's no reason for us to just sit back and kind of take this as consumers, right? I feel like what these neoliberals are saying is that we should let our defenses down. We should have no defenses against this kind of act. And 40 plus states have price gouging laws on the books, right? And we need a federal one because a lot of these states, as Zephyr Teachout wrote, a lot of these firms can evade the state laws if they're doing the gouging in some other state or setting it at a different level. And I just put the question this way, like, why would we ever, if we know that there's harm coming from a particular source, why would we ever not build up or erect a defense mechanism, right? Even if we never use it, just to have a defense against this level of attack. It just seems to me naive and almost encouraging firms to misbehave if we don't establish a federal price gouging law.
Well, I mean, you mentioned that antitrust suit against, or the FTC's blocking a merger of Kroger's and Albertsons. In their defense, they were essentially listing off, you let Walmart do it, you let X do it. Why don't you let us do this, right? We need to be able to compete in these markets, etc. The point, though, is that the market consolidation has got to that point. So there needs to be a buck. The buck needs to stop somewhere, right? Or you're enabling this, I guess, in terms of the consolidation piece. But also, federalizing these rules would be really important here. And do you think she could do that through executive order, or would that have to go through Congress? Is my question.
I think it would have to go through Congress. If she does it by executive order, it would immediately be challenged. And the courts these days are watching what they're doing to like Biden's student loan programs. I think it should go through Congress. And look, you may never even have to use it. It's just having the defense at your fingertips would put the firms on notice that if they exploit the next crisis, and by the way, this is not price controls and it's not economy-wide, regardless of what Catherine Rampell said. This was just in the food industry. And it really wouldn't kick in until the next crisis. The idea is that when we get into the next crisis, we don't want to be in the same vulnerable position that we were in for this crisis. We're just sitting back and watching these prices spiral out of control. So why not at least have the defense mechanism in place, right? And one last thing is, you're not guilty until proven innocent. If the federal government were to bring a case against you, right? You could defend your unilateral price increase by appealing to, say, the costs that went up, right? And if you could demonstrate that your price increases were cost-based, you'd be off the hook. So the notion that this is somehow going to chill investment or innovation or send us back, or, in Catherine's words, communist era, is just a hyperbole.
Well, how about the expanded child tax credit that Kamala Harris is proposing? Is that communism, Hal?
I think that whenever we interfere with markets,
Yeah, I've checked out Sinister Hand. I keep getting sucked into the magic sand. Yeah, Gabby, it's great. It's great. And occasionally it switches out for a kitty cam or an art cam, but the sand is the go-to. Yeah, it really helps me digest all this shit. Like, just having something constantly in motion that's soothing. Like, the other thing I like is, like, on Struggle 4, Marcus has, like, the train running. Like, I kind of wish he had, like, the train running all the time while he was doing the other stuff, but he's got Winston, so, But yeah, it's like there's something psychological about the visual sensation of moving forward that is calming. Like that's how like EMDR works, is by like reprogramming your brain by thinking that you're in motion. But like there's a psychological reason why that happens. So yeah, Sinister Hand, I don't know who AC is saying you sound like, but like I don't know who what'd you say it was? Progressive Voice? Yeah, I don't think I'm familiar with them. I don't know who that is.
It seems like it has a taint of communism, right? Because we're basically saying that we can't trust the markets are going to take care of this. Yeah, but there's been great research on the advantages, the benefits of a child tax credit, and we basically want to allow people to at least have the choice to go back to work. The notion right now is that childcare is very.
So we've got the mod father and mod daddy in the chats. I love it. Oh shit.
Welcome, friend.
I wanted to
Was there some anti-communist taint of communism? Yeah, like we just watched Dr. Wolf and I clicked the wrong button. All right, well fuck this guy. I fucked up the video anyway. I've got more. I've got better content. That's fine. We'll move on. This actually might be about similar, but yeah, so Harris caving to billionaires on capital gains tax from Breaking Points.
Jeff Stein of the Washington Post. Great to see you, sir.
Good to see you, man.
Always a pleasure to be on Breaking Points. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Let's go and put this first piece up on the screen. So this was some significant news, something we've been tracking for a while. It does look like the Biden administration is preparing to block this Nippon Steel, it's a Japanese steel company's acquisition of U.S. steel. Subhead here from you and your colleague David Lynch is the move would pose a setback for relations with Japan. Talk to us about this decision, why they would want to block this acquisition, and what some of the broader context here is.
Yeah, so U.S. Steel, really an iconic American company, has been suffering tremendously the last decade plus. Unlike some of its sort of more nimble competitors with the more agile furnaces in the South, U.S. Steel has lost money, I think, don't quote me on this, but it's something like 11 of the past 15 years or 13 years.
Ooh.
And so they've been looking for a buyer. This Japanese company has been very interested in acquiring U.S. Steel, in part because, increasing U.S. tariffs on imports of steel have made it harder to get into U.S. markets. So if they acquire a U.S. firm, they get around.
I am not educated in this at all. This is so out of my wheelhouse. I'm trying to retain it because I'm like, wait, what are we talking about again? Fuck. Okay.
On that problem. But the Biden administration, I think correctly, is worried about the politics of a foreign company acquiring this sort of symbol of American industrial.
Wonder Boy, welcome in. Hi. Very successful company with an amazing record and reputation. LOL. Of course, Brandon, fuck it up. Brandon being Brandon. Yep.
Light, like a few months before a very contested election in Pennsylvania, which is this obviously very important part of the election. And so the Biden administration tasked CFIUS, this sort of obscure government committee that it sort of reviews foreign takeovers of U.S. firms. This is pretty unprecedented for Japan. Japan is a major U.S. ally, and so it was really weird and surprising to see Japan's investment into the U.S. be scrutinized this way. But as we reported yesterday, Biden's going to block this deal.
So tell us a little bit about the union as well, because I know that they were very involved in this decision.
Yeah, Biden has taken a lot of pressure, has been under a lot of pressure from the United Steelworkers Union to not allow this to go through. There's a lot of concerns about layoffs and that the Japanese, by switching to a new ownership structure, would be really bad for the workers. The management, the executives of the company were warning that if the deal went through, if the deal failed, if the deal didn't go through, that the company would collapse. I think the workers are saying that that's overblown hype. These executives are trying to cash out, and we should be skeptical of this sort of warnings. But yeah, the union has been very vocal and very in the ear of the Democratic Party, saying, we're already struggling to keep our members from defecting to Trump. Do you really want to allow this company to be taken over by the Japanese?
There's some other, staying on the Democratic Party side, Kamala Harris has been seemingly trying to quell some of the CNBC revolt against some of her economic policies. She's trying to lean into a small business agenda. Could put this Wall Street Journal article up on the screen. She's also breaking somewhat with Biden's previous capital gains tax proposal. So she still would increase the capital gains tax, but not as much as Biden had proposed. As part of her small business agenda, she wants to institute this new $50,000 tax credit. So what can you tell us about what she is proposing here?
Yeah, a ploy for the Jim Cramer vote.
The coveted Jim Cramer vote.
Yeah, they were under, the New York Times had a great story about sort of donors freaking out about the extent of the tax hikes pushed by Harris. Just to give people a little bit of the last few weeks of history here, Harris came out with $1.7 trillion in new spending measures and increased child tax credit and other things that they sort of saw as sort of populist goodies that they could run on. But then reporters started asking, how are you going to pay for this? And then Harris said, we support the Biden tax agenda, which is $5 trillion of stuff. And then people started saying, hey, wait, that has a lot of very significant tax hikes on investors through the capital gains tax and other measures. And so that led them to say, actually, you know what, let's kind of, I want to be careful with how I phrase this, but they seem to be saying, we want to signal that we're listening to the business community, that we're listening to investors. The only people who would be affected by this are those who earn over $1 million a year. At least that's what they've been saying.
Small businesses are going to suffer.
Numerically, it's not that big of a percentage of the voting public, but if you include people who might be concerned that they could become millionaires and be affected by this, or people who don't believe that Harris, won't lower that threshold at a certain point, this is kind of meant to assure them that she's maybe more business friendly. I mean, the Harris people are really intent on showing that they're more sympathetic to, or at least open to listening to the business community than Biden was. Whether that is a message that's compatible with what they've said about banning price gouging and how those all shake out, I don't know. There's some Democrats I've spoken to who are getting alarmed that, Harris seems to be kind of going from crisis to crisis and kind of addressing her sort of most immediate short-term political need. Obviously, the campaign would say that that's highly ungenerous and that they have a grand vision and this is all well orchestrated and thought out.
Well, okay, but then that's kind of where I want to stick with you, Jeff, because as you and I both know, each individual policy seems to be in a lab, it's getting tested, and then a statement will come out. So can you just explain to us how this fits in that context? For example, I believe yesterday they were talking about perhaps walking back from an EV mandate. Obviously, there have been previous stories about the positions on the border. There's fracking. There's ad nauseum. I could go down the list of what these all look like. So how does it fit into that context, as you were saying?
I'm really glad you brought that up, Sagar, because I don't want to not discuss that there are huge reversals of her positions from 2020. I mean, massive changes from what she was articulating just a few years ago. And I'm not sure I have great insight into exactly what is going on. I thought I was muted.
I was just moving the mic around the whole time. I'm sorry.
How they're thinking about these questions. But I think it's fair to say that,
Joker, exactly. I don't care about tax cuts because I'm too poor to pay taxes. Although this year I might have to pay taxes because I'm streaming and they don't automatically take shit out. I am terrified that I'm just gonna be homeless because of taxes next year.
she's so new to voters. She's still a relative unknown, and the amount of whiplash on some of these positions, I think, is a risk for the campaign. I mean, for all of Trump's sort of incoherence and his sort of quick changes and about faces on policy, I think a lot of voters could tell you sort of in broad strokes what he stands for: tariffs and tax cuts and, reducing immigration, those kinds of things. But, on fracking, on all these economic policies, on environmental policies, we're seeing Harris undergo some really dramatic changes of course, and whether those add up for voters, I think is sort of a big question. I don't know if that really answers what you're asking.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's worth keeping in mind she maintained a lot of the Biden campaign team that was failing dreadfully. So, when these sort of perplexing about face decisions occur with Harris, I think that's reasonable to keep in mind. And I mean, the other knock on her always has been that she doesn't really have a lot of, and you looked into this, like she doesn't have a lot of core ideas. It's been more like, okay, well, when I'm trying to get ahead in California during a certain era, I'm gonna be tough on crime. Then I'm gonna run to the left because I think that's the lane in 2020. Now I'm with Biden and I gotta win these, general election moderate swing voters. I'm gonna be in a different place, and that's starting to feel like what's happening here very clearly.
Yeah, I think the most generous interpretation is that this is sort of like trying to build as big of a tent as possible. But yeah. I don't know if there's a metaphor in here somewhere that like if the tent is too big, then like it doesn't really.
But we could leave, we could leave the Jim Cramer vote out of the tent. Like I would be good with that, But all right, we'll put that. Let's turn to the news you broke with regard to Trump and Elon Musk. Trump eyes plan that may give Elon Musk role in auditing U.S. agencies.
What?
This was some news that you broke earlier this week. This had been sort of floated that Elon would have a role in auditing federal government agencies. Of course, people immediately pointed out, hey, you have a lot of big government contracts. Seems like there could be a little bit of a conflict of interest here. And the news that you broke is that they're set to formally endorse this idea.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what this looks like if Trump is actually elected. But the idea is basically to say, like, the government bureaucrats are all corrupt and doing everything wrong. Let's bring in some like executives and CEOs, Musk and maybe the CEO of FedEx and some other names I've heard tossed around, the former CEO of Home Depot, apparently Trump really likes. And so the idea is let's bring these guys in, go through all the federal books, find all the waste and taxpayer spending and come up with a sort of list that they present to Congress and say, you guys need to get rid of this. And Reagan actually did this in the 80s. It was highly, it was never actually implemented, but from a political standpoint, it produced all these headlines about, the Department of Defense spent like $800 on the toilet or whatever. And then that became like a whole controversy that fueled the sort of Reagan message about government waste and spending. And so I think the Trump people, are spending a lot of time talking about, $5, $6, $7 trillion in additional tax cuts. And so this question is growing of like, what are they going to do to pay for that? Because Trump added more to the federal debt than any other president in American history, $8 trillion over the course of 4 years. And so they're looking at, potentially
I didn't know that, like, as
that.
just a stat offhand that Trump added more debt than any other president in history.
So this is partly an answer to that question. But as you said, putting Musk in charge of federal regulations, federal spending, I mean, the amount of sort of direct interest he has, I mean, would he basically say that the U.S. agency is responsible for regulating, self-driving cars, that is government waste, right? Like, obviously, I don't know if that is something he would come up with, but there's all kinds of reasons to believe that he's, if not a compromised party, then one worth being skeptical of his ability to really impartially look at the government books.
You don't have to be a lib to say, hey, if you get billions of dollars in government subsidies, you also should not audit government subsidies. Okay, all right, I think that's pretty basic.
And if your giant companies are subject to significant government regulation.
You're a NASA government contractor, you shouldn't also be overseeing. Look, I'm supportive of cutting a lot of government waste. So, like, let's be very clear about that.
Jeff, also, you can imagine him being, not allowed to look at the things that he's involved in, but the Trump people in their first term were not particularly judicious about that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yes,
that was going to be my point about some of the people that were involved. Anything else, Jeff, that you want to go over in terms of you've broken so many different stories
Unrelated
here.
rant. Let's see. I got a fun one for you, AV. Let's go. Remember that severe injury where I required surgery, etc.? Yes, I do. So during that time, I worked some whatever gigs to make rent. I was awarded a little disability money, not much, but it would have helped. Now I just got off the phone with the lady saying, well, you're not disabled, so we won't pay you. I'm mad. Yeah, I didn't know that offhand, you know, like, it's not a stat that I would have been able to tell you, so. I mean, yeah, like, capitalist economics just, and makes me so frustrated and disinterested that I'm just like, can we just UBI at a minute, like, at a minimum, if you guys want to keep capitalism, let's make it work. Like, you gotta tax the fucking rich, you gotta feed the fucking poor. You can still do that under capitalism, but it has to be done. UBI, UBS, like, and robust public housing. Housing is a human right. Healthcare is a human right. Like, oh, you're here? Here's your house. Done. You get a house. You get a house. You get a house. Just build the fucking houses. Just you don't even need to build the houses. They already exist. Just put people in them. Oh, man. Unrelated rant. Very unrelated rant. All right. Dun, dun, dun. All right. I need a something. I think this one will be fine.
Thank you very much.
Barrett, welcome in. It's going
now, this
great.
Next song
How's your
is
day?
dedicated to all of those people that across the last 20 years of the war on
Oh, lots of chats. Lots of chats. Loli says, I wish FDR lived long enough to do a second Bill of Rights. I bet housing would have been in there along with healthcare. Yeah, I know the talking point is if we got to the point of UBI, we should just demand essentially communism, and that's not necessarily wrong. And I'm not an incremental change kind of person. And they mean deny UBI on a collective level. But I would so love some UBI right now. Hell yeah. Yes. Like, I just want to, like, you know, be able to, like, afford the essentials. I don't even mind working. I work so much, guys. Like, I put in hella hours. I'm like, I just want to live poor. You know, like, that's fine. I'm not even, you know, like, fine. Subject me to poverty forever. But, like, can I just get through it? YouTube monetization, and let's go. Hey, everyone on my Twitch stream, can you sub to my YouTube channel? It will help. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. It is free for you to subscribe. I believe the link is still pinned. Yeah, we have so much land. Midwest, we could build hundreds of public housing. I know, like, America is so fucking vast. This is not a densely populated country. And we have, like, what, I don't know the number of unhoused people. I bet Amy does. Amy's so smart. Y'all follow Amy? I love Amy. Absolutely, BRB, sure. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it definitely helps out.
have been detained in airports across the world. This song, it goes something like this. They're calling me.
I think I deleted that one.
Like they don't know who the terror is.
But we should make one where it just links to the YouTube page.
All about peace and love. So what I want from you is when I say the words peace and love, I want every single person in here to sing back to me, peace and love. Are you with me? Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try.
Soul Life, probably.
Like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love.
What are we at now? Like 8 billion people? I have no... What is the world population? Are we at 8 billion?
When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about.
Speaking of UBI though, I gotta go punch the clock. No worries, Wonder Boy. Have a good one.
Like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them
8 something.
I'm all about peace and love.
CJ from the 6 just subscribed to my YouTube channel. Thank you.
When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Let's go. Put your peace signs up in the air. Let's see them up there. See them up high. Let's see those peace signs up high. Let's see them up high. Put them up in the air. Put them up in the air. Okay. Let's go. It goes like this. They're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know who the terrorist.
No worries. Thank you.
I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. It seems like the crackheads and packies are worrying your dad. But your dad's favorite food is curry and kebab. It's funny but it's sad how they make your mummy hurry with her bags.
Oh, hi,
Wanna read
Red.
the sun and study all the facts. Tell me, what's a bigger threat to human society? BAE systems or remote control drones killing off human lives, or man with homemade bomb committing? I know you were terrified when you saw the towers fall. It's all terror, but some forms are more powerful. Seems nuts. How can there be such agony when more? It's like the definition didn't ever exist. Guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is. They're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. But they're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. Peace and love. Lumumba was democracy, Mossadegh was democracy, A&D was democracy, hypocrisy, it bothers me. Who you terrorists? You don't want to be a colony. Refuse to bow down to a policy of robbery. Terrorism, my lyrics, with more Vietnam vets killed themselves after the war and died in it. This is very basic. One nation in the world has over 1,000 military bases. They say it's religion, when clearly it isn't. Not just Muslims that oppose your imperialism. Zero Chavez a Muslim. I didn't think so. Was Castro a Muslim? Nope. It's like the definition didn't ever exist. Guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. Are telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is.
Calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love.
But they're calling me a terrorist.
Like they don't know who the terrorist. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we know. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we do. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we do. They think that I don't know, but I know, I know, I know. They think that we don't know, but we know.
They're calling me a terrorist. Like they don't know very much. Thank you very much.
This is psychotic.
All right.
Ukraine is the enemy
Haven't been
of
talking about this
country.
yet.
Oh my God.
Let's do it.
Incredible, amazing news. I'm going to break this down. It's so hilarious. Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and a bunch of other right-wing freaks were apparently paid by Russia. Interesting. Now, I'll get to their knowledge or lack thereof of where the money was coming from. But to me, this isn't the point. The point is there is so much damn money on the right that if you choose to sell out, you can live a very comfortable life. We are talking $100,000 a week. So some of the details here are just incredible. This broke here by Yashar Ali on Twitter. The U.S. Department of Justice alleges that Tenet Media, which has Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Dave Rubin on the roster, received $10 million from the Russian government to publish content as part of a Russian influence operation. Tenet is owned and controlled by Lauren Chen, who is affiliated with Turning Point USA, and her husband, Liam Donovan, who are Canadians. I and Celine Dion continue to be the best things to come out of Canada. Canada not sending their best here. So before I get to the actual news, I just want to... It's important to give context here because this is a massive story right now.
Hey, Snake Switch, how's it going?
Ton of coverage about this. There was barely any discussion about the fact that Israel also secretly targeted U.S. lawmakers with an influence campaign and appear to continue to do so. So I broke this down in a video. I'll link to this below when the news came out on June 5th. But a government body of Israel allocated about $2 million to the operation and hired Stoic, a political marketing firm in Tel Aviv, to carry it out. So basically putting out hundreds of fake accounts, focusing largely on U.S. lawmakers and trying to get them to continue or get this idea out there that they should continue funding Israel's military. And they also used AI to help.
Now, would you rather watch Mike's video?
As well. So I couldn't
I couldn't decide who
be a big story, and
to watch,
it wasn't,
but I haven't seen
because
David in a
Israel
minute.
is viewed as an ally, even though they're committing a genocide. But that not a big story here.
Oh,
meanwhile, this story is big, as it should be, because it is a wild story. So AP reporting here, an indictment filed on Wednesday alleges a media company linked to 6 conservative influencers, including well-known personalities Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson, was secretly funded by Russia state media to churn out English language videos that were often consistent with the Kremlin's interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions in order to weaken U.S. opposition to Russian interests, like its war in Ukraine. So this is the indictment. I'm going to pull a couple pieces from it, but I'll link to this below as well in case you want to read through it. But I will reference some of the information in there. So Eric Tola here tweeting out, the indictment specifies that 2 of the people who worked for this Tennessee company were deceived, meaning they didn't know that the Russian government was running an influence op. Dave Rubin, so it's speculated here in terms of who commentator 1 and commentator 2 are. So commentator 1 and 2, who respectively have over 2.4 million and 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. So it appears that commentator 2 is Tim Pool and commentator 1 is Dave Rubin, though apparently it may also be Benny Johnson, who also has around 2.4, so it's not clear which one is commentator 1. I tend to believe it's Dave Rubin because he has more of a reach, at least from what I have witnessed over the past several years, than Benny Johnson does. And I also think it's him because we're going to get to one of the correspondence between Dave Rubin and this company, when Dave Rubin was questioning where this money was coming from, but not in a way that you would think. So this is the site. This should be a red flag immediately. I don't follow these guys' careers close enough, but if I had seen that a company or a YouTube channel with only 316,000 subscribers, less than my channel, for some reason is able to get on Tim Pool, who has millions of more subs, as well as, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and others who have a million more subs than Tenet Media does. That should raise a red flag. Why is this channel with a small following compared to the people they're hiring? Why are they able to pull them in? That gets to, well, they must have money. Okay, where is that money coming from? Well, now we know. So, as AP reports here, Tenet Media's 6 main influencers have more than 7 million subscribers on YouTube and more than 7 million followers on Twitter. So the Department of Justice doesn't allege any wrongdoing. I want to be clear about this. They don't allege any wrongdoing by the influencers, some of whom says that we're given false information about the source of the company's funding. Instead, it accuses 2 employees of RT, a Russian state media company, of funneling nearly 10 million to the company to pay these influencers that money to deliver the content. So they did not know about about Russia's involvement, being led to believe that they were being funded by a made-up investor named 𝘗𝘢𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵. So when they asked about who's this guy? I've heard of 𝘗𝘗𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵. Who's this guy? They sent over this fake profile of who he is.
Oh my God.
He's an experienced finance professional.
This is an AI person.
Deeply engaged in business and philanthropy, leveraging skills and resources to drive positive impact, supporting a range of organizations worldwide with a dynamic presence, mainly in Brussels and London, engaging in personal and professional pursuits in each location with a focus on poverty alleviation, championing
it's a
free
nice
speech,
looking resume,
and advocating
though.
for social justice.
I like the
causes.
style. I'm like, oh, that's how resumes are supposed to look now.
I pause there because commentator 1, who appears to be Dave Rubin, might be Benny Johnson, but I think it's Dave Rubin, apparently had a problem with the profile, specifically the reference to social justice. Not that, hey, what? Edward Gregorian, who is this guy? I never heard of this guy. Who are you taught? Like, why have I never heard of this
he's
person?
dedicated to social justice.
And all of a sudden he has all this
cool.
money to give me. No, that isn't the problem. Where that money's coming from, who cares about that? Social justice? Hey now. He sounds kind of liberal to me. I don't know if I should be taking money from this guy. And so they promised that Founder 1 suggested that Commentator 1, Rubin, and Edward could simply speak together to clarify the profile. I am very curious who they spoke to, who Rubin or Benny Johnson spoke to, because there is no Edward Gregorian, but they spoke to somebody, somebody pretending to be Edward, and I guess they probably answered the questions that Dave Rubin had by saying, "Shut up, we got money." So the indictment shows that some of the influencers were paid handsomely for their work. One unidentified influencer's contract included a $400,000 monthly fee, $100,000 a week, and a $100,000 signing bonus. And there's more. Additional performance
All right,
bonus.
Landon.
So who knows how much money that was.
See ya.
This kind of money is insane. I have been saying this since I started my channel, back in 2015. Take a look. Ask yourself, how is it that these right-wing channels pop up out of nowhere and they have full crews, a real production budget, multiple cameras, a proper set? Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with some game controllers in the background, a fake plant that I bought at
relatable
Canadian Tire, and some game controllers here. And I've been doing this shit for almost 10 years. Yet how do these freaks have so much money? This is why. Not even just, I want to be clear, not because of Russia, but there is so much money on the right. Be it billionaires, be it Russia. There is a lot of money to pay these freaks to say the shit that they say. Now, I also want to be clear. I don't think Tim Pool was paid to say things. I don't think Dave Rubin was paid to say things. They were simply given the money to help boost this account with things that they were already saying. So the YouTube account. So that they were simply, they wanted to, sure, send certain messages out there, and they were apparently, there was things that were that they were suggested to look at or cover, and especially some of the other, there's 3 other people who are lesser known. I guess they're in this picture here. that were more willing to, take the money to say whatever they were told to say. But they're paid. People like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin are paid because they are already doing the bidding of what Russia wants done in terms of propping up the right and criticizing the money given to Ukraine on a consistent basis, which I think it's fair just generally to argue, hey, how much money is fair? Should there be more of a focus on diplomacy as opposed to just giving money for weapons? That's a fair discussion. But when it becomes a part of a larger discussion about propping up figures like Donald Trump, then you are working in the favor of the people that are paying you, even if they aren't doing it in a way that is, paying you to say, I'm paying you to say this. I don't think they're doing that. But it is, the connection there is clear.
I'm happy to be a hobbit. I would love a hobbit life.
What this company already wanted done.
The Shire looks
here's an example
so nice.
the kind of work that Tim Pool put out.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
This is pretty bad propaganda.
They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world.
I don't think that's what triggered the conflict.
We should
I'm pretty sure that
rescind
happened
funding and
after
financing,
shit was already
pull
going
out all
down.
military support, and we should apologize to Russia. And they know it.
And we should apologize to Russia.
Should apologize to Russia. That is pretty fucking
After
funny.
they launched an offensive into Ukraine, we should apologize to them. So again, it's not like Tim Pool was given a script. Hey, read this script. That's not what he's doing here. But there are definitely influences, suggestions that are made. Hey, did you see this story? Did you cover this? Did you think about this? That work on the minds of these people regardless. But again, a lot of this stuff they'd be saying anyway, because this is the pipeline that they are in. This is the incredibly lucrative pipeline that they are in, and why they continue to be in it, because it is incredibly lucrative. Again, Tim Pool has a mansion. He has like an underground skate park. He has a whole crew, this big set, all these microphones. He flies guests in. Who has that money on the left? Even TYT, who's been doing this for like 20 years, they built up to finally have, a proper studio, but you can see the progression that channel made over, a couple decades. There's no one else. Hassan, makes money, but he's one guy who is really good at what he does on Twitch and happens to have, a massive following. Not happens to have, he earned that following. But again, we're talking two people that have maybe somewhat comparable sort of money to what these right-wingers do.
He is a nepo
From what
baby,
we know,
but
because it sure as hell seems like Tim Pool has a hell of a lot more money than either TYT or Hassan. But again, I don't know. Look at everybody else. We don't have this kind of money. Again, I've been doing this for almost 10 years. No one's paid me to say anything. No one's paying me at all. I have to rely on YouTube and Patreon. It is just insane the amount of money that these people get. So there's also, the company itself, Tenet, was putting out propaganda as well. And even their own producer was questioning the stuff that they were told to put out. So on February 15th, 2024, the company wanted a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia. So we're talking about Tucker. We covered this video on the Leftist Mafia podcast. It's hilarious. Like Tucker walking around this Russian grocery store. Oh my God, it's amazing. And look, you put the cart back and you get your coin back. Like he had never seen. Apparently he'd never been to a grocery store before, because that's very common, at least where I am, to put your cart back and, you put a little coin in to encourage you to put your cart back. But he went around this store just being amazed at how incredible this Russian grocery store is. And this account, the social media account, by the actual Tenet social media account was told to post this video. And the producer was like, this is kind of, it just feels like overt shilling. Like even the producer working for this company being paid by Russia was like, this is a little heavy. Like, this is a little heavy-handed here. It's kind of obvious what we're doing here. And they still put it out. Thinks we should put it out, says the founder there. So they put it out, despite the obvious bullshit that they were propagating. So this is, I should have teased this earlier because this is hilarious. I'm going to get to this, the responses here from the various commentators. But this is a Guardian piece. Look at who they put in for Tim Pool. That's not Tim Pool.
Whoa.
The editor saw, this guy has a beanie.
So funny.
I guess that's Tim Pool. What's the extent of it? I'm not sure if this is on purpose, by accident. It's very, you don't have to know who Tim Pool is if you did any research at all in this story. You look at the actual website, Tim Pool's face is right up there on the Tenet Media site. That guy, clearly not Tim Pool, but that's the image they used. Hilarious. So their headline here, U.S. conservative influencers say they are victims of Russian disinformation campaign. This is amazing. Their responses, oh, God, you really feel for them. So Pool, a popular podcaster with more than, whatever. Let's go into the quote here. Said, should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. Oh, we are the victims.
We are victims.
$100,000 a week. I am the victim. Never at any point did anyone other
Can
than
you
I have
imagine
full
getting paid
$100,000
a week?
The show are often apolitical.
Like, I literally cannot imagine making that much money. You just spam TMR chat? Oh no. Oh no.
They are paying you because they know the shit that you do, and they want to be able to associate themselves with what you do. Johnson, who has 2.7 million followers on X, said he was disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which makes clear that
like
myself and other
I have, like, the most money I ever made in a year was like 25K. It's like the most I've ever made in my life. And like, I worked like around 50 hours a week, maybe 60.
We're victims in this alleged scheme.
I can't even calculate the hours I work now. It's too depressing.
If they knew where this money was coming from, but I think you would have to be a complete moron to not at least have some questions in your mind. This channel with very little following compared to mine wants to pay me a shit ton of money.
I mean,
they're talking a lot about Ukraine and Russia.
Maybe he's just not that smart.
You don't have any questions about that? No, I'm concerned about the social justice aspect of this. The fake founder says he's for social justice. There had to have been questions in their mind. But again, when you're chasing money, you don't care. You just blinders on. All right, whatever. I'm not going to ask questions. It's weird, but I want the money. And that's what I think happened here. And so the way they're all playing victim now, to me, is so ridiculous. Ruben said on X that he knew absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Out of all of them, I actually believe Ruben because
I don't know how I would spend it.
Idiot.
I just want to be comfortable.
I couldn't believe that Ruben did not know what was behind this. But
I did not make good money when I
fraudulent activity
played Drug Dealer Simulator.
I and other commentators were the victims of this scheme. They all just appear to be copy and pasting each other here. All victims. You're always victims. Every content they put, everything they put out, they are always the victim. The right is always the victim. Look at all of their content. They are always bitching about some bullshit. They are always the victims.
Bro.
Ridiculous. Victims for taking so much damn money for doing so little work.
I mean, streaming is work.
To be clear, this is not simply
Russia. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be bribed to do, influential political content that can have real ramifications.
Right-wing commentary. There is billions of dollars, largely from billionaires, American billionaires, funneling money into these individuals. because they are propagating the exact message that they want propagated. They want to distract people largely with made-up social war issues, culture war issues, turning an issue of human rights, like trans people, into a culture war issue as a distraction from what is actually going on. The fact that massive corporations and billionaires are making out like bandits while everybody else is struggling.
Yay!
I'm really interested in the project that you're working on now.
Content warning. Tucker Carlson. Tuck. Little Tuckums.
Oh, I'm a little bit baffled by it, so I'm just going to answer my own question. So you were working on World War II, which has to be, even more than the Kennedy assassination, the most written about event in human history. I can't think of one that has occasioned more books. So why World War II?
It is going to be the most fruitful place that any aspiring historian can dive into, because we've spent the last 70 years, I mean, in Europe's case, like literally throwing people in jail for looking into the wrong corners, right? So there's and even
particularly in Austria, I can say.
Right. And so even in the United States,
which was an invaded country, so I'm not exactly sure why it's so important.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's a big topic, but I mean, even the United States, where you're not going to go to jail necessarily for doing that. You might have your life ruined and lose your job.
You might absolutely go to jail in this country.
Nowadays, you might, yeah. But, you could write a book. You could take any angle on it you want. You're not going to ever get a job or have a publisher want to publish it or anything, but you could do it. You can go out on the street corner and stand on a box and say whatever it is you think. But even still, that event is really, it's such a core part of the state religion that there are emotional triggers built into people since childhood that almost prevent them from taking an approach that might lead them to information or to conclusions that are not part of the state religion's version of that event.
How you doing, Schmegley? Welcome.
That was a snippet from Tucker Carlson's interview with so-called historian Daryl Cooper. And the conclusions that he's talking about there regarding World War II is that the Nazis weren't so bad. Literally. He argues that Winston Churchill, as opposed to Adolf Hitler, was the chief villain of World War II. And he also says that the Holocaust wasn't necessarily deliberate. It was more of an accident.
It was, genocide.
I'm not making this up.
That's great.
As Mediaite explains, Cooper went on to make controversial claims about the Holocaust.
God forbid you say you want to free Palestine. You're an anti-Semite.
That rather than a deliberate plan to exterminate the Jewish people, it was an unintended consequence of Germany being completely unprepared to handle the millions of prisoners of war. I wonder why they were taken as prisoners of war.
Why were they prisoners of war
according
in the first
to Cooper,
place?
millions ended up dead.
Jesus.
They just ended up dead, according to him, because there was no food to feed them, and German soldiers believed it was more humane to finish them off quickly. This is the outrageous shit that Tucker Carlson chose to platform. In other words, he thinks the Nazis kind of got a bad rap. Yeah, this man is a Holocaust revisionist that this guy, Tucker Carlson, decided to bring on his platform. And that interview was uploaded to Twitter. And can you guess who shared this interview?
What's up, LT9K?
Chief Twit himself, Elon Musk. That's how bad Twitter has gotten. And side note, there was a viral photo of a little girl wearing a shirt with a swastika on it while she was sig-hailing with the caption from, I'm assuming, her father, saying that she's being raised right. This kind of shit is common on Twitter, thanks to Elon Musk. the richest man
But
in the world.
but cis is
But
a
even
slur.
some Republicans went out of their
Okay.
way to
This is
publicly
so
condemn
bizarre.
Tucker
We
Carlson's
live
Nazi
in the
apologia
upside down.
because, of course, yeah, this is bad. Republican Mike
Princess
Lawler, for
Chi-Chi.
example, called it deeply disturbing that Tucker Carlson would platform a Holocaust revisionist. Don Bacon said there's no whitewashing Hitler's history of mass genocide. And look, I've just got to say, it's so bad when Republicans are coming out to say, yo, this right-wing propagandist that we're all cool with, actually, this thing that he did is bad. When they condemn their own, you know that it's bad. But they're not alone, because other right-wingers, they saw this and they thought, this is a little bit too far. So one of them was the Babylon Bee. They actually produced a satire article, because this is a satirical comedy website. Whether or not you actually think they're funny, that's subjective. But they mocked Tucker Carlson for this, and they published an article titled, Tucker Carlson Guest Suggests Avengers Were the Real Villains in Infinity War. And they shared the article on Twitter to promote it. Now, this is where we get to the meat of the story, because even though prominent Republicans condemn this, since this is a media figure who is associated with the Republican Party, and he's buddy-buddy with Donald Trump, the presidential nominee. So you kind of have to condemn this, both because it's morally outrageous and also because you want to save face if you're a Republican. So, they're against it. But just think about whether or not the Republican Party's base or regular conservatives on Twitter would be open to Holocaust revisionism in this day and age, especially, on Twitter, where they're bombarded with so much Nazi nonsense after Elon Musk emboldened Nazis and brought back the ones that were banned. Think about what they think about this. So, let's just talk about the response to that casual joke from the Babylon Bee, because it wasn't received too well by their own right-wing followers, people who purport to be fans of the Babylon Bee. See, when they make fun of, marginalized people, trans people, when they make racist jokes, everything is copacetic. They love it. But when they make fun of, inbred racists, as they've done in the past, they get pretty pissed off. And now, after making fun of Tucker Carlson for doing Nazi propaganda, the Babylon Bee's right-wing followers weren't too happy. So here's some of the replies that they got. Weak and dishonest. Massive L. Y'all have lost the narrative. Go figure. Of course these clowns have something to say. I have been a big fan of the Babylon Bee until they fell in line with the mainstream media talking points on this particular subject. The mainstream talking points being, that the Holocaust was bad and that Nazis are bad. I've yet to hear anybody refute anything that the man said. An inconvenient truth is still a truth. So, this user drank the Kool-Aid. Another person says, eat shit, regime lackeys. The Babylon Jew. I used to like the Bee till I figured out it was just a bunch of Jews running a media company as usual. For those who don't know, the owner of the Babylon Bee, or the CEO, Seth Dillon, is Jewish, and they attack him because of it. The fact that you can only look at this through a lens of comic book morality proves his point. Or maybe it's because they were trying to make it easily digestible for you dipshits. But nonetheless, another person says, did Seth write this? Don't let him turn the Bee into the Onion, please. Jewish take. Maybe time to unfollow. Posts like this play right into Cooper's prediction about attacking the mythos of the war, proving him right ad nauseum. Yeah, and there's more, but you get the point. Don't want to belabor this any further. Nazis are mad that a right-wing satire site mocked Tucker Carlson for platforming a Nazi apologist. And look, it's not really surprising, because I expect Nazis to be mad about this. But what makes this especially disturbing is how open they are about it. And I just feel like if I'm the Babylon Bee and I make a joke about somebody who did Nazi propaganda and my audience responded in that way, I would then maybe be a little bit introspective about the audience that I cultivated. I would question whether or not the information, or the jokes rather, that I've been putting out there are actually being received in the way that I want them to. I mean, some of them are, because they're just downright racist, right? They made a joke about Vivek Ramaswamy running a 7-Eleven or something, White House 7-Eleven. I forgot what the joke was, but they got applauded by the right. So, when you build up a right-wing racist audience, don't be surprised when they turn on you when you try to give them something that's actually, true. Nazis are bad. Now, prior to Elon Musk's takeover, this much Nazi shit wasn't a common phenomenon. It happened, it was there to be sure, but it wasn't ubiquitous, right? And that's a really bad sign that it's so common now, because obviously it's dangerous. We have Donald Trump and the Republican Party normalizing racism and extreme xenophobia, and then we have Elon Musk using his social media platform to normalize Nazism. There's no longer a social disincentive to coming out to being a Nazi. I mean, you probably can't do this at your job, but on the internet, it's pretty easy to just come out as a Nazi, and if anything, you'll be rewarded and not condemned. They'll praise you for being a bold truth teller, and you can cry censorship if you're banned for engaging in the type of violent eliminationist anti-Semitic rhetoric that Nazis tend to engage in. But more often than not, Nazis don't explicitly say that they're Nazis. They use doublespeak and coded language. You know, they do what Tucker Carlson does and just dabbles in a little bit of Holocaust revisionism or denial from time to time while not explicitly endorsing it. Listen, as a society, we're going down a very, very dangerous fucking path. But I will say that I was a little bit hopeful, just a little bit, after looking at the comments underneath Tucker Carlson's video. Because while there were some people who were elated to see their favorite historian, and historian is a charitable word, this man is a fraud, not a fucking historian, to be clear, but they were elated to see their favorite historian and commentator team up. But that was the thing, although there was also a lot of skepticism and people who were criticizing Tucker Carlson for not pushing back. So the silver lining, I think, is that normie Republicans who happen to be fans of Tucker Carlson because of his racist and xenophobic stance aren't necessarily automatically predisposed to accept outright Nazi apologia. So, you know, this was, I think, Tucker Carlson dipping his toes in that pool. But I mean, if it's too explicitly pro-Nazi, Tucker Carlson turns off his base. He has to go back to the dog whistles and the dabbling. And I guess that gives me hope, because there's still a knee-jerk reaction among at least some conservatives when they see obvious Nazi apologia. That's good. That's something that maybe we can work with, hopefully. We lost them on racism and xenophobia, but maybe outright Nazism is something that can still be prevented. But, you know, again, on the flip side, that's still the problem. Most people tune into Tucker Carlson because they do like his explicit racism and fascist takes on immigration. So if he's already been able to sell them explicit racism and overtly fascistic takes on immigration, then how long will it take for him to warm them up to Nazism as well? I mean, this is the guy that popularized the white supremacist great replacement conspiracy theory, and now that's kind of a mainstream take in a lot of Republican circles. So how long until a lot of conservatives are just openly denying the Holocaust, or they're believing this type of revisionist bullshit? It's really alarming. You know, when Nazis start coming out of the closet and far-right parties start winning German elections for the first time since 1945, maybe that's a sign that we should start to take the global threat of fascism seriously. Because remember, Twitter doesn't exist in a vacuum. Users around the globe are exposed to the same Nazi propaganda that we're all seeing as well. So, I don't know. Maybe we should be a little bit concerned, but do with this information what you will.
All right, more Trumpian bullshit for a little bit. Sorry, but
so former President Trump did a big
there is a first thought about the France situation that we can get into, or you could check it out, because I don't know that I'll get to it before you do or somebody else does. But yeah, First Thought just put out a video about the French election, so that should be a pretty good breakdown. But yeah, that's really fucked. I don't understand how you lose an election and then you appoint a prime minister that's from the opposition party. Yeah, and it's like neoliberal fascism. I fucking hate it. All right. So Trump did a town hall, I guess.
Supposedly town hall, but the hall didn't actually ask any questions. But with Sean Hannity last night, our producer Griffin pulled some of the most interesting moments from the evening. When he got a question, this was kind of elicited an interesting response about the contrast between the 2016 campaign and this campaign. Let's take a listen to how he responded.
2016 was about the forgotten man and forgotten woman. What is 2024 about?
So it's not that different. It's still about the forgotten man and the forgotten woman. The people are being treated horribly in this country. We're a country that's being laughed at all over the world. And I'll be honest, if Joe Biden would be a great president, I would be happier than being the worst president in the history of our country, because I want to see what's good for the country. And I would have been very happy. I have very nice places I could be. This is not easy. I got shot at, I got hit. I could have been all over that place. I could have, but you know what? It's very simple, and it starts with make America great again. That's what we have to do.
How are
Would you make of that, Sagar? Because I mean,
using the
it's
same
just,
line?
listen, back in 2016, there was a lot there in terms of talking about trade, talking about the Iraq War. Like, it was credible to say this is about the forgotten man and woman. It's not credible anymore. I mean, you're.
Yeah, if Greens or the PSL actually won, Kamala would hand it to Trump instead. I agree. I mean, you scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. Like, they are one and the same, and there's a reason that this has had weight to it, because when it comes down to it, as much as they want a better world, right? A lot of liberals want a better world. They won't sacrifice their own personal comforts for that. And they will side with fascism at every single time for their own imperial privilege. I mean, it's really hard to break people out of fascism living in the imperial core. They don't even see it. Bernie won, so Trump is the new president. Exactly. I mean, that's kind of what happened. They saw Bernie and they're like, oh, we can't do this. We'll run Trump. That'll be fine. No one will vote for him.
Your biggest agenda item in the first term was this giant tax cut largely for rich people. The type of people you put, we were talking about this earlier, that you put in your cabinet in key positions of power, like Wilbur Ross, who's known for buying up and selling off steel companies, the polar opposite of what you said your priorities were going to be. Your National Labor Relations Board was all about crushing workers. And this time around, there just isn't even a lot of rhetoric around the quote unquote forgotten man and forgotten woman. So I don't know that that's very credible at this point.
Okay, you and I may know that, but a lot of people don't know that.
Of course.
How many people are looking at policy or NLRB or who knows who Wilbur Ross is? Only people who follow very closely. So look, in a certain sense, this was his best strength. I think that would be the best thing that he could quote unquote lean into. If you listen to many of the interviews that JD Vance gives, for example, this is a lot more what it is. And I do, if anything, I'm going to read it this way. Hannity seems to be clear that he believes like Trump has maybe lost a step, and he's like, maybe we should come back to the forgotten man, right? And we should come back to some of that rhetoric, and that seems to be where you thrive the most. So he talked to I mean, look, immigration is probably his best issue, is probably the issue that resonates most with a lot of working class issues, that a working class base that he has so far. That's what he probably should be talking about, where it's at his best. So the forgotten man thing is very
racist and xenophobic. That's fine. That's great
this
policy.
time around, though, and I mean, look, he did a lot of this in 2020. It's very anti-left. Now that can work. Let's be real. Like it's potent. And it is one that is actually more unifying to the Republican coalition. It's a lot of these people are communists. These people
Kamala's a
want to
communist,
destroy
yeah.
you. Exactly. And actually, that's much more unifying in terms of like the Republican electorate, because you've got people who, small business owners or whatever, who all they care about is low taxes. And then you've got working class voters who they don't care about that at all. They're animated about immigration, or they're animated about trade, or many variety of other things, but they also kind of hate cultural leftism. So this campaign to me seems much more about like cultural, like capital L liberals, and being anti that, and that is potent. I mean, you can easily win the White House. I think that's what we learned in 2020 whenever he did all that last time, and it's quite clear it could work against Kamala Harris as well. I preferred the Forgotten Man stuff.
Yeah.
But that's not really
what you're describing is just
Yeah.
a very standard Republican playbook.
Yes.
It's just very like, Mitt Romney could have been launching these same sort of attacks against whoever, and whether it's Kamala or Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, whoever it is.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, they've all been called communists by Republicans. So it's just, it's a very sort of typical Republican playbook. They also, obviously, the subject of Kamala Harris did come up.
Mm-hmm.
And Sean Hannity made a joke about, the brevity of her interview with CNN. Now, when you're Sean Hannity and you're doing an incredibly softball interview with Trump, I don't know that you have a lot of leg to stand on. But in any case, let's take a listen to that exchange.
If you watch that interview, she had notes. That means she knew the questions, and she had notes. She kept looking down, up. Nobody wants to cover it. I know all about notes. I mean, it's all right if people know that, but she wasn't supposed to have notes. So she's asked a question. She looks down. She keeps on. She had notes. That means she knew that she knew
I got
what
a
was
question
happening.
about it. Did her campaign, when they said that they wanted to change the rules that they had agreed to, did they ask for notes? Did they ask for
They wanted notes.
They wanted to be seated, and they wanted your mic hot.
And they wanted a desk. I'm not going to allow it. You can't take the chance. You have no choice. You've got to vote for me. You got to vote.
LT9K, me too.
Even if you don't like me.
Like, honestly, her and Kyle together would be not a bad time.
But there's no way I'm going to vote for her.
I actually think that last part is kind of revealing. That
Yes.
actually is his
I
core.
liked it.
Is his core strategy.
Yeah.
Is listen, my favorability rating, it's not going to come up. It is what it is. I need to get some people who don't like me to hate her even more. And that's the goal between here and Election Day. Now, so far, they haven't done a very good job of that. Her approval rating has gone up tremendously. But, even though in some ways the time is very short between now and Election Day, in another way, it's very long. And so his goal is going to be to push up that number of double haters and be able to try to win a majority of them in the way that he did in 2016. And so that's his pitch, is basically like, listen, you may not like me, but you got no choice. You can't vote for her. She's incompetent. She needs the notes, et cetera, et cetera. That really is kind of his core bet in terms of how he can win.
I don't think it's a bad strategy either. Remember, in 2016, he had a 35% approval rating, and he still won some 48-something% of the vote. 2020, his approval rating was actually low.
Moving on. Saga
So
was
you want to
pissing me
know
off.
how I know Donald Trump is in cognitive decline? We know he's in cognitive decline because the shit that he's saying was always stupid. But there's like
Not this man. This is a good man. We like Mike.
layer of stupidity to everything that he says. That leads me to believe that this man's brain is
Thank you for the
rotting
shout
out
out.
of his ears. I mean, to call this hyperbole would be hyperbole. Just look at this headline. This is from LGBTQ Nation. Donald Trump claims that schools are performing gender-affirming surgery on students.
I was there
He
for
said that
this.
schools keep kids for several days.
I came
in order to
into
make them
the stream at
transgender.
one point when he was covering the story, I think. That's kind of funny.
I mean, I feel like we got all the information we need just from that headline and subheadline. But
I know you
this
meant
man
Sagar. I was
is
just fucking with you,
deeply,
Looney.
deeply idiotic. And I don't know if he genuinely believes this. I think he probably knows that this is bullshit, even though he is stupid. But think about where we've gone, right? We started with, hey, because of big trans, kids are identifying as cats and they're shitting in litter boxes at school, to, well, sometimes the schools have to keep kids for a couple of days to finish
Twitchy
the trans
Schmeggly,
surgeries.
welcome in.
There's so many questions that I have. So, are there surgeons at the schools? Are the teachers doing the surgeries themselves? Are they qualified? Do they have the equipment to do these gender affirming surgeries? Are the parents notified, or do they just wonder, hey, where's my kid? It's been a couple of days. Maybe I should check.
Like a kid goes away for a couple days. Like, wouldn't you wonder where your child
even
was?
If you're a normie Republican, you've got to hear this and think, that's bullshit. Because it's just, when you go so far in your exaggeration, you don't convince anyone. You just look increasingly desperate. So we'll read a little bit here. I think there's a video of this, actually. Yeah, there's a video. So let's just watch the video.
Almost nobody in this room wants, who I think 85-90% of the country doesn't want him there.
I absolutely agree.
But the transgender thing is incredible. Think of it. Your kid goes to school and comes home a few days later with an operation. The school decides what's going to happen with your child. And you know, many of these child's...
I'm sorry. It sounds so much dumber when you hear him say it. I gotta go back. Whew. It's so anti-trans that it's almost pro-trans, because he's making transphobes look as deluded as they are. Like, if you're a TERF, you've got to see this and think, stop, you're not helping, right?
Things that almost nobody in this room wants, who I think 85-90% of the country doesn't want him there.
I absolutely agree.
But the transgender thing is incredible. Think of it. Your kid goes to school and comes home a few days later with an operation. The school decides what's going to happen with your child. And you know, many of these childs 15 years later say, what the hell happened? Who did this to me? The things that...
So the child doesn't even know that they had the operation. I'm crying. Yeah, I just realized, Hank, that he said the child instead of children. Wow, there's so much. Oh my god, I should have just not read the headline and went straight to the video. It's so much better. So the kid is the kid is kept at school for a couple of days. They apparently don't know they had an operation. Maybe the teachers told them that they're getting their tonsils removed, right? And then like years later, the kid's like, wait a second, did they give me bottom surgery? And the parents have no idea. The parents are completely flabbergasted. Holy fuck, this man's brain is so cooked. Holy shit. Holy shit. And I love that the person who tweeted this is like, I'll give Cash App $1,000 to anyone with proof. Motherfucker, I'll give $1 billion to anyone who gives me proof of this. $1 billion. I don't have $1 billion, but I know that you don't have proof, bitch. This is just wild. Holy shit. Holy shit. So this was at a Moms for Liberty conference, I believe. I'm literally crying. Oh my god. Trump is a demon, but you can't say that he's unfunny. That shit is just like so unintentionally hilarious. He also, like, when he talks about Tim Walz, he's like, he's very into the transgender thing. He's heavily into the transgender thing. Like, making it seem like Walz himself is transgender. And I think that this is something that Republicans want to do. Like, they, I guess, want to conspiracy monger about Tim Walz being trans, because we reacted to a video on Leftist Mafia last week of Megyn Kelly where she was comparing Tim Walz to Dylan Mulvaney before she transitioned, and she just played a clip of Dylan on The Price is Right, and then they were talking about how much that's like Tim Walz, and it made no fucking sense whatsoever. But I guess, like, you know, in the same way that they're transvestigating Michelle Obama, they're trying to, like, get a temperature check to whether or not, you know, trans stories about Tim Walz are gonna land. I don't know. So let's read a little bit of the story here. In a bizarre rant during a discussion with an extreme anti-LGBTQ plus organization, Donald Trump claimed that schools are performing surgery on students in order to make them transition. This is false. Oh, bless your heart, Alex Bollinger. Is that... Yeah, Alex wrote this. Bless your heart. The fact that you have to do this is... I'm so sorry, but bless your heart. You know, somebody's got to do it. The fact that you even need to state that, it's depressing, right? The transgender thing is an incredible thing. You know, that in a vacuum, I agree. I think that if you're trans, that's really cool. You know, it's hard to be yourself these days. So, you know, you're a badass if you come out as trans. That's a powerful act of self-love. So I agree with him here. If you just stop talking after this, we're cool. Trump said at a fireside chat with Tiffany Justice, one of the co-founders of the anti-LGBTQ plus Moms for Liberty group, not the one caught having sex.
All of us are
women.
trans.
Okay, I'm glad that he clarified, because I was going to ask. Your kid goes to school and comes home a few days later with an operation. The school, the school decides what's going to happen with your child. Wow, that's wild. That's wild. I am curious, how many Americans actually believe this? After he said that, like, are there Americans that think that? I'd have to imagine at least some do, right? I mean, that most people hear that and they're like, oh, shut the fuck up. But some people have to, right? I mean, we had a pretty large portion of the population believe that Judge Judy was literally a Supreme Court justice. So, GamerG says 25% max. Yeah, I could see that, honestly. Yeah. Because you have to remember... Transphobes have broken brains. Like, I actually think their brains are broken. They have brain damage. It's some form of mental illness. So I think that they would delude themselves into believing something like this, just like for purposes of cope. As you know, many of these childs, I can't believe you said childs, many of these childs 15 years later say, what the hell happened? Who did this to me? It's incredible, he said. Sounds like an endorsement of it. Gender-affirming surgery is almost never performed on minors. Genital surgery as part of transition is never performed on minors. Schools are not forcing kids to transition. Trump was simply lying. Yeah, I think that part of the problem here is that Trump forgot what the talking points were. I think that he remembered he had to say something about Democrats in schools transing kids, or transing childs, I should say, as he would say. Many people are saying. But he forgot, so he's just like, look, they're doing operations at the schools now. If you go in the back, there's a whole fucking surgery room. It's so crazy. Let's see. Oh, so he said some more shit that was anti-trans at this event. Let's hear it.
To me, it's incredible. Just to finish that boxing, so the Italian girl is, and the left is not a hard punch for those of you not into pugilistic affairs.
Okay, so he's talking about Amani Khalif.
But a left is just sort of a guarding punch, right? So she's fighting this person that transgendered, and the guy...
She's fighting this person that transgendered. He is talking about Amani Khalif, right? He's fighting this person that transgendered. My God. I mean, it sounds like he had a stroke. Holy shit.
Hold on, everyone. I think we're still live. Give me just a second. I don't know what happened. Okay, chat is still going. That's good. Everything just closed on me. Hold on one sec. How's it going? I think we're back. I think we're good. All right. Oh, let's take a little break anyway. Let's take a little like stretchy break, a little like yoga break. Don't worry, I have shorts on. All right. Let me get my shit together. Are we back? Oh, it's trying to play everything again. Oh, that's hand making noises. What is that? Right. Thanks for your patience, everybody. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday afternoon. Hope the day is treating you beautifully. Thank you so much for spending time with me. If you enjoyed this space, if you like keeping it, if you like me, please consider supporting the stream. It is Subtember. If you're not subbed on Twitch, it is discounted. You can get a discounted sub until the end of the month. Hi, Samara. Welcome in. And then on YouTube, there is a link to my tip page. If you want to send me a few bucks, it would definitely help out. If you like dog shit content, please subscribe. Yes. I am okay. I'm getting a little tired.
Oh, look here, you drugged out communist.
I'm getting a little tired.
How heroic he comes across.
Oh, communist. Idiot.
I swear to God you could drown a toddler in my panties right now.
Not that you would
Adrienne,
want
I've
to.
been silenced!
Sign back into freaking YouTube, Google. All right. Yes, not monetized on YouTube yet. So it's hard out here for a pimp. Trying to get the money for the rent. All the cigarette and gas money spent. Whole lot of something, something, something. I don't remember how the last one goes. Y'all remember that movie? Hustle and Flow? Theories. How are you, baby? You liking the YouTubes? We got YouTubes today. There are no YouTube specific emojis, but then again, I'm very busy at Trip. We definitely have better emoji game over on Twitch. All right.
Holy shit. So this was
perfect.
Cooked. Holy shit. Holy shit. And I love that the person who tweeted this.
It's great.
I'm crying. Yeah, I just realized, Hank, that he said the child instead of children. Wow. There's so much. Oh my God. I should. Wow, that's wild. That's wild. I am curious, how many Americans actually believe this? After he said that, like, are there Americans that think that? I'd have to imagine at least some do, right? I think that most people hear that and they're like, oh, shut the fuck up. But some people have to, right? I mean, we had a pretty large portion of the population believe that Judge Judy was literally a Supreme Court justice. So GamerG says 25% max. Yeah, I could see that, honestly. Yeah. Because you have to remember, transphobes have broken brains. Like, I actually think their brains are broken. They have brain damage. It's some form of mental illness. So I think that they would delude themselves into believing something like this, just like
here for
purposes
okay?
of cope. As you know, many of these childs, I can't believe you said childs, many of these childs 15 years later say, what the hell happened? Who did this to me? It's incredible, he said. Sounds like an endorsement of it. Gender affirming surgery is almost never performed on minors. Genital surgery as part of transition is never performed on minors. Schools are not forcing kids to transition. Trump was simply lying. Yeah, I think that part of the problem here is that Trump forgot what the talking points were. I think that he remembered he had to say something about Democrats in schools transing kids, or transing childs, I should say, as he would say. Many people are saying. But he forgot, so he's just like, look,
many people are
they're doing
saying...
operations at the schools now. If you go in the back to the whole
Loons, we need to make a command on the YouTube Nightbot or the watching playlist.
Surgery room. It's so crazy.
Nice to see you here on the YouTube.
So he said some more shit that was
you.
anti-trans at this event. Let's hear it.
To me, it's incredible. Just to finish that boxing, so the Italian girl.
Oh yeah, it's smoke time.
And the left is not a hard punch
420.
for those of you not into pugilistic affairs.
Okay, so he's talking about Amani Khalif.
But a left is just sort of a guarding punch, right? So she's fighting this person that transgendered, and the guy.
She's fighting this person that transgendered. He is talking about Amani Khalif, right? He's fighting this person that transgendered. My God. I mean, it sounds like he had a stroke. Holy shit.
Boom, hits her with the left. It was like she got hit by a horse. And then she backed up. It was weird. She's sort of like...
You guys are so cute.
He hits her with
I
another
love
left.
my mods. Can I just say my mods are fucking amazing and the best mods on Twitch, hands down.
And she said, that's enough, I can't take that. He ended up winning the gold medal. And there was another one who also transgendered. And he or she ended up also winning the gold medal. Tiffany said it, I didn't. See, I'm a politician. I have to be politically correct.
You have to be politically correct. Was this before or after you said that they're doing sex change operations on kids at schools, unbeknownst to the kid and parents? You have to be politically correct? Holy shit. After he just misgenders Amani Khalif multiple times. Hey, Amani's lawyers, if you're watching this, this is a great video for discovery in your lawsuit. You might want to take this. It was tweeted out by ACYN. Definitely use this.
I'm a mom. I have to protect my kids.
No, but yeah, we need to protect them from people like Donald Trump, because there are stories about him when he was the owner of Miss Universe or Miss USA, some pageant.
Miss
He would walk
Teen
in
USA.
on the girls
He was
in their
he was the
changing
owner of a
rooms.
teen
Not very
girls
appropriate.
pageant and
There's
would
a
walk
reason
in on
why
them naked.
24 plus women came out and accused him of, sexual misconduct
He is
or
a
inappropriate behavior.
convicted
I mean, this
rapist.
man is a rapist. Literally, he was found liable for sexual assault in a U.S. court, and he defamed his victim. So yeah, I hope that Imani Khalif sues the fuck out of him too.
Think of it. So the two people, the transgender, the whole thing is crazy.
Okay, so it was Miss Teen USA. Okay, thank you, Scott, for the correction. I wasn't sure. I know it was one of those beauty pageants. The thought of him owning
mostly
Miss Teen
the same
USA is
mods
so
on
creepy
both.
now. Just knowing what we all know now.
It's mostly
before
the
he ran
same
for
mods.
president, I really didn't know too much about Donald.
Like, I haven't. This is the first time I've done a stream on YouTube in really ever. This is probably the first successful YouTube stream that we're doing. So, but anyone who mods for me on Twitch can be a mod on YouTube. I don't care. I like them to be able to mod both channels, and then they can mod wherever they want. Yeah, exactly. He says that line, quote, convicted of sexual assault needs to always be followed by because the statute of limitations ran out for rape. Yes. That is the only reason he is not, wasn't found guilty of rape. He was found liable of rape because the statute of limitations ran out. But he did rape E. Jean Carroll. So, the fucking fear mongering around gender non-conforming people, they're gonna impact your kids more than people who are sexual predators. Gender non-conforming people are usually and trans folks are typically, in my experience, more thoughtful about how they would interact with everyone, but particularly children. Because it takes introspection to realize that you're trans.
Donald Trump, I never watched The Apprentice. I just never liked him because he seemed very stupid. He was a loudmouth. I remember his beef with Rosie O'Donnell, and I remember him coming out against gay marriage in 2012 or something, just saying, no, I don't like it. Well, I'm just well, fuck you. Who are you? Why do we care about you? Because you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth? So, yeah, look, Donald Trump's gonna Trump, but sometimes you Trump a little bit too hard, you Trump a little bit too close to the sun, and you end up saying the dumbest fucking shit imaginable. I still cannot get over the fact that he said what he said. I almost want to watch it one more time because I'm still in disbelief. He actually said they're doing operations at schools on children and the children don't even know. It's not even hey, the kid is saying, will you please do a gender change surgery on me? No, the kids don't even know. 15 years later, they're like, whoa, what the fuck happened down there? It's so fucking wild. This man is a presidential candidate. This man is a former president. We cannot normalize this shit. I will never become accustomed to this.
I haven't looked into the documents or anything because it's triggering for me to talk about DSA.
This level of stupidity from somebody with so much power, who wants so much power. Again, let's watch it one more time because I'm still fucking taken aback by this.
Almost nobody in this room wants, who I think 85-90% of the country doesn't want him there.
I absolutely agree.
But the transgender thing is incredible. Think of it. Your kid goes to school and comes home a few days later with an operation. The school decides what's going to happen with your child. And many of these childs, 15 years later, say, what the hell happened? Who did this to me? Things that...
Damn. Amazing. Looking super wet. Might I add. Always sloppy and shitty looking. So just seems like there's mass confusion in the comments. Okay. Yeah, so there you have it. They're not just transing the kids at school.
Is that
at the
me,
request of
or-
the kids.
yeah,
They're
I
doing
was like,
it
wait, is that me or
unbeknownst to the
Mike?
kids, according to Donald Trump.
Thanks
Truth
for
teller who's never lied about
subscribing.
anything. So
Jack
yeah.
Lee.
Play stupid games, win stupid
Welcome.
prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
All right. Content warning on this next story: ableism, like in eugenics.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. In this next segment, we're joined by the nephew of the Republican presidential nominee, Donald Trump, who has endorsed Trump's Democratic opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris. Fred Trump III is the son of the former president's late older brother, Fred Trump Jr., who died of complications from alcoholism in 1981 at the age of 42.
Ow.
Fred Trump writes,
My aunt died of alcohol complications at 46.
It's about his nephew, former President Donald Trump, in his new memoir titled All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. On page 1, Fred writes, quote, I have a name, Trump, that is extraordinarily polarizing and keeps getting more so. But there is more to my name than all that friction, and I'm ready to use it for something good, a cause near and dear to my heart, advocating for individuals with developmental disabilities. But we'll get to that in a bit, unquote. Fred Trump's son, William, suffered from severe seizures when he was born in 1999, has a rare genetic disorder that causes severe developmental and intellectual disabilities. He's now living in a group home. But at one point, when Fred Trump was lobbying his uncle Donald to replenish a medical fund for William, Donald reportedly told him, quote, your son doesn't recognize you, let him die and move down to Florida. Well, Fred Trump also says President Trump once told him as they sat in the Oval Office that disabled Americans should just die. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump has referred to eugenics and the racehorse theory, suggesting he sees himself as genetically superior. Previously, Donald Trump came under fire for mocking a disabled reporter. In 2015, when he was running for president, Trump mocked 𝘗𝘗𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵, a reporter who suffers from a congenital condition that impairs the movement of his joints.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said.
Oh my God, I remember this.
Remember. He's going like, I don't remember.
This was so
That's what I
bad.
said. This was 14 years ago. He's still.
You didn't need to show this, guys. Come on.
Trump is moving his hands spastically for a radio audience that can't see him as he mocks this New York Times reporter. He later said he never met Kowalski, but the reporter said he'd spent a lot of time with Trump while working at the Daily News and covering Trump's 1989 launch of an airline. Fred Trump's memoir also recounts how he witnessed Donald Trump using racial slurs decades ago, which Trump's spokesperson, Stephen Chung, has called, quote, fake news of the highest order. Well, to discuss all this, Fred Trump III joins us now here in our New York studio. Welcome to Democracy Now!
Ableism is really, really fucking pervasive. LT9K, like there are so, like, even well-meaning people are ableist, and it's so difficult. And like one of the things that stuck with me when hearing Imani Barbarin speak, you know, and she has you know, different conditions than I do and different struggles than I do, but you know, she says, you know, the only thing that stands between you and me is luck and time. Because if you live long enough, you will become disabled. It is the one minority class that anyone can fall into at any time.
tell us about William. Tell us about your son, when he was born, and about his life. He's now, what, 25?
Which makes me about 100. Thank you for asking about William, by the way. It makes me feel great to tell him. He is the most courageous and inspirational person I've ever met. As you mentioned, he was born with severe seizures as a baby in 1999. We found out, my wife, Lisa, is a tremendous detective. It took her 15 years of searching the internet to find out they had a genetic mutation called 𝘗𝘢𝘦𝘦. And
his own mom
the first
did
years
the research.
were really tough.
Pretty wild.
Especially the first. He was in hospital for 7 total weeks. We didn't know what his future would be like, but it certainly came to pass what it would. William is wheelchair bound. He needs assistance with everything he does, like millions of people in this country. William's condition has given me the opportunity to, if I do have some sort of national platform, is to go out and advocate on behalf of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I don't know if I could draw any parallel with what we just heard with 𝘗𝘭𝘭𝘦, but people ask, is he medically okay? William's doing fine medically. He's on very intense seizure medication still to this day. But we struggle with finding a meaningful day program for William. Many people don't realize this, but when you age out of school, you're pretty much left on your own in terms of therapies and stuff. Again, to go back to 𝘗𝘭𝘭𝘦, where she brought up the point when you were able to give these kids they had some hope, they had some meaning put back in their lives. That's one of the things that we're trying to do. Give the complex disabled a reason to be part of the community and give something back. Not necessarily a paying thing, but to do something that will help other people. It gives them such purpose.
Well, go back to when he was born. At the time, you were fighting with Donald to get him health care?
Yeah. In the beginning, the family was very supportive. Now, keep in mind, they never visited, and William was born in Mount Sinai Hospital on the Upper East Side. Everybody in the family, my aunts and uncles, lived within walking distance of Mount Sinai. They never visited. They really never called. But they did agree to put William on the family Trump Organization medical plan, which was very much appreciated, obviously. His expenses were out of control.
But
if you remember back then,
about earlier, like I have a seizure disorder, but it's very well controlled right now. I'm very grateful. But yeah, the seizures that I did have were clonic and very intense.
Donald was in very bad financial straits, and when William finally came home after 7 total weeks of hospitalizations in 2 different hospitals, we realized from a letter that Donald's attorney sent that medical care, the insurance would be cut, and we were in essence also taken out of my grandfather's will, my sister Mary and me.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
Trump's lawyer told you that your severely disabled infant would be cut from the Trump Organization's health care?
Right.
Why?
Now, has Donald Trump ever
because
met
he's
William
disabled.
in 25 years?
Never.
And yet you're not
never asked
estranged from him. You've been to the Oval Office. You've been with Donald Trump many times.
When Donald was elected, my wife, again, Lisa, knew we would have an opportunity to advocate on this very important cause. And Lisa reached out to Ivanka, my cousin, who was in the, I don't know what her exact title was, but working in the White House. And she set up a first meeting with Ben Carson, with a group that we had been aligned with called Equally Alive. And for the next several years, we would go down periodically to meet Alex Azar,
head of HHS at the time.
Head of HHS, and several other departments within the government to see if we could move things along. And I had the pleasure of being an intern for Geraldine Ferraro in 1983. So I kind of knew what the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. was about. And we found that out the hard way, that not much was accomplished in the 3+ years that we attempted to.
Can you explain what happened when Donald Trump was president? You met with Donald Trump and this organization in the Oval Office,
right.
And then they left, and you were with Donald Trump.
Yeah. So we had been. The meeting lasted longer than I thought, about 45 minutes. Donald has the attention span of about, I thought it was going to be 5 or 10 minutes. And we put forward some ideas, one of which was efficiency. Prevention will lower costs for providing help to this community and give better services. The meeting ended. Everybody left, including myself, but I got a tap on the shoulder a minute later from Donald's assistant saying, "Your uncle would like to see you again." So he greets me with his typical, "Hey, pal, how's it going?" And I sit down, and Alex Azar is in there. And he said, "Those people, the costs, they should just die." I was just thankful that the group of people were not in there to hear that. I don't know how you wrap. I keep saying this.
Being disabled people.
No, the advocates on behalf of. Fortunately, there was nobody who was disabled. I don't think he would have.
Who is
left.
he saying should die?
The disabled people with complex disabilities, because the costs to the government were such that you used the word eugenics. I have yet to use that in an interview, but yeah, I mean to me that's what eugenics was. You don't measure up. You get slammed out, and that's it.
Now, this is something that
Holy
Donald
shit.
Trump said to you as late as just last year. Is that right? When it came to William, when you were trying, explain. You were trying to get support, and why do you have to keep turning to Donald Trump to get support? Financial support.
I understand that. My uncle Robert had passed away in 2020.
There were 5 kids in the family.
Marianne, my father, Elizabeth, Donald, and Robert. And for years, they were very, very supportive. Now, keep in mind, I won't get into, I don't think we have the time to go into the whole lawsuit issue and how actually that was my money that I was asking for. Regardless.
You're talking about with your grandfather, Fred Trump, after he died, instead of dividing it in 5 parts, the family fortune, they cut out your father. And that meant you and Mary, your sister, and divided between the 4 of them.
Exactly. So the medical fund was set up in around 2009. Lisa and I went to Donald first because I didn't have any relationship with my aunts and uncles after the lawsuit. Donald graciously came to me and we reconciled, if you will. So yeah, the medical fund was being depleted because Robert's widow didn't want to do it anymore. Marianne was balking at doing it, and what Marianne says, Elizabeth went along.
The federal judge.
Marianne, the federal judge, right. So Eric, I went to Eric. Eric was really good with Lisa and me and sort of being the interface with Williams Medical Fund. But it was being depleted, and we really only had Donald to go to. So Eric said, call up DJT. And I called him up on the phone, and Donald always was great at answering the call for me, even when he was president. And I said, I need your help. We're running out of money in the fund. And he goes, as you said before, he doesn't recognize you, let him die, and move down to Florida. And it took me a couple of seconds to say, no, he does recognize me. And what I really wanted to say was, you've never met him before. You never asked to meet him. So how would you know? And you have to say, how could one human being say that about any other human being? Least of all, your grandnephew.
A family member.
So the title of your book is All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. How did you all get this way? I mean, you're talking about outright cruelty and discrimination.
Yeah. My grandfather, Fred Sr., was a very driven guy, which is great. I mean, he created more apartment buildings in Brooklyn, second most in Queens. It wasn't a very loving family. The word love was rarely thrown around. No hugs and kisses, really. And Donald was, as I say, the obnoxious one in the family. My father was the caring, charismatic guy. Donald was the young bully, if you will. And success meant everything to my grandfather. And my father was supposed to be the golden child. He was, again, young and good looking and personable. But my dad didn't want anything to do with the family business. He tried it, he hated it. He wanted to be an airline pilot, and he became an airline pilot. And years later, I got my pilot's license also, not because of him, I admired him for that. And my grandfather and Donald did not like that. Donald called him a glorified bus driver. And my dad, unfortunately, took to heavy drinking, and in the end, that's really what killed him.
And he died at the age of
42. Yeah, I was a sophomore in college. Obviously, I remember that day like it was yesterday.
And amazingly, you flew back on the very kind of plane,
TWA 707 into JFK.
Donald Trump was in the news once again this week because of Arlington National Cemetery employee who was being targeted and pushed because Donald Trump wanted to be there with his videographers to take a picture in the cemetery that isn't allowed in Section 60. This brought back memories of what he did and what a number of sources said he did when he was president outside the cemetery in Paris, not wanting to canceling a trip to a cemetery, American cemetery, because he said the soldiers who were buried there were losers.
Right. And he didn't want to get his hair wet. Just as an aside, my father, when he was at Lehigh University, joined ROTC. He also was in the Air National Guard voluntarily, the only Trump family member to have served. I was sitting right in front of Senator McCain during the inauguration, and Lisa and Andrea and Christopher, my two older kids, were there also. When the ceremony was over, and I remember the Frank Luntz interview with Donald. In fact, I was with Frank the other day, and I really wanted to get his take on what happened that day. Anyway, when the ceremony was over, I said, kids, I want to introduce you to somebody. I don't use the word hero often. I think we have cheapened the definition of hero. We cheapened the definition of patriot. I said, this man is an American hero. And Senator McCain, after what Donald had said, I said, sir, Fred Trump, I just wanted to tell you, you're a hero. And if there was one proud moment with my kids and my wife of that inauguration, it was that.
You have endorsed Kamala Harris to be president. Yes. What most concerns you if your uncle Donald Trump returns to the White House as president?
We've all heard, and some of us have read, Project 2025, and he will say he had nothing to do with it. And I sort of half joke, yeah, that's like him saying I had nothing to do with building Trump Tower. His hands are all over that. It's a dystopian, dangerous view of what the future might be, but it really is just going back decades to what this country could be. And I say it in the book that, my family was sort of like a 50s sitcom. The 50s weren't just Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley. There were lots of bad things. And I believe it's in the foreword where it talks about public education. That's going to affect the disabled community in a bad way. It's going to affect minority children in a bad way. I think it will be a very dangerous time if he's reelected. And again, I believe in policy over politics, and that's why I've always been a Democrat. But so did Donald, as you know. But the Harris campaign and her positions are ones I believe in. Now, that being said, I have yet to hear anything regarding disability actions that I deem obviously important, and I will put their feet to the fire on this.
Before we go, you talk about hearing Donald Trump use the N-word decades ago, your uncle, when he got mad.
Right.
He also, with his father, sued for discriminating against people of color, African Americans, being allowed in their housing projects in Queens.
Yeah, I mean, I was there that day. I was at my grandparents' house, as I often was when I was a kid. I grew up in a Trump apartment building, no minorities, by the way. And I was kicking a soccer ball around, and I heard him just shout out twice the N-word. And I went back, and there was his white Eldorado.
This is Donald Trump.
Red interior, black top, with 2 slash marks, and he had a roll of black electrical tape. And
we have 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of a pattern where the word was disgusting, but the fact that he didn't know who did it was also disgusting. The fact, when you go back to 𝘗𝘬𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵, the fact that he mocked that reporter was gross. The fact that the crowd yucked it up also. So I have to wonder what's in their hearts. You know, they obviously don't have a family member who has disabilities.
Fred Trump III is the nephew of former President Donald Trump, current presidential candidate. But Fred Trump is the author of a new memoir about his family. It's titled All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. That does it for our show. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us.
All right. Cute break. Oh my goodness, look. It's so cute. It's a kitty in the bathtub. It's making bubbles. Oh my gosh.
Yap, 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 yap. Yap, yap. Yap, yap, yap.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like clean my head of all that horror, you know, like it really is terrifying because like I don't want to think about it. It sucks. Fascism is not fun. Got all the little ducks. Welcome in, Modbong. How's your day going? You get that water. No, I think they're rubber ducks.
So when I'm trying to explain transformative justice to people,
right.
I usually...
Whoa, you have 9 days off? I mean, I hope financially that's okay and you have a really nice vacation. That's amazing. I haven't taken a day off in over a year. All right. Quick video on transformative justice and what that means.
usually back away from, I don't go straight at, okay, this is transformative justice. I usually actually go back to punitive justice. I start out with like what we're used to and what we've been socialized into is punitive justice. And then I ask people, if I'm in a room full of people, even in, a room full of friends, I'll be like, how many of you grew up in an experience where you were punished when harm happened. And I give examples. You were expelled, you were put in detention, you're suspension, you're put on timeout. But the main move was you're removed from community in some way because you've done harm. And people are like, oh, yeah, everyone either has that experience or they were part of spaces where they saw that experience. And then I'm like, we grow that up so that then you go into prison or you get the death penalty or you get canceled from your community, right? It's the same process. So we live in this, that's what we're swimming in. And then I talk about restorative justice as a steps in the right direction, right? It's like harm has happened. How do we restore ourselves back to that relationship that existed before the harm happened? So I'm like, someone stole your purse, you get an apology, they do some community service. Hopefully we return to like where we were. But for me, I always say that doesn't go far enough because if the original conditions were unjust, then returning to those original conditions is not actually justice, right? You're just gonna have someone who's like, great, now I returned everything to you, I still don't have anything and I'm still hungry and I still need something. I'm like, so we need to go further. So to me, transformative justice, the first aspect of it is that it goes all the way down to the root system of the harm and says, how do we change, heal, transform, pull this up? What do we need to do at the root system so that this harm is no longer possible? Like what we're trying to do is stop this harm from ever being possible again. And then how do we understand that the state is so committed to punitive justice, so the state is not going to be able to engage in transformative justice with us. So we don't go to the state to do this kind of deep work. And then how do we turn towards each other to hold this space? And in that turning to each other, we have to say, I believe you can transform.
Mode just like a staycation. That sounds wonderful. I'm really happy for you.
I meet randomly is that it's a way of responding to violence and harm without creating more violence and harm. That's bare bones. What would it look like to respond to harm in a way that doesn't create more trauma, more pain, more harm? And then after that, I would also say the way that I talk about it is that it is a way to respond to violence within our own communities, which feels really important. So it's not this kind of missionary thing, in a way that doesn't rely on violence and state and oppressive systems. So things like police, prisons, the criminal legal system, the court system, ICE, the foster care system. And it also doesn't rely on normalized violence and systemic violence, like reinforcing harmful gender norms or vigilantism, but that it also, most importantly, helps to create and cultivate the very things that we know help to prevent violence. So things like resilience, safety, healing, connection, all of those things.
The way that I usually describe transformative justice is addressing harm, but also understanding why that harm happened and addressing the underlying dynamics that created conditions for this harm to happen in the first place. Mm-hmm. And so it's not just addressing the harm between two or more people, but addressing the conditions of the community that allowed for that to be normal.
Transformative justice asks us not only about accountability for the individual, for the harm that's been caused, but to think more largely about how all of us may have contributed or are contributing or are part of these systems that create the harm that we're trying to address.
It distributes the culpability a little bit, which isn't to say, again, that it's even, but everyone holds some amount. Everyone holds some amount. What environment enabled the silencing to go on such that this pattern was able to continue until a crisis? What allowed things to escalate? What were the subtle hints around male supremacy and sexism and white supremacy or different forms of class power that gave people hidden messages that this was acceptable or that we're not going to intervene or that it's not of a scale yet that we're going to intervene and say something now to cut it out or to transform, waiting till things get to a point of crisis?
I think that any case that's presented to us, it's very, very likely that other people in that community are experiencing similar things, maybe not to that degree, or maybe not with that language. And it's actually by addressing what's happening between those people that you can understand the underlying dynamics and create tools and practices to address those for other people as well. And I think our interpretation of transformative justice also includes like most community organizing. I feel like most things that folks are doing to shift the underlying dynamics of violence in our society are making more resilient and accountable communities as well, are making it so that people are less likely to be harmful. And so we have a very open interpretation of what transformative justice is.
So instead of zooming in on this harm, this transgression, which is what the criminal legal system looks at, and then coming up with a punishment for it, it zooms out and is like, what's all the context? What's the environment in which this was allowed to happen? And how does that inform what needs to be explored as we work on healing and as we work to transform not just the person who holds the disproportionate amount of responsibility for causing harm or inflicting harm or exacerbating patterns of harm. But ideally, on the other side of a transformative justice process, we've explored enough things that the environment has shifted.
I mean, to me, it means that we actively think about every response that we have as an opportunity to break generational cycles of harm and violence, that we actually think beyond just individual incidences and understand both the micro and the macro, both the individual and the collective. How do we operate in a more long-term understanding of violence, a more generational understanding of violence, so that, that we move past just the immediacy of a feeling of revenge, or that we need to get back at somebody, for example, or a feeling of hopelessness, to actually say, this is an opportunity that I can respond to this. I can either respond to it with more violence and harm, right, and escalate it, or I can take this opportunity to figure out, how do I de-escalate this, and what would that look like?
For me, transformative justice is a practice that I feel like is a life practice. Like, how do I, because harm is happening everywhere, from, really little to really egregious. And so if we're really thinking about this, how can we really think about prevention? How can we really think about building relationships where we really encourage each other to take accountability for small things, not only the large, and I think that's preventative to larger, more egregious harms.
Handling the small things and addressing them well can actually help to prevent the big things. And so I get really excited around the nerdy things of going back to the basics and starting with how do we build basic communication skills? How do we build the skill set to be able to give a good apology? What does it look like to be able to, have generative conflict with the people in our everyday lives? How do we talk about accountability and help and support each other to heal with the people in our everyday lives? Those things make me excited. How do we teach our children about consent and accountability? How do we show up for the youth and the children in our lives? And I know it seems less connected to transformative justice, because when we talk about TJ, everyone goes to automatically the most horrific forms of violence and the big forms of violence. But, I think that so much of our work is building the foundation that we need for transformative justice. And if we all just rush always to the crisis, we miss the more sustainable everyday things that, to me, actually are, when they ripple out, are a bigger force that can change things.
Transformative justice is just the things we do to support each other to survive in this world, from the small things to the big things, like what we do for the people in our communities to help us survive violence. And I think of it as transformative justice as both about how we prevent violence, how we intervene in violence, and then how we support each other in the aftermath of violence through healing or accountability, or both. And it's all of those things.
I really think about the generations of people who have always been doing this, even though they didn't call it transformative justice. And I just want to lift up all the work of immigrants, queer people of color, disabled folks, sex workers, the people who have never been able to rely on folks outside of their communities.
What I want people to hear when they hear TJ is that this is a set of practices that happens outside of the state. So this is not something that you can take into schools. I want people to take the values into schools, or I want people to take the values into broader institutional work. And those values are around ending prisons and around transforming our understanding of accountability and disconnecting the idea of punishment and justice. But I want people to know that TJ has to happen outside the state. It is not something that we can just turn into another systemic response.
How's it going, chat? Been a long stream. Awesome. Get those meds. I am super uncomfortable because my air conditioning is not working and it is like 78 degrees in my house and I'm just getting like slowly hotter and hotter and I was like, why is it so hot in here? Oh, that's fun. All right.
Welcome to this edition of Rally in the Bars. I'm your host, Mansa Musa. Joining me today are two men that are very active in advocating, educating, and enlightening people about the state of people that are homeless, among other things. Here today to talk about the state of California, our two extraordinary gentlemen. Introduce yourselves to Rally in the Bars. Zach?
Yeah, I'm Zach Murray. I'm a statewide campaign coordinator with the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment based in Los Angeles.
Eduardo?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Eduardo Mazariegos. I'm the co-director of Los Angeles ACE.
And what do ACE stand for?
The Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's unpack this. It was a recent article came out in the newspaper in California that was highlighting the situation in California, and the tagline on it was, if California doesn't back affordable housing, then you get what you pay for. All right, so now what is the state of housing in California as it relates to low-income people or people that can't afford housing? I know how California got a serious homeless population, but what is the state as y'all identified in California, the state of homelessness in California?
Yeah. Well, that article that you mentioned, that it was an editorial that was authored by one of our LA-based members, Maria Briones, and what she was calling out was the state's underinvestment in solving the housing and homelessness crisis. Right now, the state of California has over 180,000 homeless people. There's only 70,000 shelter beds. So that means for over half of the homeless population, there is insufficient shelter so that when folks are being displaced or driven to homelessness, they have nowhere to go. And so right now we have encampments, we have folks who are living in RVs and cars, and there is no place to go. Most recently, our governor, Governor Gavin Newsom, following the Grants Pass Supreme Court decision, ordered that the state of California would sweep encampments on state property. And he suggested that county and city governments do the same thing. And so what Maria Briones was specifically calling out was that the governor knows what it takes to solve the housing affordability and homelessness crisis. It takes more housing. It takes an investment in the creation of affordable housing. Specifically, in 2022, Governor Newsom made a promise that he would build 1 million affordable homes by 2030. And unfortunately, we've only made, since that time, about 12% of the investments necessary to get there. In fact, and as is called out in that editorial, last year alone, and over the past several years, the state of California has only spent 1% of its budget on affordable housing and homelessness. And so for most people, voters in California, housing and homelessness is an issue that they are concerned about because we all see it and many of us are experiencing it, either homelessness or being at risk of homelessness because of increasing rents. And so if the state is going to take this seriously, there needs to be more investment from the state of resources to address the housing crisis.
Okay, all right. So that's why though. Isn't the Olympics coming to California? The next Olympics, which would be what? What year is that?
2028.
Okay, so in 2029, he was talking about building 1 million affordable housing by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
But now, from what I'm gathering, what is their reaction to the fact that now they have this worldwide, nationwide event
Vibrator.
Just hold that to what Zach just outlined. So do you
My
think
door
this
is
has
open.
anything
I don't want
to
to
do
say
with
your
that, or
name
is it just
super
a
loud today.
general attitude of California as well as in the nation?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think, a lot of the issues will be front and center during this world event. If not taken care of before then. And when I mean taken care of, I mean providing folks affordable housing, access to shelter, making sure that people have a place to go. Not just sweeping up. One of the things the governor also did, right, a couple weeks ago, was he had an executive order or a directive to, and they were able to use the grants passing to say, hey, sweep up city by city every homeless encampment that is in your city. I live in South Central Los Angeles, right down the street from Expo Center, which is one of the mega centers that would host the Olympics.
Right.
The LA Live area, right, with Crypto Arena, LA Convention Center, the Coliseum, BMO Stadium, the Galen Center. A lot of different facilities here will be hosting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. And at the same time, around these venues, you have dozens and dozens of encampments that surround probably thousands of people living on the street, with a concentration of racialized poverty around these places as well. So you start seeing a lot of pressure from corporations like Airbnb coming in, taking over units and turning them into short-term rentals, where there's already a lot of pressure happening. So it goes hand in hand. Like you see, the need for housing here in our community is high. We have about 17,000 children living in poverty around these stadiums, and 49,000 people, very low income folks in that entire community around all of these venues. On top of thousands and thousands of not counted for, because a lot of the methodology behind the homeless count in Los Angeles is wrong.
Right.
So there's thousands of homeless folks. So putting the pressure of a event where it's going to cost about $7 billion
that sucks. I'm sorry about your car.
to build up in the city of Los Angeles from both private investment, and at the same time you have the city of Los Angeles, which only has invested $61 million for affordable housing production and preservation in 2022. So something's got to give. And unfortunately, it's always the other way, where it hurts people instead of helping people. So it's what we want to see is an event, or we want to uplift our community, and we see this as an opportunity to uplift our community and not displace it, not uproot it. So the 2028 Olympics and what Gavin Newsom is really tied in together. And as a community, we're fighting to define the issue. We're fighting to make sure that, we bring resources, but it really does take having the type of political leadership to listen. Right now, we're seeing that Gavin Newsom just isn't listening. So what we do as a community is we organize and we build and we build pressure on the decision maker. So that's what we'll start doing from now on out till 2028, to try to really use that as an issue to build up affordable housing in our communities.
And me and Zach was talking off camera about the article reflected that the most vulnerable population, in addition to our children, is seniors. And the article highlighted the senior, and the senior was saying that, I never thought I'd be in a situation where I'd be homeless, but that the reason why this person found themselves in that state was because the slumlord refused to make repairs in the housing area, and the city, as opposed to having oversight and enforcement chose to remove the person and put him in a shelter. Is this something that's going on throughout the state of California that seems like the slumlord and the city or the slumlord and the states are in cahoots with each other in terms of like displacing people's act?
Absolutely. We see all across the state a lot of pressure because of the desire of corporate landlords and landlords in general to run up the rents. California has very limited rent control protections, very limited tenant protections in so many corners of the state. And so in Oakland, where the city government has been struggling to fund its services, our ACE office there is fighting for proactive rental inspections that aren't punitive towards the tenants, but really help to force the landlords into a situation where they have to improve the habitability. Because part of the cost of living in a market as expensive as the cities are in California is that people are putting up with living in habitable conditions. And this particularly affects seniors because of the extent to which seniors live on limited income, Social Security income. And so the pressure is on for people. And in the event that seniors get displaced, there is no housing that's truly affordable to them in so many of our markets. And so we see this pressure because seniors, and as you pointed out, families with children are vulnerable populations. They don't have the extra income that's required to afford housing. And there's a lot of pressure. And I know here in the Los Angeles area, ACE has been fighting to protect tenants from landlord harassment, which is an increasingly really insidious strategy that landlords are taking on to displace people.
Mm-hmm. Hey, as well, what is Sacramento doing then? Because we're talking about like a number of initiatives that have been taken, a number of ballot initiatives are being proposed. But okay, we know Newsom's attitude, as you outlined. But what about the remaining body, or the legislative body of California? What are their positions? Because a lot of them come out of these districts where our people are being displaced or are living in squalor. Talk about that.
They're doing too little, and it's honestly coming too late. They're just taking their sweet time to really think about deep and real rooted community solutions for the issue. The answer is a lot of really just language, right? Like year in, year out, our organizations and our movements come to Sacramento with packages of bills where we're like, hey, make it harder for landlords to harass tenants, make it harder for landlords to do these ridiculous rental increases of like 10%, or make it harder for corporate landlords to take over our communities. And year in and year out, we find that even with representatives coming from areas that are directly impacted by the housing crisis, by price gouging, by corporate landlords, have the corporate landlords in their ears. And it's harder and harder every year to get anything passed that makes any common sense. And every time we show up with a policy and we say, hey, this could really keep thousands of families in their homes, by the time that we're done with the political and policy process in Sacramento, it is so watered down that it makes small differences. Yeah, it improves some people's lives.
Right.
The original idea behind it always gets watered down. So right now, Sacramento needs to really develop a bench of leaders that are willing to buck the traditional political.
You like dog shit content, please subscribe.
Interest and listen to its community. So as of right now, I would say at best, Sacramento's doing small, minor changes. What we need is big changes, right? We need to make housing a human right in California and spend more than 1% on affordable housing, right? Like 1% is insane. In the middle of the housing crisis, we're only spending, you know where they're spending the most money though? In prisons.
Yeah.
So who have a housing policy, and guess what it is? It's prisons.
Yeah.
Inhumane.
Talk about going forward. What are y'all strategy as far as like mobilizing the state around this issue? Because as it stands now, with corporate America being involved and California being slated for this Olympics, I know they're going to invest a lot of money into the infrastructure to accommodate world athletes. I know they're going to invest a lot of money into the police, the population that's disenfranchised and dissatisfied with the state. So talk about going forward. Where y'all? What's y'all strategy going forward? Because as it stands now, y'all saying in the article, if you don't invest in housing, then you get what's coming down the pipe. So what's coming down the pipe?
Yeah, I can talk about the state level work, and Eduardo can talk about the local work that's happening. Right now, well, I'll just say this. The governor threatened $3 billion in cuts, and ACE, along with our coalition partners, turned out over 600 people to Sacramento back in April to protest that and to demand very specific action. And that resulted in $2 billion of funding being restored. But the reality is that in order to solve this crisis, the state needs to invest $18 billion annually. Now, we know we just sent a $20 billion check to Israel to conduct the actions that they're doing in Gaza. So the money's there. We're calling on the state of California to invest, to step up the revenue and the money that goes into affordable housing so that we can get to $18 billion in affordable housing investments annually so that we can build 1 million homes by 2020. And we're working to build a large coalition of housing advocates, homeless advocates, folks who are focused on the climate to help address this crisis. Because, even though, as 𝘗𝘬𝘭𝘦𝘴𝘵 pointed out, our prison population in California has actually declined, the amount of money that we're investing in prisons continues to increase every year. And so we know that the funding is there. What's not there is the political will. And so we're organizing our members and organizing with member-based organizations across the state to make this demand. And we have a month of action that's going to be taking place in September, where in communities across California, there are going to be town halls, candidate forums to call in these elected officials and folks who are running for office to commit this million homes campaign. And we're also going to do some direct actions, including some direct action at the state capitol to bring this issue right to the governor's backyard. Because right in Sacramento today, the city of Sacramento is displacing an encampment of elders. And so we want to bring this right to the governor and say we need solutions right now.
A normal, like a small dose.
Yeah, and at the local level in Los
Like
Angeles,
a normal dose is like 5 to 10 milligrams.
Right?
But since you're new to it, 5 might feel like a lot.
Taxes or transfer taxes called ULA. Which is essentially
I'm gonna
a
have
transfer
to
tax on
take a
property
nap
that
here
is
soon,
being sold
guys.
that's worth $5 million or more.
Okay.
And this is bringing in, it's really infusing hundreds of millions of dollars into LAHD, the LA Housing Department, which is in charge of, staffing and planning, task force that will go out and inspect any tenant harassment or any slum housing conditions, or just keep up code with.
I go for my dose is like 20 milligrams, but I have a really high tolerance.
Is that it's bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars to build affordable housing and alternative housing, alternative model housing, meaning housing that isn't.
Lainey, we have to figure out a time where we can collab. People are excited about the idea of us doing a stream together.
So common sense housing, or a lot of people like to call it social housing. So community controlled housing, alternative models of housing. So it's really awesome that we have that in place already. We passed it last year, and then April. Well, we're 1.5 years. I
think it would be cool to talk
about 380 million, close to $400 million, I believe.
Palestine
on that
politics,
going into LHD.
That's like
this is
a special interest for both of
meaning
us.
that it's going to go on forever, right? So we potentially could see billions of dollars coming into the city of LA to build affordable housing and to staff the programs that help our community and tenants in the areas that we organize and have dignified living conditions.
Right.
And it's still not enough. We still have to look for more buckets of resources. And look, to be honest, the state of California is like, what, the 5th largest economy in the world? There is a reason why we have so many folks living in the street. There isn't a reason why we have so many children living in some housing conditions. We can afford it. It's just about asking who isn't paying up. And we all know who it is, right? It's the big corporations, it's those big landlords, the folks that are buying up our communities, displacing our people, and profiting from our people suffering. So
monetizing property.
Right?
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay, and you know what? And going, how can our
speaking of, it is 420
and viewers support or get more information on what y'all doing going forward? Either one of y'all or both of y'all.
Yeah, we the campaign that we're doing statewide has a website, which is it's the number 1 spelled out, ONE, millionhomesca.org, and folks can find out about the statewide organizing to get 1 million homes, to get the state to invest in affordable housing there. And like I said, there's a calendar of events for folks who are in California.
Wait, it's weed?
On that website, ACE is hosting a number of events, including a statewide town hall that'll be virtual. If folks
smoke weed every day.
It's on September 7th at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
Okay.
And locally in Los Angeles, if you're listening in LA or have family or friends in LA, we constantly have organizing, right?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Go to the Los Angeles page and you'll find our information. If you know you need some housing rights clinics, we will hook you up. And we're always out in the street. So whenever we hear tenant harassment, we're out there making sure that we bring attention to that. And we're also mobilizing all the time to create that political will. So our next big mobilization is September the 28th. We're calling it the Raise the Wages, Lower the Rent March. So if you'll be in LA that Saturday, join us 10 a.m. at Pershing Square.
I'm definitely not going to be in LA, but
I recall somewhere in my history of this country,
I did enter
truth to be
Streamlabs has a giveaway. They're doing a giveaway for a TwitchCon tickets and an all expenses paid trip. And I'm like, I would fucking love to win that. A paid trip to San Diego? Fuck yeah.
Create equal and inalienable right to life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. But we finding now in this day and age, the corporate America has deprived people of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness by premeditatedly displacing people and putting them into a homeless situation where they're going to die off or go in prison. But however, we have some people that's organizing to prevent this from happening, and we applaud y'all for y'all work, and thank you for joining us, because y'all definitely rattled the bars today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Where shall we go? Big thanks to the mods who worked extra hard today to make this magic happen. Schmeggly. Where to? Here we go. We're gonna raid one great Earth. Big mod love. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me today. I hope you had a fantastic Friday with me. I'm going to rest up and work on some side projects, I think. And probably be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll try the YouTube thing again. I don't know. It's a Saturday, so like I don't know if I don't know. We'll see. Hi, Poo-Poo-sama. Oh, cool. I'll watch on YouTube. Nice. Well, the only thing with the YouTube is we can't do the music I like. We have to just have like background music and more content. It's a little heavier that way. A little more dense. All right, y'all. Have a great one. Bye. I'll see you.